Probably on me. The sound. There we go, now it's working. I don't know why Discord just always changes the settings for no reason. Pretty sure it's Discord. Changing my like default sound settings and stuff. It's super annoying. Not a whole lot. Have you talked to him much? They got the addition done on the house. That's gotta be nice. Yeah, the kitchen's new, the dining room's new. They got a new bathroom and a new bedroom on the back too. Super nice. Yeah. There's a new bedroom out towards your way, and then their new kitchen is kind of where the old kitchen was. I don't know. It's big. It's like the house is like doubled in size. No, no, it's off. Everything's out towards your house and on the front. Yeah, they're both chilling there. Yeah, in the second bathroom so everyone can shower. Or poop at the same time. It's always nice. Yeah. Now I've got a little bit of space finally. He's doing, yeah, the FedEx stuff just at the airport, playing this new game that came out. It's like a soccer game. It looks kind of cool. It's like Zealot Soccer, whatever it was in StarCraft. Pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really like board games a whole lot either. Maybe on a special occasion, like on a trip. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. 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 Over the course of a year, though, you got to stay another year to realize that. Yeah. Well, like 3 after tax, but yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. It's all of Jake's friends. Yeah. Yeah. And skiing got expensive though. Talk about inflation. I don't think anything inflated as fast as skiing. Like lift tickets are like, I don't know, hundreds of dollars a day now, 200 or 300. Weekends it can be even more. Yeah, 80's not bad. I see a lot of people on Twitter who go to Aspen and they said it's usually like $5,000 for a weekend. You know, the rooms are like 300 a night. The lift tickets are like 250, 350 a day. And then you've got beers and food and everything. And it's like, yeah, for a family, it's $5,000 this weekend. It's like, oh, damn. That's one trip, right? You probably want to take a couple trips a year. Oh yeah. I mean, one person would still be probably a couple grand. Yeah. Skiing is a rich people's sport. Right. Lifestyle inflation.
Your costs went up by like 60%.
Yeah.
That's like they don't even do anything different. You're spending 60% more. I use that as my negotiating tactic. I've been drinking a lot now. I can afford even in my income. It's getting rates to afford my own exposure. Man, I'm not truly bored now. I have
Yeah.
nothing to do. It's actually just like I was just saying. I'm like, I don't know, what could I do right now? I guess I could go to a bar. Honestly, though, that is part of the thing, though, with like, yeah, 9 to 5 probably sucks for the reasons you gave. But at the same time, because I work a lot right now, I don't have any habit of going out or anything. So
Yeah.
I don't really hang out with the people I do know, and I don't meet the people I don't because I don't go out.
I mean, even if you have a
So
9 to 5, though, it's not like Josh has any more time. They're busy with the kids and stuff. It's hard to.
yeah,
Everyone in their 30s just gets busy.
it's true to a large extent. But like even my nights though are kind of occupied, and like I could at least do the old thing, just go to a bar all the time or whatever. I don't even do that. It's like committing to not doing that versus just not doing it because you don't want to.
Yeah.
Killing spree.
No.
Oh yeah, we've been we've been I don't have the Wi-Fi. Hold on, it might drop out when it switches. Hopefully it was seamless. So yeah, our semi-argument about the suburbs versus the city or whatever. But the funny part is that cost of living with the housing, it applies to both, right? Like houses out in the suburbs are just as much more unaffordable as an apartment is in the city.
Yeah. The thing about condos is they tend to stay flat. They're not like an investment like a house is.
Oh yeah?
They're kind of just like renting or owning. It's kind of just a horse apiece. Owning is more just like locking in your rent rate for a long period of time, which is nice. You avoid the rent increases. People who bought 30 years ago have a mortgage
Right.
just like half what I'm paying in rent now, but it takes time to realize that benefit. But if you know you're going to be there a while, it's probably worth it. But it's not like a house where everyone's like, oh, a house has to go up. You know, it's a double in my lifetime. Like, oh man.
But it still kind of applies because like they won't build new luxury apartments because it's not affordable. So then they just build none or whatever, right?
I don't know, they're building tons of luxury apartments out here in Melbourne too. Melbourne is crazy. The rents are so cheap and they're all brand new buildings. So they just built a ton. Like they built so many. It's like, huh, turns out when you just like let supply meet demand, the prices don't actually go up. Like half the price of New York City and way nicer newer places too.
Yeah. I guess maybe it depends on the locale then or whatever. But yeah, that's what I mean is like
Your inhibitor
whether or
has
not
been
you think
destroyed.
people should sprawl out into the suburbs, that principle still applies where like, oh, they don't want they invested in this house for 30 years, they'll be damned if it goes down in price.
Yeah, I know,
Like,
that's San
they don't
Francisco
meet
for you.
demand. Yeah, and then in the city it's like same thing in a certain kind of way.
Yeah.
Don't
Well, in the
want to
city,
allow
they
them.
do kind of. They don't go down really because it's like new units get built when there's demand for it, and if there's demand for it, that's upward pressure. And new units are new supply.
So they have like
It kind of just stays at
rent
equilibrium in
control.
the city. Oh, New York City has rent control, yeah, SBS, and they have super strict zoning laws too. New York restricts supply a lot.
So maybe it's more specific to New York, but that's what I'm talking about. It's like, for whatever all the pluses are for the city, if you restrict, I'll have all those restrictions and have rent control and fuck all the market up, and it's just as much fucked up as in any suburb,
Yeah.
like supply-wise. Austin's wife Jasmine bought me one of those ducks that you tell your code to, so it helps you think.
Oh yeah,
But it's a Donald Trump duck.
I saw. Yeah, that's cool.
It's so funny.
This is the worst code that's perhaps ever been written. I don't know who wrote it.
Throw it to me again, but this time make it great.
An enemy is unstoppable.
I think part of my anxiety. Wait, are you streaming?
Yeah.
I shouldn't talk about that stuff.
The butt crash.
The what? No. They say it's incurable, but
Yeah.
that's how you know you much better.
And we had a bronze 2 jungler against a plat 4 enemy jungler. That's brutal.
I feel like going to Union Hall. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, that place is cool. And it wasn't even busy when we went. It gets like standing room only at a certain point.
Oh yeah. Yeah, what was it? We were just in there that early?
Yeah, it was only like 7 when we met Richard. And it was a weekday too. I think both nights we went, it
Yeah.
was Monday and Tuesday or something early.
Well, that other day, I think it was later in the week. It was like Thursday, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, Monday, I was like, oh yeah, okay, I guess it is Monday. Huh?
New York bars tend to fill up later too. Like 8:30 to 9:30, they start getting busy. Probably like Alden could tell you better than me, but it's probably like peaks at midnight, I think, for crowdedness. They close at like
Oh,
3 a.m. or 4 a.m. There's definitely a happy hour crowd too, though. Like, if you go after work, the places that had good happy hour deals would be like packed to the door.
oh yeah.
That was always
And
fun.
like,
I like dipping out
and
for happy hour. Complain about work with your coworkers after you've had a rough day.
yeah,
Just doing that. It's not the same over Slack and everything. It's not.
yeah.
I like how now they used to call it the laptop class, but now they call it the pajama class because you just stay in your pajamas all day. Don't listen to these guys. They're in the pajama class. I think it's so cringy that people who are like, won't go back. I refuse to go back or whatever. I'm never going to that hellhole. It's like, dude, it's a 20-minute drive, man. It's not like the end of the world. You still have an easy job. You can still have days where you get nothing done and it's fine. Like, I don't know. It's like the FANG engineers who complain about their comp when it's like, you know, you're already like in the top 1 percentile. Like, can't believe my bonus is only 50K this year. It's like, geez, dude, chill out.
It's almost greed, but I don't know. I think that's just the way people are wired too, you know? Like,
Yeah,
you can know in the back of your head, like, you're in that 1%, but that's where your base is now, right? Like, that's where you're at. So you want to do better,
yep,
whether you deserve it or not, you know?
yeah.
Especially if your lifestyle difference is just like buying steaks instead of burgers. It's not really that big of a step up.
Yeah. I mean, the guys at Fang don't really inflate their lifestyles. A lot of them don't have super nice places. They just sock it all into retirement. It's good. You want retirement. Way
Yeah.
harder than you think to save enough. Like by the time we're old, with the way inflation is going, you're gonna need like 5 million in the bank to retire.
Yeah.
Like with yeah, if your life expectancy is like 90, 95 because of technology, and then you want to retire at like 65, and with inflation, you need so much. Like ridiculous.
I don't think either of those things are going to happen. I don't think people are going to live that long, and I don't think retiring at 65 is so much of a sure thing.
Yeah, we gotta work till you're 75. Thing is, as a software engineer, I don't know who's gonna hire you once you're 65 or whatever. You're all like slow in the noggin. Guess you gotta become a manager or something.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds kind well, I mean, it sounds shitty now, but then at the same time, it's if I was 70, would I really want to be doing the nitty gritty stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, imagine being like 75 and pulling late nights, trying to get some little quirky analysis going. Like, that'd be kind of brutal.
I know. You can't do the late nights anymore and all.
But you also be like, you know, putting in the time, but for what? And you're like at retirement age already. Why would you want to be working overtime for like the future? You know.
Yeah,
But although on the flip side of that, that's how a lot of times, yeah, some people do it for fun, but sometimes when you meet those older people at Pizza Hut or whatever, it's like they're not necessarily there for fun. They're like didn't have a retirement and they're living on Social Security and need to work part time to just float.
yeah.
So it's a poor alternative as well. Kind of makes me think that slow and steady is really the only way you win all the way around. Because like
Yeah.
I've been just lazy, you know, at least to condense it down, I've been lazy in my 20s, so now I'm trying to catch up in my 30s, so I can just be where I'm supposed to be at.
You're already
But
way
that
ahead.
sucks too.
Saw that median savings graph or whatever. Most people don't have any retirement, even at 35. A lot of people have the median retirement savings like 10K or something. It's like laughable.
I mean, you're probably technically true, but it doesn't feel like that to me. Especially, I don't know, maybe Josh is just like a exceptional case himself because he's got the house and all that.
He's got the house and good retirement savings. It's kind of crazy how much they've managed to do. I think it's from being super frugal.
I don't really know what their finances are. I wouldn't be surprised if he has some retirement savings, but it sounds to me like not in the way you might think.
I mean, he told me he had 6 figures after the bull market. It's probably down a bit since then, but pretty good. On top of the home equity of, I think they got 6 figures of home equity, 6 figures of 401k saving.
Wow, that's
Doing pretty good. Yeah, I know, for for their income levels and stuff. I was like, oh shit, that's super good. They just had good market timing for starting their 401ks, before the COVID run up and everything. Because they started saving in, like, he started working in like 2014, 2013. And so they've been just saving during the really good years, right? Houses have doubled since then. Stock market has more than doubled. I think the stock market's up like triple since 2013 or something like that. So it's just been really good years to be.
See, that's the thing.
In
like
there.
if 2 years ago was like a sweet spot for buying a house, I don't think there was any downside to getting in earlier than that because maybe your interest rate wasn't quite as good or something. But I don't think that's probably not even true. It probably was low for a really long time, right?
Yeah.
So really, any time before whatever the spike happens, probably just all good. Unless you refinance and blow it all away.
Yeah.
Some people do that.
Or just refinance when it's 2% next year. Easy.
Yeah. I just highly doubt that's gonna happen.
Bro, don't even worry about the rates. They're going back down, don't you know?
Why? Like, what's the rationale?
Yeah.
Plus, that can actually kind of hit you too, because the guy who was working at the pizza shop, you know, with me was more of a supervisor than a manager, but he owned a house, and I think sort of like did how he for a while he was doing like pretty good delivering pizzas, so it was kind of like a golden era, right?
Yeah.
And then over time, it just whittled away, kind of a average to below average job again, right?
Yeah.
And so I think this guy's in that category. He got in an accident, or I think he got in 2 accidents, and I'm pretty sure like physically he's fine, but apparently he was working for Devani's, and their insurance dropped them because they didn't really care what the situation was. They're just like, you have a driver, the same guy, he's gotten in 2 accidents, we don't want to insure him. So all of a sudden he can't work with Devani's anymore. So he's just doing supervisor shifts at, you know, Gina Maria's, and can't be making that much, you know. But he's got a house in, I think it's in Minneapolis, and all he would do, I think he was kind of a complainer, but still, all he would do is complain about owning a house in Minneapolis. But he's like, yeah, taxes keep going up, the crime's getting worse. There's
Yeah.
porch pirates stealing our Amazon deliveries, and the police don't do shit. And he's just like, everything about it
He's like,
sucks.
why am I even here?
Yeah, but he owns it, right? So like, he's just kind of stuck there. And I guess he could sell, but then you gotta buy somewhere else anyway, right?
Right?
It's actually funny listening to him though. He just go on and on about how, like, yeah, last week, like 2 of our neighbors' stuff stolen just broad daylight right off their porch. Called the police, and they're like, yeah, we don't investigate those crimes.
Yeah, they don't,
Like,
honestly. It's too little. Not
I
worth
have
their
their
time.
license plate. I have them on camera. You can see their face. They're like, yeah, not interested. Like, what? I mean, you know, granted, it's like not a murder, but at the same time, it's kind of sad. It's 0 priority.
Yeah.
Probably like prostitution or something, where you arrest those people, and what are you gonna do? Keep them in jail? Just back out on the street doing the same thing the next day.
Yeah.
What's Alden's compensation like to get some good ROI on those animes?
Yeah. On the Namu shares that he's gonna buy. He's gonna make those 10 baggers. Maturity date's code
Now-
gonna get us there. I actually had to use the maturity dates output for the Finastra API. I'm like, oh shit.
Nice. I'm talking about the anime. He's got a bunch of shows under his belt, right?
Not really. He's got Attack on Titan and Promised Neverland. Gotta get more. The rookie numbers. Oh my
rookie
god.
numbers. You use me more, senpai.
See?
Doing the work that I've been doing makes me think about like that maturity date stuff Robert was struggling with, and just imagining like, I don't know. This is kind of like the same thing, it's just a huge pain in the ass. Like, maybe it's just that hard.
Yeah. Updates and maturity dates weren't that hard though. It was like a couple new rules.
Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, it's probably a lot easier when you're iterating on like a single data point for a single document rather than just in general.
Yeah. Much easier. Oh, so you guys, your updates don't even target like a particular document?
No, it's brand new. Well, I mean, wouldn't call it a brand new feature, but it's like an add-on to the existing data. We already identified the clause or clauses that talk about judgments, but we don't extract the threshold amounts for the subject parties, etc. So that's what we're trying to do, is extract that context, and that's why it's level 2, because it's more specific data than just read this paragraph. But the thing is that it's not like it's not like just 2 variables. There's like 5, and they can occur in any order. So all of a sudden, it goes from like a little particular to, yeah, there's like 100 different ways this can be expressed.
Oh.
And it's all overlapping too. Like sometimes there'll be one statement that's like, so and so subject to a judgment in excess of this amount, or this bigger amount in the aggregate, or after this date, such amount, different amount individually, or different bigger amount in the aggregate. They could all be one long run, right? Or it could just be broken up into 2 statements, like kind of 2 paragraphs or something, right? Like one
Right.
before that date, one after that date, or it could be that way with the individual aggregate, etc., etc. And could say all that, and those would be the thresholds such and such subject party is subject to. And then it's like, oh, it's in the reverse order. I'm not really keeping track of all the different variations, but that's the type of thing where to get the one match, you just place the other ones in a different document, and you get a bad match there, right? So you gotta keep tweaking it until you thread the needle.
Yeah.
And then, even worse, we're not really quite there to finagling this, but just because you highlighted the right, everything, doesn't mean that you actually extracted all the pieces. Like, you might have just found A and Z and don't really care about, the particular sequence you ran didn't positively match anything in between. It just happened to reach far enough to grab it all, right?
Yeah.
So that's not good either, right? So you still like, it looks right, but extracting it's a whole nother beast. Now we gotta actually identify all the pieces, not just the start and the end.
Right.
So yeah, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's taken too long for me to do it, but that is the reason it is taking a long time. And once again, it's like impossible to gauge because I'm not really even designing that logic, I'm just making it happen. So I don't really know how far the logic is from the result that we want. Just more like constantly, yep, can't do negative look behinds that way, doesn't work that way, have to implement this exclusion, but it runs after the match, so it can't prevent the bad match. And You know, just all that kind of stuff. The thing that mainly grinds my gears though is every string that we have is such and such string 1, and there's literally never a 2. Just like such and such string 1, and then just add a bunch of sublims.
Yeah.
And like at a certain point, is if this is like stated like in the inverse way, or it has some components that weren't there before, like maybe string 2? No.
I mean, it just leaves it open in case they want string 2 in the future.
Yeah. But I thought there was like a higher level view to that, and now I think there's not. It's just like if you come up with something that's completely off the wall, they might actually do a string 2. But otherwise, it's like, nah, sublims. But
I mean, if you do
it's
need
kind of
string 2, it kind of sucks if you just have string and then string 2. If you have string 1, it's obvious that there's going to be a string 2 in the future at some point, right? Leaves it open. Otherwise, you get the wrong impression.
Yeah, I mean that's the way we have it. Everything's something out of string 1. What I'm saying is they're not using it. You know, it's just sublims. And you know, on the end of the day, I guess it doesn't really matter. But the sublims to me suggest like this string encapsulates the whole concept, right? And then they're like, well, if sublim A-3-III matches, handle it this way. And you're like, well, dude, I have to put capture groups in the pattern and reason about that in regex land, which is not where I really want to be with that particular piece of life. I don't know. It's kind of like you said, though. Everything's so custom. So just when you think you can abstract all this, they just throw you a curveball, and you're like, oh, that breaks literally everything. Can't use anything to do
Right.
that.
Don't try to abstract it.
That's why I didn't want to put all these capture groups in, though. It's already happened a couple times where just when you're like, oh, I can start maybe putting capture groups in and extracting the pieces, it's like, oh yeah, let's reshuffle the deck, move all the limbs around, rename them. It's like, oh, you can't just do that, man.
Yeah.
I think that's where you have to like walk away from the responsibility of the logic. And just be like, oh, just implement it.
Yeah. But then it's easier for them to update if you just do it. Like, oh, I know exactly what's going wrong. Or the next guy knows exactly where to fix it. Even if it's not great.
Yeah. Wednesday.
An enemy has
Charles likes to really blow up the size of his request messages.
Yeah.
Probably, you probably do it anyway, but I remember not so long ago, like, oh, you just gotta show him something visual. They seem to eat that shit up. And I don't know, it's because of that, but since then I've noticed he's got all the spreadsheets and the videos. Like, he's making the most of it.
I know. The spreadsheets are really good clout.
It
Love
probably works.
spreadsheets.
It's like, it's a joke to me, but it's also probably just true, right? Like, you can actually see what's going on, and nice.
Yep.
It's a visual representation of your work.
Yeah. Where'd my boy go? Get in there! Where are you running to? Gotta fight. Jeez Louise. I'm back in like bronze and silver elo, and it's actually so hard to play because nobody can recognize a good fight to take. So they just drag every game out to like 55 minutes. Like all that matters is picking some hyperscaling champion and just like never fighting basically.
Just try to get to the end and then stomp them hard.
Yeah, and then you can just 1v5 if you're one of the hyperscaling champs. It's so boring. Cause like,
Yeah.
I can recognize the fight, but if my team doesn't go in, it doesn't matter. So you're just kind of
Yeah.
like, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
So they probably think you suck if you go in and they don't.
Yeah, exactly. Like there, they 5 doing Baron, and we're like ready to carry split pushing bottom for some reason. Nice, dude. Wait, he's not even gonna split push, he's gonna recall. Okay, cool. Oh, no, he changed his mind. He's gonna hit the tower a couple times.
It's funny talking to you about it because I can appreciate all that, and then I'm also probably simultaneously terrible at that game.
Yeah.
That's the metagame. If you don't play it in the first place, you don't have to deal with that shit.
Let's take this fire dragon, let's go!
an ally has been slain.
Where'd the Kaisa go? Oh no! Oof.
Oh yeah, I messaged you, but yeah, when I got off our call the other day, it was because Aaron was calling me, and he had just gotten out of the doctor's office and put another cast on him. Because apparently he slipped on the ice a few weeks ago, and it re-broke one of his wrists.
Oh man.
He just didn't realize it. And, you know, it probably hurt or something, but he could still move it and all that, so he's just been working. And so he goes for a checkup, and they're like, nope, gotta put a cast on that thing.
Oh no.
And it's his right arm, so like that's what he would use to hold everything that he's serving, you know, and even to write and all that, you know. So he went to work to like finish out the week, and the owner was like, "Look, the manager said you could work. You can't work with that. It's not sanitary. You can't wash your hands or nothing." And I'm just like, "Oh man." So he's just doing DoorDash again right now. And it's like that fucking sucks. Because he would, if he worked full time and never broke anything or got sick or, you know, missed his shifts or whatever, he'd probably make as much money as I make at the restaurant. It's a pretty good place. But he keeps, you know, breaking stuff, having it's just a whole mix of things, and sometimes it's his fault and sometimes it's not, but it's just like always something, right?
Yeah.
So I feel bad because like this last time he was out of work for I think almost 3 months, which is pretty terrible. And you know, he basically got hit by a car, so like, really the only thing that's his fault is that he has no savings, like you're talking about. You know, so like if he can't, it doesn't matter whether he's been working, if he has no savings, then instantly he can't afford to pay rent, right?
Yeah.
So now once again he's in that boat, probably a little shorter term, just for a month or so, but still. So it's kind of ironic because I'm like the opposite. I could be out of work for a year and be fine. Like, at least as far as, you know, I could afford to survive.
Yeah.
And then I just don't break an arm or anything. And I guess it was like Alden was harassing me the other day. Took his brother out or whatever. To an extent. He already owes a lot of people a lot of money.
Oh man.
Probably not that bad, but still, like something, right? He's just got to get in front of it all. He's got to do it without taking handouts, you know? Kind of a classic case where you gotta suffer now so you don't have to suffer later.
Yeah.
They just feel bad they still DoorDash though. I hate that company so much.
so close.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
We're just not gonna fight then, guys? We're just gonna, what? Just gonna stand here? Oh my god, it's so annoying. You guys like
Gotta
literally
water your
farm
plants.
all game and then they just stand there at the end because they don't want to fight and get like an extra death defending the Nexus.
It's just like Amazon, they're playing the politics. They want to get their stats up.
Yep.
Only difference is they're doing it for fun.
Yes, that's me, full of energy and curiosity about the world. Ever since I was a child, I've been looking forward to meet the new. But somehow it was difficult to find my place. I waited, I doubted, I tried. But somehow I couldn't get along with the others. Maybe it's not my place. Maybe it's not my time. This world is starting to annoy me. I'm getting angry. But why? It's the smell? I don't know. This society is becoming more and more unpredictable. Maybe one day they'll drag me out of the car in broad daylight. Feral animals. I'm home. That's all I have. All my freedom begins and ends here. I eat anything to fill my stomach. I watch everything to pass the time. I thought I'd grown up. I thought I changed. Is that it? Will it always be like this? I'm waiting for that day and it doesn't come. I'm losing my youth. But it's me. This world was meant to be seen only through my eyes. I thought I was in the center. Now I know.
You see the problem? What do you think is there? How do you count? 1, 2, third, 4? Bro, what the hell? That ain't third, that's 3!
Their top has no flash, I can probably kill him. I got this probably level 5. Wow. It's fucking loaded, man. I guess not. Yeah, no, I'm chilling. I'm not chilling. Can you drop a ward this game? A good word? The funniest thing when noob spam ping you. That's just so crazy. The Vlad fight spin river, and he's spam pinging me. Well, I should be the one spam pinging him. Another 0 penalty carry. I wonder if he loses the game again. You guys think this guy leaves? Good chance he does. My best bet is pinging Vi's level and hoping my 80 carry doesn't leave again. Last game, I did pretty good. Can I get level 6 off this dragon? Thank God I got the shutdown. Just mute every game. I have chat off, huh? My Akali spam pinged me for no reason. His lane opponent fought me at top grab before him, which again, I don't think Vlad gets pro against Akali. I'm like pretty sure Akali can like opt into getting prio. Which is fine, he's gonna play like anything like that? Okay, sure. I mean, how's he spam pinging me? It's fine, I'm so out of the jungle, it's insane. I'm gonna actually opt to like skip Rift here and fight him out of his top side. He's so behind. I'll do level 7 off red as well. And now will be up for his blue buff fight. This is the problem with this role, right? Like, look how fed I am, look at any top laner's level. It shouldn't be a thing. They just randomly buff Soul XP for no reason, so this shit's in the game. I guess it's just bot lane. No, it's not. Well, it's just my easiest gank. There's no reason to ever force top these foliage. The crab gank bot. After Nasty, I'm just gonna forgot. It's gonna be good. Crab gank bots. Getting a food. And he still died, nice. Thankfully he died. The biggest issue with jungle right now is that you can't counter jungle early game. It's literally like you can, but it takes like you saw how long that Gromp took for me to take.
If you need something to do, it just found the perfect tweet.
Might actually, like just 100% be mine.
Oh yeah?
I have 3 stacks on Q, like took infinite time without smite. Shouldn't be in the game. I think it's just doing so much better than me. Every day they change and make it worse. You just don't ask the high elo junglers, you know, maybe who's been playing jungle for 10 fucking years, what they should change, because they don't fucking care. I'll just play this good spot again. Oh yeah, we can kill him, but maybe a flash or go something. Alright, going for a few ghosted. I don't know about damage to kill this guy, there's no boost though. Actually almost killed me. Before we get dragon, I got like top tower for this. Yeah, even dragon's fine. We just kill top again maybe. Has no ghost.
Nice.
Holy fuck, he pushed him out. I have no ult, no reason to ult gank here ever. I just know like the next game I'm gonna play, I'm gonna dominate. Even though like I'm getting older, I'm 28. I'm still gonna be the best wherever the next game is. I just hope it's a good game, like during my fucking timeline. In the next 5 years max. The fuck?
One guy just says unfollowed.
I almost got 1v1 by their top laner. That's fucking sad. Holy shit, that was quite sad. Pushing for Rift. Just my mid is roaming. Wait, mid tower's still up too, right? We have mid towers. I'm just helping the kills then. Oh, fuck. I'll do a lot off my Raptors as well. That comes a bit over too, I think. Tiny bit. That's without Muramana. I think I lose this. I'm pretty sure.
What do you do after you're done traveling? Getting late? Post on Twitter about your advice to young men.
Honestly.
He doesn't have lethal tempo. He just has fucking fleet, and he's shitting on me
I've
with his
already
art.
done this. I got nothing better
I
to
have
do
2.5
now.
items. I'm 2 items.
Pass the
2.5,
torch.
that's a lot.
The torch.
What the fuck? Okay, it's fine. Use his ult. That's why.
Reminds me of this
It's an ult.
show that I went to.
That is fucking just depressing.
Josh,
Disgusting,
actually you were there
depressing.
in
Disheartening.
Red Wing, and some guy was going on. He was probably drunk or whatever, but he's going on about metal. And he's like, "Yeah, these young kids, it's just great that
I'm sure
passing the torch to the next generation."
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what does that even mean?
It's so expensive. It's crazy.
If you think about it, it's just like
Dantes wanna do.
music genre.
You know, I can just play the tower, and I actually was the only player in that NA Challenger who played Hacker Room that wasn't a one trick for years. It makes you happy though, sure. I'm a Hacker Room or Dante's one trick, sorry, or Dante's wannabe, my bad.
That thing is they kind of didn't because like metal is not that popular anymore. Torch was not, it was passed but not received.
We got to see. But of course, right? Like
Actually pretty good this game.
metal was. I mean, there's been like
Doesn't
different
play
waves of different genres, obviously, like subgenres. But in general, though, I mean, it was cool when those guys were young because
bought the
that's
wrong
what the
item.
young kids were listening to when those guys were young,
I
right?
forgot it's an
So
Omnibomb. I always
Yep.
forget they removed the Omnibomb from it. What are you doing, man?
some guy that guy's age, but 100 years from now, is
Lithium
going to be
ball,
talking
and
about
it's
like,
not patched for that, so
you know,
unfortunately not.
like I don't know what. I can't think of a good example. Something ridiculous like hyperpop or something, right? And they're gonna be like, "Oh, it's really passing the torch to hyperpop on to the next generation." Brings a tear to my eye. I'm like 60-year-old dude making anime references. That's your future, Matt.
I'll pass the torch of anime.
I mean, my Q procs like AoE with it. Yeah. Ah, man. I really fucked up my items this bad. Alright, don't ask. I won them all. I'm just aiming for the drag. I'm just gonna go middle ball. Quick game over. Right here. Maybe just gonna walk to the last of this. I guess he did. Maybe I wouldn't do him. Oh, you got it. Almost lost. And he's 0-5. Nice item gift, I guess. That's the items he built on minimum 1 4 items. Guys, you're almost at 380 Macri and forward. Good shit, keep it up. I was gonna talk about in chat, boys. Please, we'll have like 1 or 2 more days, I think. I think it's 1 more day. I think it's our last day tomorrow.
Killing spree. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill.
Not the success story that you think it is. For decades now, we were lied to, deceived by the CCP into thinking that they had done the incredible and built a nation up from nothing in a way no one else could. For years, we thought their GDP was growing faster than anywhere else, that they were so technologically advanced that not even America could keep up, and that this was a trend that would continue forever. Now we know the truth, that China have lied about their GDP figures for years, and their economy is almost 50% smaller than we originally thought. Now we know that in comparison to South Korea and Taiwan, their advancement isn't impressive at all, and that for the first time in decades, their population is actually shrinking by over 1 million a year. But all of this pales in comparison to the disaster which is the Chinese housing market. I know you've heard this before, you know the name Evergrande, and you've seen the videos of the numerous ghost cities littered across China, but humanity's attention span is short, and the media feigned interest at first, but is now happily ignoring everything that's going on as we speak. The truth is that the Chinese housing market is collapsing right now, that the dire state of it has been building up to this point, and it may be about to fall apart in a far more damaging way than you could possibly imagine. There is leaked information coming right from China itself and from the highest levels of government that reveals just how insane this situation is, and you need to see it for yourself. Now, for those out of the know, where did this all come from? Well, it started with official Chinese state policy decades ago to try and stimulate economic growth by simply building as much as possible. Railways, roads, dams, factories, anything and everything, but of course there was a massive focus on apartments and cities to try and get the Chinese population to urbanize so they could create more wealth. This construction wasn't free though, it was funded by insane and ridiculous levels of debt that just kept being added to, with some of the laxest and weakest regulations the world had ever seen. Chinese property developers quickly built themselves up to be the largest in the world, but also the most indebted in the world as well, and they weren't happy only with building apartments in established cities like Shanghai or Beijing. In an attempt to maximize their earnings, they built entire new cities altogether and sold brand new apartments in these cities to unsuspecting investors. Little did the average Chinese mom and pop landlord know that no one lived in those cities, and no one wanted to either, and no one was ever going to. So we ended up seeing another problem. Ghost cities in China, which only made the property bubble even worse. The bubble started to get very visible a few years ago, and the Chinese Communist Party decided that enough was enough and this bubble had to be stopped from growing, as if it didn't, when it finally came down, it would bring all of China down with it. The Communist Party put into place the 3 red lines policy, which sought to limit the amount of debt a Chinese developer could have, and despite the fact that these rules were still incredibly lax and even reckless according to Western standards, hardly any Chinese developers could abide by them, so suddenly the debt that was fueling all of this growth, construction and the entire housing market stopped in an instant. Developers had no cash and they couldn't take out loans to finish their projects, and they couldn't even pay off their loans either. So these property companies started to collapse. This started in 2001 in the months following the 3 red line policy, but it took the legacy media almost an entire year to start reporting on this at all. Now there have been many financial crises, but 2023 is shaping up to be a year of lost wealth, as every day the economy goes from bad to worse. Take this survey that revealed more than half of Americans who make 6 figures are now living paycheck to paycheck. Even college-educated young people with high-paying jobs are struggling to do basic things like pay for their rent and car payments. Then there's the tens of thousands laid off in recent weeks, and a clear financial storm is brewing, and no one is safe. It's pretty hard to feel secure in your job when Jerome Powell is actively trying to bring the labor market to a screeching halt as inflation proves stubborn. At least Goldman Sachs, though, are being honest with clients about where they think the market is headed. Nowhere. But if you think hedge fund CEOs and financial titans are letting their money just sit in savings accounts, think again. They're pouring hundreds of millions into assets that aren't necessarily correlated to the stock market, so as stocks stagnate as they expect, these assets can continue to grow. But how can we invest in low correlation assets? Well, I actually spent some time digging, and according to a report by Citibank, the asset with the lowest correlation to the stock market was contemporary art. That's right, art prices have more than doubled the S&P 500's return over the last 26 years. Now, this market used to be hard to get into, but Masterworks is the platform that lets you invest in a senior researcher at China Index Academy and has spent the last year combing through public releases, financial data, and private documents in an attempt to reveal just how bad the property developer collapse is. Official data on this crash is really hard to come by as the Communist Party refuses to put out their official figures, instead claiming that the property market will see a steady recovery under the watchful eye of the communists, but the truth doesn't look so positive. According to Lu Shu, there are as many as 30 multi-billion-dollar property developers in China that have already defaulted on their debt, and that number keeps getting bigger every month. Of the 10 largest developers in the entire world, 4 of them are Chinese, and 3 of those have already defaulted, including the 2 largest property developers in the entire world, Evergrande and Sunac. But there are dozens more out there which also owe tens of billions of dollars worth of assets each that have also gone underwater, including Guangzhou, Country Garden, China South City Holdings, and Fantasia, some of the biggest names in the world. Bonds issued by these companies are worth literally cents on the dollar, and the prospect of investors getting their cash back is close to zero, but that isn't even the real problem here. The real issue is that China's economy is entirely based off of construction and not manufacturing as most people would believe. Without these developers and without the industry, over 100 million jobs will disappear and China's growth will reverse in an instant. The Communist Party's aim was to stop the bubble from growing to gently diffuse a delicate situation, but they are currently finding out just how disastrous that process has gone. Faith in the Chinese property market has disappeared, so a crash in prices has started, and hundreds of millions of Chinese citizens have found themselves underwater on what they thought was a safe retirement plan. Over 2022, a mortgage boycott movement spread across China, and still to this day, it is growing steam and proving unavoidable for the powers of be. Suddenly, after months of trying to bring the housing market down to bear, the CCP realized they had screwed it all up and the bubble wasn't about to stop growing, but pop altogether. It was at this point that everything changed in China once again, and they took a leaf out of the West playbook and started to print money. Trillions and trillions of dollars worth resorting to trying to inflate the very bubble that will one day destroy the entire country. So the Chinese money printer has now been turned on and it's currently at full speed. The chief of research at the Bank of China just a couple of months ago came out and said, we must boost domestic demand, consumption and investment, and we need to stabilize the property sector. And that's exactly what they've been doing throughout the entirety of the last year. Now, getting facts into the exact amount of stimulus the CCP has put into play is nigh on impossible, but every month or so we see another 1 trillion yuan package put into place that promises to be the final bit of support before it is quickly surpassed the following month. Over the single month of January 2023, the Chinese M2 money supply increased by 7 trillion yuan alone, which is more than $1 trillion US, and that's in a single month, and it's a trend that is not slowing down at all, as can be seen by this data here that the CCP can't hide. The state of the Chinese economy is so worrying to the CCP that at the end of the last year, they finally announced an end to their zero-COVID policy, which has been so integral to their governance for 3 years and was essential in maintaining control of the country and its populace, but it was so restrictive and damaging to the economy that even this had to be done away with in a last-ditch attempt to keep the economy moving and stop a depression from forming. The housing bubble is now being inflated as quickly as possible, with new policies going into effect which are nothing short of ridiculous, with just one example being the fact that people in China can now get mortgages at the ripe old age of 70 years. The upper age limit for a mortgage tends to be retirement age in the West, which means if you're 50 you can't really get one anymore, but in China it is 95 years old, when the vast majority of people will never even get close to living for that long, showing just how desperate the Communist Party is to get anyone and everyone buying properties again and to try and stop this housing market crash. All these changes really do, though, is ensure the Chinese property market is doomed to an eternity of boom and bust cycles, with each one getting worse and causing even more damage. The solution to the problem, according to the Communist Party, is the thing that caused the problem in the first place. The lack of foresight is literally incredible, but it means that despite all of these efforts, the situation is proving too much for the CCP, and leaked data is emerging from the country suggesting that things are still going downhill and fast. According to the Communist Party and their own official data, house prices across China are down only by 5.5% since this property market ordeal started, but that right away should be throwing up red flags, as the amount of support the CCP has given to this sector and the fact that trillions of dollars worth of companies have gone bankrupt would lead us to believe the situation is far worse, and it is. A more reliable survey of new home prices across China that isn't gathered by the Communist Party shows a sharp decline over the last 2 years, and it also shows prices falling by 1.5% every month throughout 2022 and into 2023 as well. Now that's a lot, alone would mean housing prices have fallen by about 10% over the last 6 months, twice as bad as the Communist Party claims it has been over the entirety of the last 2 years. China's number of new home sales has fallen by 14% over the last year alone, according to the actual data coming out from those property developers still alive in China. And over the most recent Chinese New Year week-long holiday, which is historically a booming period for China's home sales, the number of sales we saw was 32% lower than in previous years. These numbers are even worse when you consider the fact that Chinese real estate is the world's largest asset class, sitting at $55 trillion, and the industry behind it makes up as much as almost 30% of Chinese GDP, so even a 1% decline in the industry represents losses of hundreds of billions of dollars, and by all accounts the market is down in the region of 10 to 20% over the course of the last year. How this will actually affect the rest of the world, who really knows, but China clearly thinks the way forward is to try and inflate themselves out of a bubble, and anyone with even an ounce of foresight can see that that isn't going to happen. Of course, the CCP doesn't want anyone to know this, not those within China nor those of us outside, but some data will always seep through the cracks and give us an idea into how badly things are going. The housing market for China had been a boasting point for years, an industry to rival that of the West, an investment asset to beat that of America's, and trillions of dollars of wealth spread out amongst its citizens, and more importantly, the Communist Party, thanks to their housing market. But it was all a house of cards and an illusion. China will do anything it can to stop you from seeing through their illusion, because the second you realize the real state of things over there, that's when you also realize the true nature of the country as a whole. Unfortunately, YouTube has a soft spot for China and a nasty habit of demonetizing or outright deleting content that is critical of the Communist Party. So if you want to see more data examining exactly how China's housing market is imploding, then in exactly 4 days I'll be sending out an email to my free newsletter revealing all, and you can sign up for it with the link down below in the description, or if you want to watch another video analyzing the chaos in China, then click here, and don't forget to check out this video's sponsor Masterworks with the link down below in the description.
Oh man.
Loss, my boredom remains.
Read a book. The thing about coding is it like drains your mental and creative energy.
Yeah. I've been reading The Witcher. I read the first 2 books, which are a little more random stories. And then I'm like 2/3 the way through the 3rd of the series. Pretty deep in.
Is it any good? I saw the show. It's alright.
Yeah, it's I don't know, I don't have too strong of an opinion of it so far. Which is, I guess, is kind of weird to say since I'm so far into it, but quite a bit of it is in the show, so yeah, at this point, a large percent is just kind of like, oh yeah, I remember watching that.
Yeah.
It doesn't ruin it, but it just also isn't like, I'm a lot more indifferent to it because it's like a story I already know for that period. But I think I'm starting to get into more things that are not in the show because the show's only like 2 seasons, right? And a lot of it was in the first 2 books that like ran. Because part of the thing is like the first season is like kind of non-linear and confusing. But the first 2 books are not a series, like they are just random stories, more or less. So there's parts that tie together as far as like, oh, you know this character knows that character or whatever. But it's not supposed to be in like a coherent single thread of time, you know? So now I kind of get why first season was like that. But I feel like they should have somehow clued you in on that. But at any rate, now more of it is like actually down the story. Some of it's like, oh, it's pretty good. But I feel like it is dragging on a little bit. I also felt that way about Foundation, and I ended up reading all of the books. And maybe that's just the way books are, you know? Like, it's not all gonna blow your socks off, but the alternative is to sit there and stare at the wall, I guess. So, yeah, part.
Yeah.
I guess it's easier to read than I just noticed I got Jordan Peterson's book sitting here, and there's some Nietzsche books that I got halfway into or whatever, and those are a little harder to read. Maybe partially because they're also written in a harder way, you know, but not just that. It's like those nonfiction philosophy or whatever. It's kind of a chore because you're like, kind of the point is to learn something, whereas this doesn't really even matter if the story's good or not, right? It's like watching a movie. Make a judgment at the end. So in that sense, it's kind of nice because it's something to do. Even if, unless you like truly hate it. If I get to the end of it and I was like, that wasn't really worth it. It's like, well, could have played a video game instead, I guess. But I feel the same way about the video game, so whatever. I'm hoping by the end of this book the story unfolds more and there'll be a new exciting thing happening. Because up till this point,
Crunchyroll,
Kira chasing around Siri, which is the young girl who's like the child of destiny or whatever.
Yeah.
And I always know like bad things are going to happen surrounding her. It's just all like vague. So you're like, that's the anticipation. It's like, what's going to happen, you know? How's it going to play out? So that's what I'm saying. Like, alright, well, let's see some of it play out. The second season of the TV show ended on a pretty good cliffhanger where you're like, oh yeah, I really want to know what happens next.
Yeah.
But if it didn't, I don't think it got canceled, but the guy who plays The Witcher is, I don't know if he's doing one more season, but he's definitely not doing more than one more season.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
And you know, it's kind of dumb to care about like a celebrity actor or whatever, but he's also the most maybe likable is the wrong word, but you know, he's The Witcher. He's like the character you care about, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of lame for the main character to change actors.
Yeah. Thought he was really good too.
Yeah, from what my mom gets like way into the celebrity gossip type stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So from what I heard through her is that he's also, like, he's kind of a nerd in real life. Like, he played the games, he read the books, he's super into it. Apparently he's like way more into it than the people writing the show. So he cares basically the most out of anybody on that show, that it like respects the source material. So with him leaving, could easily veer away from it. And considering they kind of botched the first season a little bit, I have a bad feeling it's probably just going to turn into just the end of the Netflix show. But we'll see. I'm sure I'll probably watch it with my mom. Yeah, she'll probably watch it like 3 times over. So just binge watch it. I feel kind of bad because now every time I go to my mom's, she pretty much just wants to watch TV. It should be okay. But what's sad is we're like, oh, watch this or watch that. Or, and then you just be like, have you seen this before? She's like, oh yeah, I watched the whole series already. And it's like, man, just gonna rewatch things you've already seen? That's kind of lame. But she's like literally watched everything that she'd want to watch. and probably more than once. So it's just like that's her vice, just consuming TV shows.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny. It's not like I do anything cool with my life, but from the outside perspective, it's kind of sad. It's just like if all you do is watch TV, you're basically replacing in real life, like relationships and everything, with fake characters on television.
Yeah. I don't know, most people don't have that interesting real lives, especially after you're like an adult. Kind of like have kids, buy a house, and then wait to die.
It's kind of true, but there's several degrees involved though, I think. And the ultimate one is like, that's all you do, right? So you don't even talk to your friends about that. You're just like watching people on TV have friendships, And like,
Right.
you can even make the argument something like The Witcher is like fantasy, it's an epic adventure, whatever. But there's plenty of TV shows where it is literally just like the interpersonal drama of fake people, right? It's like, just take a step back. You could just be having that drama in your own life by knowing people.
Yeah, but they're like curated situations with characters that are made to be interesting and stuff, right? They've put a narrative to it. Most people don't really have narratives going on in their regular lives. They just like hit the gym, go to work. Like, what grand narrative is there going to be unless you're like, I don't know, moving states or something, or I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe
Even moving
that's
states is like more of the same. I've moved to any city in the country. It's like, oh, it's another city. Nice. Get a house. They
got
have
a
the same
McDonald's,
like.
got a Taco Bell,
Yeah, exactly.
got a
Out of
Walmart,
there.
Costco, if you're that kind of person.
Yeah. I read that tweet about like, oh, someone who went partying and always felt like they were missing something. Like it should have been a party like they see on TV or whatever. Like there should be some magic element that feels missing. I think it's just how everyone feels. I think partying is just not that cool. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
I think
I've
everything
definitely
is
had
just,
that.
yeah. It's like
If you're
a,
hanging out with somebody and you're like, feel like you should do something interesting, but you have nothing interesting to do, and
right.
then the person's just totally content doing nothing interesting. You're like, maybe this is just the way everybody's life is.
Yeah. Parties and stuff are more fun when you're in your young 20s too, because you're still like discovering your life philosophy and stuff, you know? You think you have these deep,
Yeah.
like profound insights, like, bro, it's not all about work. You gotta work so you have your free time, bro. The most valuable thing you can buy is your time, bro. Cause like, I'm like, I used to think that was super deep, and it's like, everyone's gonna have that thought, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like reading. Oh, I don't like read a ton of philosophy books or anything, but a couple of things I read in like one of Nietzsche's books, I was like, damn, dude, he's just like a doomer.
Yeah,
Like
he
I've thought
is.
all these thoughts before too.
I've definitely thought a lot of those thoughts. Obviously,
Like the
he's
guy
like,
passing the torch with rock and roll.
yeah,
His dad was doing that with, you know, jazz or whatever. That concept actually kind of sucks with music though, because there's like flavors of melody and stuff that hit, like these emotional notes, right? But you get to a point where you're like, okay, I've heard the music that makes you happy, heard the music that makes you sad. And then the news music is just like reformulating those same notes, it's not really that different.
yeah,
So you either get like really into the same thing over and over again, or or you're just like, oh, I guess I'm not that much of a metalhead after all. That's why I listen to Meshuggah, because I don't need emotion. It's probably why I bought this board game, because I never really got into board gaming. So I don't have any reference for it, so it's actually kind of exciting, as stupid as that may be.
Board games had
It's
a
like if you
renaissance a little bit. It's kind of cool.
It's like if you never played video games and then somebody introduced you to WoW, you'd probably be a cave troll for like 2 years straight, right?
All right. I bought the DLC for Breath of the Wild. Austin owns it. And I beat the game. It's actually crazy. We realized this the other day. The Switch is like, I don't know how many years it is, but it seems like longer than a normal video game generation. Wonder if they've just kind of reached the zenith of gaming systems. There's not much of a reason to reinvent the wheel at this point. But so yeah, it was like before I lived at Josh's, I beat that game. And Austin had already had it for like a year at that point. It's just crazy. So it's like probably like 7 years ago or something when he got that game. Anyway, I bought the DLC. So he's been playing it again now too. Well, naturally he owns it, so he's really been the one playing it. But there's like this Master Sword quest in the Kokiri Forest. And it's just like kind of a mini, it's not exactly even a dungeon, it's just like challenges. So as you go, the enemies get harder and harder. And you start out with no items or anything, so it kind of almost resets you to 0. And you can't save while you're in there either. And there's 3 rounds, and each time you beat one of the sets of levels to the completion, your Master Sword gets 10 points, more attack. So he's been doing that, but he's playing on the hard mode now too, because you can like restart the game on hard, and turns out it's like super hard. So Austin got fed up with it because he couldn't even beat the first set of rounds, because on the hard mode the enemies regen health, and there's like this one particular stage in it where if you attack the enemies, they end up falling off the platform, and by the time they run around and aggro you again or whatever and get back on the platform, they've regained all their health. It's super frustrating. So Austin's like, fuck this. And he found this glitch online where you do like a little side quest thing where you're supposed to like, it's one of those ones where you like ride the horse and shoot the archery targets, and if you get a high score you probably get like an item from the guy or something like that. But if you get on that horse, turn around and go backwards, and you get on this ridge, you wait for the time to go down, and right before it gets to 0 you land on one of the wild horses in the area. And when you get on a wild horse, it like starts bucking and all that, and you have to like quote unquote tame it. But then the time runs out, so this wild horse, so, you're like taming the wild horse, but then it transports you back to the start, and the guy's like, oh, you didn't get enough points, whatever. And then you're like, I don't want to try anymore. But then your horse is like bucking and you're like connected to it weird. And when you teleport to, I think there's something else you have to do, but when you teleport to the Master Sword quest thing, it's
like corrupted the state of your character. You can continually jump, just like they call it the moon jump, I guess. You can just jump to the moon, you know, just keep jumping. And there's some way where on the first stage you force yourself to glitch through the floor, and it turns out the end stage is like always rendered there off in the distance somewhere, so you just jump till you get up to it. And you complete like the whole thing doing that. So he texted me today, he's like, yeah, I finally got it to work. So he didn't play any of the levels at all, he just used the glitch to skip it all. It's
That's
like, yep,
amazing.
Master Sword's fully up. I'm like, oh, that's one way to play the game. I was watching him though, and it looks seriously like impossibly hard. So I'm like, yeah, you know, can't really blame you. Those glitches half the time are more fun than the real game.
Yeah. Honestly.
It's like back in the day playing Halo, when you get in those matches where like nobody's actually fighting, they're all jumping around on the edge of the map trying to glitch through the invisible walls so you can walk on top of the skybox or whatever.
Yeah. That was always super fun.
It's funny how fun it was at the time, but how utterly stupid it is too. Like you just sit there for hours and hours, and like it's usually really hard to actually get up there.
Yeah.
Most of the time you don't even make it. And literally just walking around, trying to crouch into some weird corner, get glitched through. When are you and Alden gonna start your league team?
We should.
Alden can be the coach. Call the shots in the
Yeah.
background. That'd be the ultimate remote work. You guys like want some money? Then he could be the pajama remote person, but he's also just playing video games.
The true pajama class.
You can make that your gimmick too, like with the matching long john stuff going on. Gotta get on that grind set, man. Gotta hit the couch.
Like my couch set. There's a guy who plays in like Alistar pajamas and he goes straight damage Alistar all the time. It's funny.
And the Soraka, the jammies on, and bananas in the background.
The ignite, no. That was really good.
An ally has been slain.
I need this and that.
What is this picture, Matt?
That guy looks so happy, doesn't he? So happy for him.
What else you gonna do, I guess, huh?
Yeah. May as well. On your last retirement pennies on that Cadillac.
Yeah.
The fact he's holding the air machine or whatever is so sad.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh. Tired.
Nice looking car, though. Got a hubcap missing on mine. I just can't be bothered to replace it.
Killing spree. Slain.
is splitting up Attack on Titan even more into 3 episodes timed respectfully at 22, 23, and 15 minutes, respectfully. Yes, you heard that right, and I have all of the details on this leak. As well, take this with a grain of salt, as these are rumors and leaks. However, do keep in mind, they are from credible leakers. Vigetto on Twitter recently posted a very interesting image, which I will not show any links to keep the channel protected, but I will leave links below. They posted an image of what looks to be confirmation that Crunchyroll will be airing splitting the next episode into 3 separate parts. Already, this is annoying enough, but I promise it only gets even more annoying as I spy on Twitter, as well followed up with the titles for the 2 episodes at least, Rumbling and Sinners. The 3rd episode is yet to be titled from the looks of it, and as for my feelings on this part of the leak, well, I initially didn't care too much, though I was somewhat annoyed by the decision since the final season is already being split up. However, when it was revealed that the way these episodes would be split up was horrible, it absolutely is the wrong decision by Crunchyroll. So, let me elaborate a little bit more. Leaks also suggest that there is a distinct possibility that there will be no openings or endings for some of these parts, and this is where, understandably, people really got mad and took to Twitter. Some of these episodes will not even have an opening or ending and simply cut and or fade to black. You heard that right. By this point, my feelings changed from indifference to outright confusion. If these rumors are to be believed, then Crunchyroll is quite literally ruining Attack on Titan's next episode for, at least right now, no discernible reason. As of the recording of this, there is still no confirmation from Crunchyroll on how this will be aired. This gets even more confusing as this goes against Mappa's wishes to air this as a 1-hour special because here is the kicker. This is not being done in Japan's area. That will be a 1-hour special. Even Hiroshi Seko, the man who wrote this upcoming episode, stated that he wrote it to be as close as possible like a cinematic movie experience. When you put it into perspective like that, Crunchyroll is literally out of their goddamn minds. Nobody wants to see Attack on Titan, the final season, Part 3, Part 1, Episodes 1, 2, and 3, in which the last episode is just a measly 15 minutes total. That, my friends, is bullshit. And if Crunchyroll goes through with this, they absolutely deserve all the flack. Imagine yourself as an anime viewer that doesn't follow any of this stuff and they get into Attack on Titan. This will always, forever on Crunchyroll be 3 parts. They will never know that this is one big part. So what do you think? Is Crunchyroll's move to split the next episode into 3 parts a good or bad move? Let me know in the comments below. While you're here, check out my reaction and analysis of the trailer for said upcoming episode of AOT. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. My name is Dari and today I want to discuss a really interesting subject, the difference between Russian and American mentality. And for discussing this, I invited my American friend Sophia to join me. Since Sophia was born and grew up in USA and I'm on opposite, was born and grew in Russia, I think it would be really interesting to discuss this subject together. What do you think?
Absolutely.
So let's get started.
Everything we say is coming from the perspective of 2 people and they're absolutely not representative of the entire country because both Russia and the USA are incredibly diverse. So Dasha is coming from the perspective as a Moscow citizen, whereas I'm coming in as a young American. I'm from Seattle, Washington, and absolutely people from Seattle are not the same as someone, say, from Texas. So everything we say is going to be pretty unique to our own personal perspective of life that we've experienced so far. We just wanted to get that out there.
But I hope that after our discussion you'll have a better idea of the people in USA and Russia and why we can't make soul friendship between each other. Sophia, you were living around 1 year in Russia, and could you please tell me one of the first things that I noticed that quite different from the USA?
So I think in general, someone coming from the US to Russia, the very first thing they're going to notice is definitely there's a sort of difference in communication you have between a Russian person than you would with an American person. I find Russians to be much more direct than Americans typically are. And I think sometimes, especially if you're in a more mundane context, like in a supermarket or from a waiter, sometimes it can come across as quite rude. And I think this really has to do with the way Russian language is structured. Russian language is very direct, to the point, and blunt, whereas in English, you speak with a lot of formality, there's lots of politeness, and I think when a Russian is learning English, they translate in their mind exactly what they say in Russian to English, so it's very, very direct. For example, if you're in a restaurant ordering something, you would say to your waiter, like if you want something, you say like divisive, but that literally translates to like give it to me, which in English I think is quite rude to say to a waiter. And I don't think that means a Russian is necessarily rude, it's just the way the language is a bit different than English, and I have to sometimes remind myself of this, because sometimes when I'm speaking to a Russian person, sometimes I kind of feel like they're being a bit too direct, whereas in English, as an American, you try to kind of beat around the bush a little bit to be polite.
From the other side, for Russians, Americans seem too much polite. Like sometimes it's too much. Like that they smile non-stop. And for me, it's kind of, and I think for most Russians, we don't really believe what they're saying because they're so polite, they're so smiley. Sometimes for us it seems like too much, like unnatural smile. And even I sometimes thinking, is this person really mean so? And to be honest, when we just started like for around 6 months ago, we met each other, and you've been so nice to me. And sometimes I had felt like, do you really mean so? Like, do you really so nice to me? Like, because you like met a person, you find it interesting, or you're just being polite?
I think in general, an American prefers to avoid conflict. Whereas in Russia, you're much more direct. Like if you have a problem with something, you're gonna say you have a problem. For example, you were mentioning the other day, if a waiter is asking you if you like your food, if you don't like it, you will say you don't like it and give the exact reasons why. Whereas I would never even dream of doing that. I know like there are some Americans out there that certainly would do it, but none that I know. You would just kind of smile through it basically and suffer in silence if you really hate your food. And I think there's something to be said about constructive criticism as well. If someone comes up to you in Russia and you ask them, how do I look? Is there anything I should change? A Russian will just say, yes, you look bad and here's why you should change it. Whereas I feel like in English, as an American, maybe even a British person, generally you would try to say something nice and then say what you think they should change and then end it with something nice again. So that overall it's a really positive criticism, basically.
Yeah, I actually noticed that many times. Like for me, sometimes, especially if I don't have time, to me it's better, okay, just tell me what's wrong. I will change it immediately, especially I will probably ask only the person I like about their opinion. And if they don't like, I would better change it fast and then it will be looking good. For example, I would prefer that my friend tell me that I have something in my teeth and not going all day with this just because he's not shy and just tell me directly about this. But sometimes I feel like some people, especially Americans, they might be quite shy about this and they will just wouldn't say anything.
But see, sometimes I feel like Russians are too much. Like sometimes it's completely unsolicited, basically. So even without you asking, they tell you what they think is wrong. So sometimes like a Russian person, like maybe a babushka or something, they'll come up to you and be like, oh, you look kind of fat right now.
This is kind of weird things like my parents have it, my mom have it sometimes, and I'm like trying to teach you like, okay, that's something you shouldn't tell before I'm asking you about it. But yeah, this is more Soviet stuff. Like I would say young people, they're not like that anymore.
There's definitely a difference in mentality between someone who lives in the Soviet Union versus the younger generation in Russia, for sure.
Do you find Russians being rude?
A loaded question. I think, okay, so if I was coming into Russia as someone who knew nothing about Russians, I would say yes. But now I know Russians, I know how they act, I know how the language is structured generally, so I usually know. In general, Russians are not rude. They are just very direct and upfront with exactly what they want to say.
We all know that Russians are much less smarter than Americans. And how do you feel about this? Are Russians that cold as everybody thinks?
I think when you come across a Russian on the street, they're going to be quite a bit colder than Americans would be to you. Meeting an American on the street in the US, you're going to have a really good conversation with them, more likely than not. They're really happy to talk to you, they're smiling a lot with you, very polite, and it's not really a similar experience in Russia. It's a bit faster, a bit colder, but I think after this first stage of meeting a Russian, getting through their cold exterior, once you get to know them, they actually become a really warm person.
The most important thing is to break the ice with Russians. Once you break it, they become the most friendly people you might know. And also Russians are really welcome, invite you their home, they bring you the best food that they have in house. And this is true. For example, Satish was in my parents' house for like 5 minutes, and 6 months after, my parents still asking me about her, like if she needs anything. And also my granddad wanted to bring her salads, it was on New Year's. The next day he wanted to bring her salads to try Russian food. So I would say that Russian might seem cold in the street, that's what we I think agree with each other. But once you break the ice, super friendly.
There's this feeling of formality. Like there's a difference in formality when you first meet someone between the US and Russia. Yeah, so just to reiterate, Americans are much more polite and friendly to begin with, while Russians are a bit more standoffish.
Yeah, but later on, Russia's going to be best friends. I would also want to share some of my thoughts, because from all the Americans that I know, because I studied in England, I studied in Austria, and I traveled from met a lot of Americans along the way. And from what I noticed, I wouldn't make plans with Americans, because I had few stories to tell. Shortly speaking, I met this amazing group of girls from America. We met in Greece, we started making plans, and they said, yeah, please join us to the trip tomorrow, everything will be fine, like we would love you to join. So I said, yes, sure, and then they canceled 10 minutes before the meeting. And this is, I found super rude, and I faced with these few times already that Americans, they really can cancel just in front, and they will say something polite. Probably I talked with another American friend of mine. He told me that they're really shy to tell in the beginning, so they give you like false signs that yes, we're gonna meet, but in the end they already know that probably you're gonna cancel.
I'm so guilty of this. I'm so guilty of this. Even if I really don't want to meet someone, I'll be like, yeah, let's hang out. And then we never hang out. But to be honest, I think we've just gotten quite unlucky with the Americans we've met abroad, because generally with my experience meeting other Americans, maybe it's because I'm American, if you meet a fellow American abroad, you can be friends really easily.
But we met just a guy 2 days ago on the street.
Again, I think that's just an unlucky occurrence.
So many people really like it. I don't know. For example, in Russia, when you're making plans, it's very serious because you shouldn't break the plans, or you should tell about this in advance, because otherwise you are not going. The Russians are not going to invite you anywhere. For example, this guy, if he write me again, I will not reply to him anymore, because he just told me after the time we agreed to meet that he will not be able to make it. So it's like nonsense. And I would say that if you make plans with Russians, you for sure go. You will usually say 1 day before that yes, we should meet. And if you can't, it's understandable, but you need to tell about this in advance. And when we are making plans, we truly make plans. It's not like you say, oh yeah, we're gonna meet, and you both know that you're never gonna meet. Because in Russia, in 99% of cases, you're truly gonna meet with each other.
Would you say that Americans are a bit too positive for you?
Yes. Sometimes it's too much. That's what I mentioned in the beginning. Like, mine is when, like in Russia, I feel the thing. I can understand what it's doing, but it's just like you need to a lot. But here, I can't understand the What about you? Do you think like Russians are opposite?
I think in general, Russians are quite a bit more pessimistic than Americans. This can be contributed to a number of factors, namely the historical context and the political context of the country in the Soviet Union. I sort of feel like Russians, especially when trying to change current events, Russians are a lot more apathetic and pessimistic towards things, and generally their sense of perspective on life is a lot darker than an American's would be. But that's kind of understandable, I think, with the pretty dark history of the Russians.
Yeah, exactly. I would also add about the level of life, because in USA, level of life is a little bit higher, maybe even not, it's not a little bit, it's much higher than in Russia. Especially like I'm from Moscow, it's one level of life. In other cities, completely different situation. So I would say because of this low level of life, that people becoming darker, pessimistic, and more negative, I would say.
Yes, I will say that my experiences with people in Moscow is quite different than my experiences in other places in Russia and other post-Soviet countries. Moscow is a very first world city. It has every single Western comfort you could possibly imagine, and the people are a lot more positive in Moscow because I think there's a lot more opportunities in Moscow. When you go a couple hours out of Moscow, for example, say to Vladimir, it's a completely different story. People are a lot more negative, quiet, dark. And I also had a similar experience in Moldova, which is a small post-Soviet country.
Continuing our subject, I'd also say that many Russians think that Americans create some problems from nothing. And what I mean here, they're like focusing on some, for most Russians, even not a problem. But they sometimes, because one word, they can get offended, they can much more sensible, I would say.
Well, I think it has to do a lot with this facade of politeness that Americans exhibit. Russians just punch right through it right away. They go right in with being a little rude sometimes, direct, whereas Americans, you want to kind of not be so direct. But it's just like the way like Russians are, like they're very direct. Like sometimes in public, I think you're quite rude to people.
I'm rude? Usually everybody's saying how nice I am.
Well, maybe you're really nice for a Russian, yeah. But sometimes, like for example, when we're checking out or in a restaurant, I'll be very surprised with how exactly you ask for something because it's so direct. Whereas in America, I'd be so nice. I'd be like, I'm so sorry for inconveniencing you. I know you're really busy, but do you think you could get this thing for me? Whereas you're just like,
Yeah, I would say this is really too much. I don't know if you clean the table. I always all the time to the clean. But what you're saying, that's what I meant. It's too much. For me, it's like fake and like just now, like if you say this in Russia, people think like,
yeah, right.
After living so long in Russia, what's the difference between most?
One cultural difference that if you're coming to Russia and you're invited to someone's house, you'll notice quite quickly is that in Russia, it is expected for the guest to bring a gift whenever going over to someone's home. In the US, this is maybe something that happens sometimes if you're going over to someone's house for the first time or it's a special event. But I think in Russia, almost every time you go over to someone else's house for dinner, breakfast, anything, you need to bring something. If you don't, it's incredibly rude.
Yeah, I would agree with this. So I would also add that usually when I'm coming to my best friends, we order something from home. It's not that I like have to bring something to them. And same, they're coming to me. But usually when I'm coming to their family, it's going to be with my parents, I bring something. Like, but really close friends we don't need, but not super close. We bring all the time something, either flowers or candies or like desserts, something like that.
Yeah, at least with my friend groups in the US, whenever we go over to each other's place for dinner or something, we never do this.
Yeah, I would say that it's also common if you invite for the dinner to bring a dessert or cake. I think, yes, never go to Russia's place without some gifts. And the last thing that I would like to discuss is propaganda in the TV. Because in Russia, like basically what everybody's saying, and I know guys, I love Americans watching me, that's not what I mean, but Russians think that Americans are stupid. And on the other hand, I would say in American TVs, like all the movies, Russians are all the time evils, all the time bad guys that sometimes it's really kind of getting annoying. What do you think about this?
Well, yeah, I think it's definitely media perspective, because I completely disagree. Americans are, in general, not stupid. Of course, America is a huge country, over 300 million people, so of course there's stupid people. But on a whole, most people are quite reasonable. I think a lot of people are very intelligent. And you know what? Russia's also filled with some really stupid people.
Yes,
also.
that's true.
Exactly. But you're completely correct. In American media, for example, we're all watching Stranger Things at the moment. Russians are the villains. And this is true for so many movies, so many TV shows, so many books, that if you have a Russian accent, people kind of just think, ooh, we've got a villain on our hands here.
Yeah, like for me, it's already, to be honest, getting annoying all the time watching movies with like Russians all the time bad guys, because our country is huge and it's full of super smart people who, by the way, come into UK for working, because that's where you get more money usually than in Russia. But I would say that Russians also might think about this, because what we mentioned in the beginning, that focusing on small things. Like, because for us it can be like, why you even think about this? Why you're so offended that fast? Why you think about this small thing? Like, it's nothing. Just go on. Like, don't focus on that. So maybe it's also connected to this, but we discussed already why.
Do you think Americans are stupid?
Of course, no. Like, I know many Americans people, absolutely nice guys, and no way like I would think, because again, country is huge and Russia is huge, and I also think that there are many stupid people in Russia.
Stupidity is universal.
That's true. So guys, I think this is already the end of the video. Please don't forget to subscribe to Sophia's channel. I will attach the link in the video description. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, please guys, and also consider supporting us on Patreon. And Sophia, thank you so much for joining this video, and I hope you guys like it.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Bye bye.
Sell spreadsheets for days. Man, I don't really like. I'll take all that. I don't want to make Excel.
I know. Making those is such a pain. You need the hackiest like scripts and stuff, and no two are the same. I hate it.
Yeah. What is this RPC stuff?
No idea.
Like a Google thing or something, you said?
Oh, gRPC, yeah. Protobuff.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's probably not so bad then. Well, my phone's about to die, so I'm gonna plug it in and watch some Netflix or something.
Alright, man. I'll catch you later.
Catch you later, dude. See you.
Peace.
Hi, my name's Knox Zajac. I'm 11 years old and I go to Wyndham Middle School. I'm a 6th grader. I was in the library and this book was on a stand. I'd like to read you a page. My back over my hips as I ask if we should take our clothes off. And he's saying yes before I finish my sentence. He's pulling off my t-shirt, laughing when I can't undo his shirt buttons. He's undoing my belt. I'm reaching into his bedside drawer for a condom. We're kissing. Again, we're rolling over. Obviously, you can see where this is going. I don't know if it's because we're feeling especially emotional or just tired, or these past couple of weeks have been too much. But this reminds me so much of the first time we had sex. We were both fucking terrified, and the whole thing was kind of terrible because we didn't know what we were doing. But it was good too, so good, because we were a mess of emotions, and we were scared and excited, and everything felt new. So this sort of feels like that. Nick touches me like he's scared that any minute. Now, this book was at my middle school, and it was on a stand. When I rented it out to show my dad it, the librarian asked if I wanted more and if I wanted a graphic novel version.
Oh, boy. So I'm that kid's father.
Okay, good. I was asking for you.
Yeah, I'll take another 3 minutes. So that's my son.
Okay.
11 years old, and went to his library and found that by the entry door of our library, this is the smut that he is finding, all right? I don't care whether it's gay, straight, bisexual, whatever the terms are for all this stuff, doesn't need to be at our school. Doesn't need to be at my 11-year-old's library. And then as far as genderqueer, I've got a son in the high school as well. And this is bullshit. We know it, all right? We do not need to be having literature that's showing boys how to suck dick, all right? I'm very, very frustrated about it, okay? And you may think that schools know the best for our children. You know who know the best for our children? The parents.
everywhere I go, people tell me the same thing.
Thank you, Spider-Man!
You know, guys, there was a point while sitting in the theater watching Quantumania when I feared the intrusive thoughts of the movie. I learned two things from watching this movie. For one, don't see this movie in 40X unless you want to have the same experience as Rihanna in the Super Bowl. And two, I think Ant-Man loves when his daughter's in peril, so he can shout for her.
Don't come on, Cassie! 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 Cassie!
I probably couldn't have lower expectations when it comes to an Ant-Man movie, so his third solo outing turning into an unfunny, cringe-inducing, single-serving piece of trash was surprising. You might notice I sound a little different. I contracted some sort of illness after seeing the movie, and it's fair to assume I got it in the theater, but getting sick from watching Quantumania sounds about right. It's like every Marvel film the past 12 months has teased their return to form, which is then followed promptly by a, and surprise, it's shit. Ant-Man 3 is the longest 2 hours of your life, hampered by a boring script about a generic affair with a bland, unfunny sense of humor. Jokes being forced is a pretty standard MCU criticism, but it's even more egregious here because of the comedic pedigree of Paul Rudd, whose talents in that department are wasted despite his best efforts. Ant-Man 3 also proves why you can't have most of the existing characters in the MCU as our lead heroes. I have absolutely nothing against the character of Ant-Man, but he's a side character. Just like Shang-Chi, not Iron Man, not Black Panther, not Black Widow, not Captain America. There's a reason that Spider-Man, Iron Man, Wolverine, Hulk, and that ilk are the face of Marvel, and the main characters in every form of Marvel Universe media. Because they're the most compelling ones. Ant-Man isn't gonna do it for me, and neither is MODOK. As an audience member, I was far more open to watching Ant-Man or giving Guardians of the Galaxy a try because I trusted what Marvel was doing based on how well they were handling the main characters. Films like Ant-Man acted as supplemental material to the bigger overall narrative that the main characters kept me invested in. We simply don't have that now, and the smartest move for Marvel is to get to the Fantastic Four and X-Men, and fast. Quite frankly, this is a pretty big missed opportunity, especially because of all the pressure Kevin Feige and Disney itself has put on the movie, consistently touting how big of a movie it is and its importance to the direction of the MCU. You'd think trying to combine elements of Star Wars, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Thor Ragnarok together might create something interesting, not something bland and uninspired. The dullness speaks to the factory-produced, production-line nature of these films. I mean, this one even tries to get Bill Murray to be the funny, cool Jeff Bezos in Thor Ragnarok. But even he's just I'm gonna shit all over the plot of this movie, so spoilers ahead, but before we get into that, this video is sponsored G2A, the biggest marketplace for digital products like games, gift cards, and software, and in celebration of the release of Hogwarts Legacy, they're having a contest where you can win 1 of 5 double trips to the wizarding world of Harry Potter in Universal Studios Florida. That's flight, hotel, and tickets covered. It's super simple and works like this. Purchase anything on G2A.com, pick your order number, and go to the contest page that's linked in the description of this video to register your purchase. It'll ask you to do one thing, design and name a spec. When you're finished, hit send and all that's left is waiting for the result. And just a hint, it's time to get creative because the authors of the 5 best answers will be the winners of the contest. 1 purchase equals 1 entry, so you can enter as many times as you'd like. Links to everything are in the description.
And now the plot of Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania.
The movie starts out with a flashback of Catwoman finding Kang when she was stuck in the quantum realm. We know this man is Kang
because you're a good little consumer and watched the movie first, right?
Then we switch to Scott, Mr. Ant-Man himself, who monologues to remind you how normal he is. And how crazy all this stuff happening in that town. Because he's such a normal guy, just a really relatable, average Joe, that's all. Totally normal, just a typical guy. Just really normal. So normal. You connect with this character. I'm so normal. Please relate just an average guy. So normal. I'm so normal. Go football team. Scott's gone the route of every washed-up rock star ready to publish their memoir, and is selling a book about his time as an adventure. He drives the point home at the end of the book that he just wants to be a dad to Cassie. And you can't forget that name. It's spoken 476 times. But she's been a real silly goose lately and getting into trouble with a lot. She's mad at him because he left the house for milk one day and didn't come back for years. Twice.
I know how to take care of myself, okay? Trust me, I'm pretty good at it by now.
Ouch. And he's not doing anything with his life, according to what a teenager considers doing something with their life. Okay, fine, whatever. If that's your character arc, at least we have one.
I literally saved the world. Did you? But yeah, you never mentioned that before. Everybody's got to save the world. How is that for you, son?
Oh, They're bantering playfully and making light of it. If they were ice skating, they'd try and jump the hilly bluffs together. Guess that arc's not gonna happen. Apparently, Cassie's an actual genius, because of course she is.
Your daughter built a subatomic Hubble telescope.
And the magic MacGuffin she's built obviously malfunctions, so the plot can happen, and they get sucked into the quantum realm along with some ants, and then they get split up. And that's in the first 5 minutes. Scott and Cassie are captured by some wacky quantum residents, while Catwoman, the Wasp, and Michael Douglas stand against the worst CGI background of the entire film, following the B-plot, which is a scavenger hunt. No, really, that's how it goes. They find the thing to contact the guy who brings them transportation so they can go talk to another guy. Exciting, huh? Back to Scott and Cassie. You know her name's Cassie, right?
Cassie! Cassie!
They're hanging around not knowing what the fuck's going on when Goo Guy arrives. Goo Guy is the coolest character in the movie, who has a suspicious obsession with bodily orifices, and his lack thereof in particular.
Big hole. How many holes do you have? I'm sorry that a person I don't have any holes.
He puts his goo into Paul Rudd's mouth, and Paul Rudd's like... But then he realizes he can understand what everyone's saying now. I actually really like this. It got a snicker out of me. Just to have it ruined when an unfunny character shows up to pee in the lemonade. The guy's a real knee slapper with his delivery, like this zinger.
Please stop thinking that. Please stop thinking that.
Nothing like the tried and true, the dude who reads minds saw something dirty gag. Delivered as well as a FedEx box during the holidays to fill you up with giggles. Catwoman, Wasp, and Michael Douglas arrive in generic Star Wars city ripoff, and both the ladies want to stay hidden, so they're wearing masks and hoods to disguise themselves. But Michael Douglas is like, fucking nope, and walks around flashing that goatee like a total chick. They're here to get help from Bill Murray's cameo, but Bill Murray also says, fucking nope, and it turns out he's the king of Riz, and Michael Douglas is getting mind-cucked before our eyes.
Are you not human? Not technically, but yes, in the ways that matter.
Anyway, so Rizzilla is actually trying to capture Catwoman and her gang so he can hand them over to Kang, obviously. But they escape with a plane that's piloted by Goop. Lots of Goop. And nothing speaks to what a modern man is more than when Michael Douglas is totally cool with his wife cucking him for 30 years straight while he stayed celibate.
That guy?
I was down here for 30 years, Henry. I had needs.
I had dinner with someone a few times.
What went wrong?
It wasn't you, baby.
Catwoman tells the story of her meeting with Kang during her previous stay and that he's a bad dude. You know how she found out? Because she helped him rebuild his ship, and then she touched it, and it showed her all of his deeds. Yeah. Gives that memory store in Doctor Strange 2 a run for its money for best shitty plot contrivance.
Enjoy your significant memories now at a discounted price. We remember, so you don't forget.
Perhaps I treated you too harshly.
Also, it sounds like his ship is a fucking rat.
Knowing he fucking rat.
Either way, she's seen all his dirty deeds, and she's like,
You ain't no ACDC, bitch.
And blows up his ship's power. I mean, literally blows it up. Makes it big. Honey, I blew up the kid type of shit. Well, Kang sent his goons to kidnap Pistol Pete and Ant Kid. And Kang, speaking as if he's been constipated for a few days, tells Pistol,
Use spin particles on that frozen power source thing and shrink it down to normal size.
And Ant-Man's like,
Get fucked.
and Kang's like,
Nah.
And what do we know about Ant-Man?
Cassie!
That's right, so he agrees a little bit. Then there's this total douche sitting in the back just talking shit, and it starts to get annoying.
The Conqueror found me, rebuilt me, made me the ultimate weapon.
Wow, moron. Good for Happy Gilmore. Oh my god!
Oh my goodness, how did I almost forget about the introduction of MODOK? So Ant-Man goes down into the depths of the bloated out power source thing, and things start getting extra wacky and extra goofy because he starts duplicating himself like he's Michael Keaton in Multiplicity. In fact, it gets so overwhelming that he falls down an Ant-Man-y void. But he remembers the Obi-Wan Kenobi show and how goofy it was that after Vader trapped Obi under some rubble, he thought of Leia, and that gave him the power to rise up. And Ant-Man's like,
If it works for a Jedi, it'll work for me.
and thinks to himself,
Cassie!
and breaks free.
I'm coming, Cassie.
Also, we know that Kenobi should have been thinking about Luke, if anything, but we know Disney doesn't want you to care about him because he's a male. And Ant-Man can't do it on his own either because he's Ant-Man, but thankfully the plot remembers that the Wasp is in the title and she shows up to save the day because that's what always happens now. Then Michael Douglas sees MODOK and has the same reaction as I did.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Kang gets his Powerball ticket, so him and Catwoman pick up a six-pack to celebrate in another part of the Quantum Realm. Michael Douglas finds Pistol and Jobin with the help of the ants that have fallen into the Quantum Realm with them, and there's a helpful montage with him getting signals in his comms device from the ants while they're down there. That's right, instead of, say, showing this throughout the second act to build up to the uniting of the Kang and the ants, it's just turned into an ant. After Kang delivers some supposed to be taken seriously cringe dialogue that made me laugh at the movie.
You have no idea what I have lost.
Cassie incites a revolt like Captain America did in Winter Soldier, and Pistol Pete shows up as Giant Man and delivers some of his own cringe dialogue that I laughed at.
We had a deal! You took my daughter!
Just a reminder, the first line was supposed to be dramatic, and the second one triumphant. So the Revolution shows up to help them take on Kang, and the CGI NPCs that exist to die at the hands of the bad guy CGI NPCs, well, they die. But at least we get the best scene in the movie because of it.
I have holes.
That's right, suspiciously orifice-obsessed goo guy gets his own holes. And what follows from that? Kang is absolutely de-fucking-O'd about all this, so he starts turning people into gravy, and Giant Man's like,
Mer, you promised your word is strong like oak while I brought the chainsaw, bish.
and they fight, and it kind of looks like this. Oh no, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it until Michael Douglas and his ants show up. And the ants dogpile on Kang. And it looks like when your mom makes her amateur videos. And MODOK shows up to help because he's not a dick. Oh yeah, I forgot about this scene.
Tell me what to be.
I don't know, just don't be a dick.
It's too late. Look at me. I'm such a dick.
This is shit! This is a table of shit!
MODOK dies for his efforts, but I doubt he'll be staying dead because I absolutely hate what they've done with the character, so more than likely he'll be back. And it's the multiverse, baby. There are no stakes or consequences. That's what makes it so good. Anyway, yay! Kang's defeated, and the plot decides they can go home now. With just Ant-Man left to walk through the portal. Surprise! I'm Michael Myers, bitch. The killer's not dead. And Kang and Pistol Pete duke it out one last time, mano-y-mano. But wait, there's a threat that Scott might get stuck in the Quantum Realm, or even die. But Wasp shows up to help because the movie remembered her name was in the title again, and they defeat Kang. But no, the portal closed behind her. She made such a sacrifice. Oh, they opened it again. Never mind. Paul Rudd leads us out of the movie with another monologue, reminding you one last time what a normal, relatable, average Joe he is. He's so normal. I did my taxes. Wow, that coffee's expensive. I'm so normal. Average Joe. My IQ is the number right before slow. Relate to me. So average. Always missionary. I like paintball. And there's the story of Ant-Man 3. Now let's get into it here. First and foremost, Legend says the script is nothing but the boring, bland, generic fare. It meanders from situation to situation with absolutely no help from the banal special effects, and it makes everything seem like it's running at a sludgy pace. I was wondering why the movie felt so goddamn long. I honestly thought the movie was at least 2 hours and 40 minutes when I was leaving the theater, so I was pretty surprised to find out it was only 2 hours. So what went wrong? Well, how about that pacing? From my perspective, the movie was completely off balance because of its act structure. Stories are typically split up into 3 acts. Sometimes there are disagreements on exactly when and where an act might end and the next one begins, but from my POV, in this movie, the first act lasts only 5 or 6 minutes, while the second act is at least an hour and 10 minutes, with the final act pulling up around 45 minutes. What the fuck? The middle mark of the film made it feel like it had been dragging because, in some ways, it had. And story elements that could have made the film feel a little more alive were just buried in the wrong spots. Like the situation with Michael Douglas and the ants. Why didn't they just show him trying to communicate with someone throughout the movie? The same result could happen. You could have just showed it to the audience and not have him talk about it. Good old show don't tell. But we, the audience, could infer it had something to do with the ants, who we knew would have to show up at some point, and it could build to it. It's not revolutionary, but that sort of thing gives more life to a story. With good ideas shoved into the wrong spots in the story and the act structure all fucked up, the foundation of your film is already shit. And where are the character arcs? There's Cassie's that they started and abandoned in a matter of 45 seconds, and yeah, Scott loves his daughter. He loved her at the beginning, and loves her at the end. fascinating. And come to find out, this was written by the same guy who's writing Avengers Kang Dynasty. So buckle up, folks, because after seeing this, my faith in an MCU redemption via an Avengers movie has been shaken to its core. But whatever, right? As long as the characters are compelling, we can bridge this gap. So it's too bad there isn't an engaging character in sight. Let's start off with Jonathan Majors, who's the most praised piece of this movie. Guys, what the actual hell? Jonathan Majors is a good actor, so I'm blaming this one on the script, but Kang is fucking cringe. The dude talks like he's on a date and struggling to hold in a fart. Majors is trying to play it like he's forcefully disarming. In some moments of dialogue delivery, he almost reminded me of Michael Clark Duncan's brilliant performance in The Green Mile as John Coffey. He gives off a feeling that he's experiencing mental anguish, but he speaks softly and gently in some sort of painful politeness. Except brilliant isn't how I describe Kang's version of that. It comes off as completely silly, and I just see an actor acting instead of a character. I shouldn't have expected anything but praise, though, from everyone else. He was already getting praised when he was hired, so I guess it's another one of those situations where you're supposed to say something is good. And Michael Douglas doesn't seem to be acting in the same movie as everyone else. There were a handful of times during the film that I thought he really needs to just stop acting. You're old. You're done. Even Clint Eastwood stays behind the camera now. And Evangeline Lilly's presence is completely wasted, even though she's in the title. Man, Disney, you guys can't get anything right lately, can you? I honestly forgot she was there even when she was on the screen. The girl who plays Cassie has acting chops on par with Kristen Stewart and almost looks like her too, so take all that as you. And Paul Rudd? What a waste of this man's talent. He has a couple lower-key jokes that land, and they were clearly his contribution to the movie in those moments. So what are you doing with this script? Let Paul Rudd it up. Now, the special effects, as mentioned, are total chud. I mean, it is an MCU movie after all, but this time around I'm a little surprised because of the tech they supposedly used. The filmmakers utilized the same technology The Mandalorian revolutionized to give a real background, but it just looks like complete shit and nothing better than what they've done in the past. Honestly, it's Spy Kids 3D level quality. There's even a meme pointing it out. Not only did it not look convincing, it was also just boring. How many times have you seen a completely interchangeable landscape from the last landscape you saw in an MCU movie? At some point, AI cloning technology will be good enough to put a replica of whatever actor on the screen, voice and all, and then you can have actors play those roles indefinitely and just compensate them through royalties. Although, considering where tech is now but what Disney gives us on screen, they'll still look as good as Agent Smith CGI in The Matrix Revolutions. This is the problem with effects. CGI complaints have been rampant for years, but they're always forgiven because of compelling characters. When you don't have that, you kind of start looking at your surroundings more and becoming a little less forgiving.
The multiverse.
This probably deserves a dedicated video, but Ant-Man 3 further illustrates the problem with multiverse movies. They can be done well, everything everywhere all at once, but that movie had engaging characters that gave us some grounding. Sound familiar? In the MCU's multiverse, you don't get that, and you also don't get any sense of what's at stake. Instead, you have a feeling that nothing is important because anything can happen. One thing is bigger than another, which is bigger than another. Remember when they showed the Infinity Stones in a desk drawer in Loki, and it just gave you a really negative feeling because it makes the thing you were invested in the last 10 years completely unimportant and meaningless?
Oh, we actually got a lot of those. Some of the guys use them as paperweight.
Well, nothing's changed. My favorite part of the debacle that is Ant-Man 3 is the real-world consequences of its reception. Ant-Man 3 was supposed to kick off Phase 5, and its importance was announced across the heavens. Kevin Feige has acted like a politician the last couple of years, putting out fires over the lukewarm reception and underperformance of his Phase 4 slate, telling us how happy he is with the products and how successful everything's been. Meanwhile, he's trying to retool things on the fly behind the scenes to satiate people, like bringing Hugh Jackman out of retirement for one last ride as Wolverine. And, oh wow, what a shocker. As soon as Ant-Man 3 gets a 48% on Rotten Tomatoes and a B Cinema score, Kevin Feige, that opening day, announces a delay for the Marvels and a shrinking down of its Disney Plus slate with some projects already in production now being placed on indefinite hiatus. Gee, it's almost like the oversaturation of the market with piss-poor product that your own audience has been telling you is a terrible idea was a terrible idea. How strange that people would rather see Spider-Man and Fantastic Four than fucking Ironheart and Agatha Harkness. And if you somehow think a B Cinema score is good, I assure you it's not. Cinema scores poll opening day audiences. These are the people that want to get out there and see it as soon as possible, the true fans. So in box office analysis, typically cinema scores mean this. A plus means A plus. A means A. A minus means B. B plus means C, B means D. It's just how it is. Ant-Man 3 made me go back and watch an older MCU movie to see if I was just being nostalgic. I remember driving home gaslighting myself like, maybe the MCU was always shitty. But no, it was not. I can confirm this because the 11-year-old Avengers 1 that I watched is still awesome. Ant-Man 3 just sucked. And what a missed opportunity it was. Not that Ant-Man was going to save the MCU or anything, but with the breeziest, easiest character to make a movie with, they should have been able to provide a bit of a palate cleanser from the trash of Phase 4. I anticipated a relatively inoffensive film when it comes to quality, but they put so much emphasis on the film it completely collapsed under the pressure only Kevin Feige is responsible for burdening it with. In the end, you have an absolute nothing burger. There's no meat on the bones of this one. It's a fucking vegan burger is what it is. A corporatized, processed, boring product meant to be consumed and shat right out, and probably give you cancer.
Movie, I take it you're going to go see this.
Yeah, and I don't like hate the MCU either. Like I love the MCU for other reasons, so but I'll call out every bad piece of shit that they come out, and you know I am predicting a collapse, but all the same I still want it to be good. I don't mind Ant-Man, and I'm looking forward to Guardians, so I'm not dead on this thing. I should probably be done giving any leeway to an MCU production at this point, but I carry on. Anyway, I'm gonna go get better now. Don't forget that I have a second channel called Movie Cynic Post Credits that's meant to be for everything less prescient but worthy of discussion. And yes, more than one video will be there soon. And if you're interested in supporting the channel, my Patreon is in the description along with my socials and all that good stuff. Till next time.
Look at the size of my jug. I'm already showing us this jug's unhinged, dude. I'm unhinged. Okay? Unhinged. Prime, I got my first job in tech, and it's allowing me to move back to Tejas. I'm so pumped. Let's go. Go there. Close that down. Too many tabs open. Jump here. Go here. Close to the right. Yep, close all 33 tabs. Pop it out.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
Well, I'm a big fan of the Moochie Boochies, okay? Hitting the point in my career where I think I want to off-ramp from being a front-end dev. Do you ever have a desire to change up front? Dude, absolutely. Dude, Tina, it's so true. It's so true. I think the thing is that doing anything for any period of time. I've been at Netflix for a decade. You know how hard it is to sometimes be motivated? I'm motivated because, I've changed a lot of what I do over the years. I've switched teams 5 separate times. Thina, you give good advice, Thina, okay? So I'm gonna hit you with the VIP, Thina. Do you work 40 hours at Netflix? Probably a little bit more. Have you ever been, let's see, have you ever had an engineer belittle you for a PR? And if so, how'd you handle the situation? It's been a while. I probably didn't handle it very well. I think today I'd handle it a lot better. It's been a long time. I can't even remember, but I remember the feeling of it all. I don't sometimes do too well with that. That was a long time ago. I think now I do a lot better. Prime, I love you from Brazil. That's how I assume people from Brazil laugh. That's how KK translates in an American's head. I want you to know that right now. When an American sees KK, they go. I've never been south of Texas, no. Much love from Uruguay. Let's go. What the f did I just stumble into? I love it.
Пошли, все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства? Cocaine.
So, apparently, Karen, there's people stumbling around the startup, okay? I don't know how I feel about this, okay? I feel a little shook right now, okay? I'm shook. So, Karen, I need you out there cleaning up, finding anyone that's stumbling in here, tossing in, you know, they're coming in here tossing in a little WT, and I need you to toss them clean out. Hey, Brian, love from Italy. Nice, let's go. The difference between REST and WebSockets, they're just different. Like, you don't have a chat client using REST. I just joined and the first thing I see, Haskell stream today? I don't know, but I do want to say this.
Welcome to Costco.
Okay, this is what I want to say. Okay, look at this. You may see a little web app file CGI. You may want to see a little server running right here, right now. You may want to jump over here, refresh that. Connection refused. Okay, I don't know why the connection's refused. Oh no, did my cut and paste break again? Why does this happen? Why does this happen? I don't know. We got it, people. I hope you're ready for this. Wait, this shouldn't happen. Ollie, Ollie! Been pushing as hard as I can in my job, trying to build things of quality. Was just offered senior position. Can't help but attribute a bit of this to you, Prime, for your encouragements to always strive to be better. Here's the real deal. You got this. I'm glad that I could fuck. You did this. You know, maybe I encouraged you, but here's the deal. Encouragement, excitement, they don't bring out something new. I want you to know that right now. Encouragement, excitement, a desire to do something, it only brings out what is already inside of you right now. You did this, you earned this, you got that, and I want to let you know that I'm proud of you, man. You know, it's sometimes focusing on the career, not necessarily focusing just only on like some personal skills or some developing skills in areas you're weak at, but just building out your own stuff and just doing it as hard as you can at your job. You know, that's impressive. Well done, my friend. Well done. I'm happy that you got that senior position. Hopefully you got a little bit of stock. Hopefully you got a little something in there that makes you, pretty pumped up. Ninja, you did that. You did it. Flip edits. Actually, Lithium, truly the only one that was naughty was the one you did offline that I had my just volume blast. I literally screamed at my desk by myself, and no one even got to enjoy that moment. I was just lonely, screaming. Thank you for teaching me the joys of 2x speed. You're welcome. I think when you're starting off, you should focus on just knowing how to write code. This idea of clean code or doing something the right way or any of these pieces of advice other than just simply finishing something is usually pretty horrible advice because you just don't even know what you're doing. Just let the man cook. You know what I mean? Just let him cook. Let him cook. He's going to cook some poor stuff, but just let it happen. And that's always, I see so many people struggle, especially early on, where they're just like, they keep on trying to remake something because they feel like there's something cleaner or better or nicer out there. And it just, part of me feels sad because when you're new, you just don't realize, like, build crap. It's okay. Crap is natural to begin with. You don't know how to build something good because you don't know how to build something bad yet. I don't think people learn from building the right thing the right way. I think they learn by building the right thing the wrong way and then rebuilding it or applying that principle somewhere else and building something else well. Probably going to align with this guy pretty pretty strongly on a lot of these things. I do think that a lot of people's objective measurements for clean code are pretty much subjective. I think that what you find to be clean code and what I find to be clean code is going to be different. For me, the only things I really care about is an API in which I can do the thing I want to do with minimal amount of overhead. You know, I know that sounds kind of like a super arbitrary measurement, but at the end of the day, if I'm using something, I don't necessarily care how much it's implemented. And if I need to go in there and fix something, most of the time, everything looks foreign anyways, right? You get this weird sense that everything feels ugly when you look at something that's not yours. That's because you didn't write it. Like, that's not your style. Like, something about it just feels unfamiliar, and that's totally okay. And so I feel like this whole idea of clean code, so much of it is just driven off of how people like feel about something, and it's just like BS. It's mostly BS. I do agree, testability is a really great measurement of clean code. And testability looks different in a lot of different ways, right? Like one way that testability is like really important is that if you have functions or things in which call out to external services and all that, like one thing I've been doing is that I have this huge eventing system that I've been working with at Netflix, and something that's really important is to be able to handle all sorts of different situations. And so what I actually built was something that takes in a Mongo query, breaks down the Mongo query, and performs it over a cold set of data, like some data that's just on disk or something. And then I allow you to effectively intercept all requests to this external service, so that way it feels like you're actually still working with real data. So I can grab a golden set of data or my snapshot data, and I can actually let it so that the system feels like it's doing all the right things. I'm not, because, you know, sometimes I have to make 3 or 4 separate queries based on situations. And so it feels like the system's running, but I am able to like test it. And for me, that's 10 times more important than how beautiful the code is because at the end of the day, I know based on a snapshot whether or not I've broken it or it still works. Like that's way more valuable. Internal should always be a black box. I mean, you should always be able to theoretically guess what they could be. But yeah, internal should never be exposed. I think that's just sound. That's like a sound principle. All right, so I do have one gripe with this whole one thing function. I know a lot of people really like this as like a measurement. For me, it's sometimes functions are really annoying if they get too small. There's definitely like a unit of goodness. And some functions, like I'm okay with it doing 2 or 3 things because it just makes it easier, because at some point something has to do a lot of things. Something has to call a series of functions. And so there's definitely like this weird balancing act you have to do. And I find, like personally, again, I find that when it comes to interacting with external services, interacting with the file system, interacting with your operating system, like in some interaction external to the state or like, you know, sense of being of the program, anything external, I try to always break those things into as small of chunks as I can, because it allows for the easiest, you know, mocking, you know, IOC stuff, blah, 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 dependency injection, testing, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's usually how I think. I don't necessarily think a function has to just be always small for the sake of being small. I think that you can break this, especially when you're doing research and all that. Sometimes it's okay to just have a function that does too many things. It's okay, because you've got to break it down into something that makes sense first. Make it work first. Make it good. I'm more pragmatic, I guess. 5. I do want to say that this last one, the don't repeat yourself, I think people take this way too much. Do you know what I mean? Like, I like Martin Fowler's approach, which is when a piece of code repeats itself 3 times, refactor it. Twice, it is what it is. 3 times, you should start thinking about that. You know what I mean? It's thrice is really it. I feel like I feel like people take it too much, and then you get this, like, everything becomes super abstract and difficult to reason about. And I've always found it really, really, really hard to just, like, work through code where it's like you fight for the constant never rewriting. And then you end up getting these functions that are just, like, grab bags full of, like, options and doing stuff. And it's almost like the functions are small, there's no code repeating, and it's confusing as shit. Like, it just doesn't feel good. I didn't even look at the editor. This is Notepad++. I'm just trying not to judge, okay? I'm just trying not to judge right now. I don't have a problem optimizing your environment. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that I will always optimize my environment for the best of my ability to program. Wait, this is not Emacs on default. It's right there. It says Notepad++. Right there.
A basic for loop that wouldn't have anything that would confuse the compiler. So here we are.
Confuse the compiler. Apparently this guy's never used Rust. There's a Rust with the iterator. So good. But you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I do like me some good iterators. You know what? Iterators, I hardly know her. Iterators, I do know her, and they're fantastic, okay? They're fantastic. Okay, I am curious what, because I assume what he's going to push for is that this area function is problematic in the sense that because of probably, I assume when you do a virtual function and all this, there's like an extra indirection step. Maybe it can never be inlined. I don't know what like exactly can go wrong. You know what I mean? I don't know exactly what can go wrong because I don't know anything about C++. So yeah, dynamic dispatch, blah, 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 blah. Really, whenever you do any sort of performance stuff, in general, as far as I've been told, and this comes from Brendan Gregg's mouth, not my mouth, is that you should always do a step ladder approach, right? You run something 1, 2, 4, 8, 12, 16, 32, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, right? You create a way to be able to slowly increase your amount, and then you do like a linear prediction over time. One reason why it's considered, quote unquote good, is that you can have any one of these times, especially smaller amounts, things kind of go wrong, processors jump in, blah, blah, blah. You're not really in control of your computer that much, and so it's always good to kind of have like this slow increasing amount, so you can just do a linear regression on top of it and be like, okay, so as this thing gets called more and more, this is how fast it grows by this much. And then you can do like a nicer, prediction here. But yeah, I mean, this is perfectly fine for this little simple contrived example, because what you're looking for right here is like a large difference. This thing is going to run pretty much the same speed, so it doesn't really matter. I do feel a little violated, but yeah, I get what they're doing.
Happen if we violated just the first.
I like it. Nice. I think this is very, very nice. It's interesting though. I mean, can a virtual function ever get inlined? I would assume not. I don't really know how inlining in these things work. I'm not like a super performance expert, especially in the C++ world. And so I assume, yeah, this is a tagged union in Rust. This is almost identical to what a tagged union is, for those that don't know. I mean, it's using a U32. I believe Rust, if I'm not mistaken, just uses a U size. It just uses compiler. It can't be inlined by definition. That makes sense. It literally just uses, like, system architecture size, and then it's just like a counting number from 0 to whatever. And so this is pretty much what a match statement does. Have you ever wondered how come match statements, how can they ever be that fast? Like, don't you have to pay for performance stuff? No, it's just because anytime you have an enum, you really, it's the width of the largest item plus one extra system architecture size, so 8 bytes for me, for the memory. I think this is just as clean. This does not hurt me at all. This does not, and you could also use a actual union. Is there really no way that clean code would accept this? This looks perfect. Like, this is what I would expect to see. If I were to look at something, this is how I would want to see. I mean, the only thing that I'm offended truly about is that this variable starts with a capital letter. It's that capital letter right there that really bothers me. And really, like, if you look at this code right now, this code is way more intelligible than the previous code. The previous code was actually way less intelligible. This is that whole thing that I was talking about, how if you constantly abstract to make something to make it as clean as possible, often I find it to be just so confusing, whereas like this is like, it can show everything in an extremely small amount of area. To me, this seems better. For me, it's almost like density of instructions sometimes is really, really nice. There's no way people would accept this in the code review. I feel like I'd accept this. I like that. For those that don't understand what he's saying because they're kind of ran like Rust enums, what's happening here is that you can actually just make an array. And since the struct is all the same size no matter the shape, you can just make a singular array. So you only have one reference to follow, whereas the previous example, because it's using kind of like this polymorphism style, you're using several these sizes that are different for each one of them. And so therefore you have to have a pointer to each one of them, because then you're just dealing with a system architecture. Then you just have an array of, you know, pointers. And so therefore you can do that. Whereas this one, you're getting it just in a singular array, which is pretty nice. Weapon if you want to add a shape later. See that whole like not being able to pass code review thing? I feel like that is a difference between modern world and probably game programming. John Carmack talked a lot about this in his interview. Whereas like I do feel like in the modern web programming world, we always try to make it so that you answer the question, could you add a shape later? Or just add a shape later. And it's just like, well, maybe you don't need to add a shape later. And if I do, yeah, I have to update a couple things, but it's a rarity. And I feel like this is, you know, this is just going to give us the most bang for the buck. Yeah, I can imagine they wouldn't like it. But for me, it just seems so much more clear. I can imagine clean coders don't like this, but for me, this just feels so much clearer. Like, I can understand the intent super easy. Everything. It's one of those things where I do feel like this is like I ran into this a lot, especially at Netflix, where it was just like continuously always arguing over this like really amazing, like just always thinking about things in architecture land. And it was like, for me, it's just like, yeah, but here's the deal. Most of the time we just do this. Like, let's optimize the thing that we know we're doing. And we're running on televisions which aren't known for like a lot of speed. We could probably, you know, do the fast thing and just make it work. You know, just make it work and make it work nice for the people because it just feels good. And I don't know, it's just I always got pushback because everything always wanted to be like really abstracted. And it's just like, that's hard for me because I don't always want to abstract. I always found that every time there's a level of abstraction, it's just like one more amount of time I have to spend on something. So this one, I mean, obviously this example is a little contrived. You know, do you actually get this kind of bonus on the outside? I think the thing is a good thing to call out here is he probably should have said you should always measure before you make these changes. You know, because if the piece of code you're changing, sure, it's like not that great, whatever, it's written with a lot of abstraction, blah, 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 but it's called like never, and it changes a lot, maybe you should just, you know, do that. Maybe it's only called 30 times and that's it. And maybe it's just not a big deal, right? You should always make sure you're getting the most bang for your buck. And I think that's a thing that a lot of people miss. It's just bang for your buck is a good thing. The hard part about internals is refactoring. And I'm always very hesitant to, I always start with the idea that everything should be started with as private. And until I have a very good reason to make it public, I don't. And this thing is like, I work on a project all by myself and I still do that. And one of the big reasons why I do that is because I always find myself, if I have it any other way, I'll just access the internals. And when I want to make a change, it just is a lot harder. So it just depends on what this means by internal. So perhaps there's a great reason to let internals be out. You know, expose the privates. Maybe you just want to expose the privates, but I'm very curious. What number 2 I feel like most excited about right now to hear. Again, I think this is a really good call out. This is just so much code. There's just so much stuff going on here. You really just have to prove to me why this is cleaner. I still don't even understand why this is cleaner. Honestly, this is emotionally difficult to look at for me. You are right. C++ is just kind of crap. I would agree with that. But if you're doing any form of inheritance, it is hard. I wonder, does Rust in the trade system, does it have the same problem here? Does Rust's trade system use dynamic dispatch, all that? Is it all effectively the same stuff underneath the hood? I don't actually know. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. Trade can do both, only with Dyne. Ah, yes. Okay. Okay, so you can get some of the benefits of you can get some of the benefits of polymorphism without the cost. That's pretty nice. Huh. If you do a boxed trait object, it's dynamic dispatch. Okay, that's good to know. So when you do one of those boxed Dyne ones, but if you do it as a generic that's to the function where it does the where it compiles out many versions of the function, is that what you mean? It was just like a curious point because one of them is effectively doing a template where it actually generates the code for each one, where the other one is actually just doing pretty much what he was doing, some sort of, I mean, box you're already following, it's an extra pointer right there, blah, 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 blah. Okay. To me, this just seems like an abstraction for performance, or not an abstraction, an information pullout for performance. Is this really the internals? Yeah, this is, I mean, this obviously those type of optimizations are what I would consider like late game optimizations. One where you do these optimizations after you discover how bad something is, right? Like that's where you built a system. It's slow, you flame graph it, and one function is taking up like 20% of the time. And then you're like, all right, let's optimize this function. And obviously, this code becomes really, really small. I assume it gives you really great, there obviously must be some sort of sweet caching going on. I don't know what causes this thing to be so dang, obviously, to be 10x faster, right? Where you just have a little const table lookup, doing const multiplied by bam, bam. Yeah, but what if you do this over and over again? Then it's a death by 1,000 paper cuts. Yeah, but you also, it's hard to find this type of thing to pull out 1,000 times as well. Oh, okay, const lookup is really fast. Yeah, I don't even know what const, I don't know what const does here. Like the hard part about doing this always, just at all points, is that sometimes, this is where I get worried. This is where you got to know where to optimize first. I would always flame graph before making too many optimizations. I think that's just a fair point to make. I could see this being a good, if you know what you're doing and you know the shapes and you're just like, hey, we could have simple shapes versus, complex shapes, blah, 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 blah. Now, this hardly counts as optimization. It's just the other code is heavily pessimized. This is very interesting. It is very interesting. I like where this is going, which is, I do understand what he's going for. I am curious how much you can apply. I mean, first off, I don't even think you can apply any of this type of stuff to, say, JavaScript. I just don't think JavaScript even has this as a thing. Most people in here probably program JavaScript. I'd have a harder time. He's doing exactly what Enum Dispatch Crate does. Okay. Well, that's nice. It is interesting. It's very interesting to see these things because, like, I do understand what he's doing, which is you can kind of like, because right now everything looks like this. But he's kind of like almost like shifting it to where it's kind of like orthogonal. It knows, the function knows more than it should, but by knowing more than it should, it works very, very well. The hard part is that, can you always apply this? Or do you start running into situations where it becomes harder and harder to use the code? So it's kind of one of these things that it can be very, very difficult, where I feel like perhaps you gotta, maybe there's times where you want to use it, don't want to use it again. Always comes down to the exact same thing. Just simply measure. Always measure. There's one person saying that it's freezing.
So large of a performance increase, it's not even possible to really put it in iPhone terms because iPhone benchmarks don't go back far enough. If I went all the way back to the iPhone 6, which is what we have benchmarks for if you look at common benchmark sites right now, it's only about 3 times slower. So 10x, we can't even use phones anymore. If you were to look at desktops, a 10x speed improvement is like going from the average CPU mark today all the way back to the average CPU mark from 2010. So these two rules combined in the clean code idea wipe out 12 years of hardware evolution by themselves. Just those two ideas are enough to erase 12 years of hardware improvements that hardware manufacturers try desperately to bring you.
It's a unique phrase. I think in this example that's true. Is this uniformly true? Can we state this is always true? Probably not. Some situations, not always true. One of the coolest, the thing is one of the coolest optimizations I've ever seen. I forget which project it was for. It was a project in which it never showed up on any flame graph. No one could figure out what was happening, and so someone used a causal profiler, and they found that this one hash map lookup was really bad, and so they actually improved the hashing by because there's just so many collisions. Almost all the items are falling into a single bin. And so they just simply improved like how the hashing works just for that, kind of made their own custom hashing for it, and it like made the program massively faster. And so I don't think you can, it's like it's not always clear what the right thing is, right? But sometimes it makes sense for it's hard to know what the hot path is. It's hard to know that your optimizations even matter. you know, it's really, really hard to know. Does it even matter? That's from the, oh yeah, the Emery Burger talk. Yeah, it was really good. Performance matters. It was a super good, like observation. Really, my biggest takeaway from that is that you can write your code as the best as you want, but sometimes you don't even know where the performance problem is like lurking. And I do agree that we should write, I try not to write abstract code. I try to write it more safe. I try to do functions that make sense. Now, obviously, some of these things don't make sense. Like this upcoming one where he's gonna maybe make functions longer here. That actually works inversely in JavaScript. You do want small functions in JavaScript. If you run Java or the V8 in encapsulate code, you do like trace off, you will see that the length of the function directly correlates with how many times it is run before it even is considered an optimization target. So small functions make like real big differences with JavaScript. It's very interesting. Like not all things can be ran uniformly, but I assume he's talking about compilation. Ooh. Yeah, I could see them wanting to take this like as a corner score or something, where they actually pull out the corner score. I could see people doing that as opposed to having it all in one line. Plus, he clearly is not following the 80 column principle, okay? Everybody's favorite principle, okay? Everybody, right? Everyone in chat? Chat, type 1 if you like 80 columns. Type 1 if you like 80 columns. I asked you to do, okay, no one likes 80 columns. F you. F all of you. I'm gonna ban everybody. Slash ban everybody.
Statement that would tell us how many corners there are, and then we would compute the class case difference being how they are getting those values.
This one almost feels like it's cheating. This one, it feels like a case that's going to make this argument really good. You know what I mean? This one's gonna make the case like a bajillion times amazing. All my homies hate clean code. Yeah, I mean, I think if you could, you know, the charitable retall of this, the one that you should probably all apply, which is you should probably take more time avoiding abstractions to begin with. Like, first find out, do you even need the abstraction? Are you really gonna add a bunch of shapes? Are you really going to be, like, people always plan for n things to be added, but n almost always happens to be, like, 2. You know what I mean? Like, rarely have I seen something where n is like an actually large number. And like right now I'm working unironically on a project where n is like 150. Very rare. But for the most part, it's almost always like really tiny. You know, like it's almost always like 4. Try and eat them, yeah. Rust allows this to be a lot easier. This is one thing where Rust really shines at, where Rust kind of like just takes this entire argument and just like is completely perpendicular to it, because you get all the benefits of using something like an enum. You get those tagged unions. Tagged unions are kind of like built into the language in a way that's really easy for anybody to understand. So you get this really, it feels easier and faster. And so it just feels like you can avoid a lot of these problems in a more simplified manner than what we're seeing here. So if you follow 3 and 4, housing crisis, some pretty serious speed improvements. I don't know what the heck's going on here, but that's pretty good. I think the biggest takeaway you should just take right here, again, it just always comes down to the exact same thing, is that there's a bunch of functions that he's not talking about. And these are like soft functions. And what I mean by this is, how many people are working on the thing you're working on? What is more important in the moment? Completing the thing with 30 people working on it, or making it really fast? And I do agree that like stuff we use today sucks. I am fully on that team, like, or on that on that team that there's just so much crap happens. Like Twitter crashes on me. If I leave a Twitter tab open long enough and use it, it just eventually runs out of memory and crashes the tab over and over and over again. So like, I'm on team we should make things better, but I also understand the conflict of you can't always write code like that and scale how many people are working on that team, because there's just competing ideas to what that looks like, what that's going to do. I mean, I like what he is saying, though. And I think these are really good things that I think would help a lot of people write better software. 'Cause I would love to see better web software. I think the state of web software is abysmal. I think Greg Johnson, if he's still here, Leptos Man, I think he's really like doing the Lord's work out here in building good stuff. This is not the Musk effect. In fact, it's absolutely not the Musk effect when it comes specifically to Twitter. Twitter's been doing this for about a year and a half now, and I use just the web version on my phone. It is awful. It crashes like multiple times a day. I just open it up and it's just broken, and I go, oh, it froze. Or you can start feeling it. In fact, in the last month, it's been operating the best it has in over a year, and so I don't know what to say about that. Maybe it's because Elon Musk has deleted all the useful services that make Twitter actually work. But for whatever's happening, it feels better lately. But nonetheless, you know, like I do think that this is like a really great talk to compare against modern web stuff where we use something like React. React is just like not great. It's just not that great. I don't think it's doing the world a service by doing what it's doing. I think that more modern ones, I think Solid is the right choice right now. I think Solid is at least it's a great change up that's going to meaningfully make things feel better, like on my phone, than React. I think it's going to also do an amazing job, like Svelte. I think Svelte's going to do an amazing job. These are things that I'm really excited about, is that I really do hope that the world makes a real change and we start feeling like the goodness of it all. Because right now it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. Every time I use a website, it never feels great. I've had very few experiences. Like right now, like think about like the Disney Plus application on TVs. It's like horrifying. It's like horrifying. Yeah, maybe it's all the marketing scripts, all the tracking scripts that are going on. Maybe it's just ads that are doing this all too, I said, but it's like really bad. I just want something that works. You know what I mean? I just want something that feels good. When I use an application, I want to use it. I always tell the story where I observed on our system that we were using so much memory trying to figure out what the user might play and downloading those videos that used to at one point be a benefit and actually showed a retention win and all these great things, to where I made the hypothesis that our play prediction is actually hurting the end user and is ruining it. And of course I got huge pushback. It took about 2 years. I attended many, many meetings. I fought and fought and fought for it, and finally I just kind of did it and just allocated a small group of people, got a few people to work with me, and boom, it like showed some real big wins, and all the wins were centered around people being able to actually play content easier because the UI and everything felt really good. And so of course what happened? I fully went out there, I did a big A/B test, and people were streaming more, there were less errors, there were less crashes in the field, and retention went up, which caused more revenue for Netflix. It like was on the order of millions per year, simply by stopping doing things that made it and actually hurt experience, right? The average startup time for a video was in the red. It went down. It looked to be bad. But because it was the opposite version of optimizing, it actually went really, really well. And so I do think that people undervalue user experience. Yeah, Microsoft Teams, I've heard nothing but terrible things about Microsoft Teams, all that kind of stuff. Improving stuff. I don't know, it's interesting because I think that a lot more companies would see a lot more retention or better user metrics by also focusing on like better usability. You know, things should be creamy smooth. We are operating on stuff that is incredible, and I'm shocked that it's like the hardware improvements haven't actually materialized to a better world. Right now, it seems like as the hardware is getting better, everything we're using is worse. Why? How is it getting worse? It's ridiculous. I would say that you could still have a lot of aspects to clean code here. In a sense, just hear me out. So you do these nice tagged unions, you have these shapes really kind of set apart, and then you pass in these shapes into functions, and you abstract it all the way across functions. So when you calculate area, it calculates area behind a function, you hand a shape that you created. It like does all these things for you, and the outside doesn't know about any of, any of how it works. but it's easy to use. You call a function to do the area. You call a function to do that weird, count corners calculation business. I really do think that just changing your definition of clean code to move towards the boundaries of usability, I think you can do a lot of really great things and make things really, really fast while making a nice, usable world. So yeah, I see the issue as senseless feature creep. People get big promotions on having dev teams do things with big swing features. Yeah, we don't really incentivize the unsexy things, like making a good experience. We really don't. It's not, it's always in making the next experience or testing the next feature to see do people really like that thing. I'm kind of curious about this because would it be considered unclean code if the internals aren't that pretty, but the outside is really pretty? I think you could make a good programming experience without sacrificing the speed at the same time. I do think that I love what he is saying. I love the principles that he's trying to get you to apply, but I don't agree with the take. And what I mean by that is that I think you can do both. I really do. And I've already explained, I do think that just going to the boundaries, measuring before you optimize, doing the right thing, I do think that is all a good idea. Say web is a different world because we fundamentally use JavaScript. And JavaScript by itself, there's just, it's already a lot slower. And you'll see there's a video I actually do want to watch, which is JavaScript's only 0.2x slower. And they do this experiment to show why it's so slower. And it's just that's not a fair experiment. And so I do think that a lot of this also just comes down to the languages we use. We use a lot of garbage collected languages to speed up development trade-off on boss, for performance. And so is that bad? I think the numbers he threw out here, they're too glorious. They don't make sense in a real world. I think if you look at any sort of real world situation, you would never see a 15x improvement. It's not even a thing, right? It doesn't even exist. But I think he's overall, I would say there's a huge part of this that is very, very correct. And I think everybody should take some time to really think about and digest what he says. I mean, for the most part, I'm not surprised. Me and this guy, we agree on a lot. Need to stop. Again, absolute numbers think are completely wrong. But real world application here, you could have an application that runs significantly better. To me, that seems like it honestly just seems like a great argument to be made. Good. Hey, quit making the PP count go up so much. Are you saying when is Linux Rice stream? Super new, you're so dang new. All I have to say is that I just want to see you being with me in the startup. So many appreciations. Go to potential. Go. There you go. Is that better? How's that?
Welcome
is that
to
better?
Costco. I love you.
Is that what you want to see? I'm making a big deal with the coworkers to watch your Rust workshop on the 10th. We're incentivizing them with food and looking forward to it. Oh, I like that. The buzzsaw.
Apparently, life for JavaScript started out around 1993.
I feel like the history of JavaScript has been told so many times at this point. It might be the most told story in the programming world. And then JavaScript got stabbed in the buns by Microsoft. Why do I know this voice? I have no idea. Yeah, Microsoft really hurt a lot of ECMAScript. They were really trying to make JScript or whatever it was called. The thing. What's ECMA? ECMA. I do think that is just not said enough. V8 is truly the reason why JavaScript is awesome. V8 made what a crappy language... The V8 team was so talented, they took one of the worst languages of all time and made it pretty fast. They did a pretty good job. No one could be upset about that. Oh, I should really cover that mic arm, shouldn't I? They did that. They did that. Imagine how hard that had to be. You sound like you're friends with someone who worked on the V8 team. I never like this comparison because it's so single-minded. I hate single implementation. If you watch any of my main channel YouTube stuff, you always see how I talk about, I've done a lot of performance things. And when it comes to, building something actually, even if that actually is small, the difference between JavaScript and something else is just, it's just massive. It's just massive.
tends to be mostly math and manipulation of data structures, so we'll stick to that side of things. First up, I'll start with the super...
He just hit us with so much math that I don't even know what happened. I just looked at the math, saw some integrals, realized I'm not very good at integrals. You know what I mean? I'm just not that good at integrals. I thought I was good at integrals. I'm not good at integrals. Again, you know, the big thing that this thing is missing, hey, you can't be in here, sweetheart. And there you go. Bye-bye. Free the interns. I'm not letting the interns on, okay? So the thing I don't like about this type of optimization that he's speaking about, or just even this comparison in general, is that one of the biggest problems here is that there is no, like, interaction with what makes JavaScript bad. You know what I mean? It's like such a tight experience that JavaScript's big part that it falls apart on is not this. Like, yeah, the JIT's really fast. Like, it did a really good job. But where things aren't good is when you start allocating and deallocating. Notice that we're really just not doing much for allocations or deallocations because it's a small number, so they call it a SME, right? So that's stored in a single pointer where the first bit is a 0, I think it is, and that signifies that it's a small integer stored in there. So it's such like a small nothing that happens in the JavaScript engine, whereas like the moment you start allocating anything, that's when everything starts breaking down. Not only that, but you have to like let it run for a while. Like let it run for 5 minutes doing something and then watch how much does garbage collection make a real difference in the performance of, say, a server. Well, again, he's saying don't do it for game stuff because it's slow. I would assume you create objects and you throw away objects and stuff like that. I think the garbage collection can be a really big problem. And so I'm curious, like you have to not create garbage to make it work out JavaScript. I think you could make one in JavaScript that's like a simple game because you just have to make sure that you statically allocate everything and then you reuse all of your objects and you make sure you never have to use delete, right? You have to have some sort of like good way to make pools so that way you don't accidentally make stuff in like all these terrible ways, blah, 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 blah. Because you never want to like delete or anything.
Like
I used to write shaders at one point. I have no idea how they work anymore. It was like a decade and a half ago. Now they're just magic to me. When I look at code, I'm just like, wow, it's magic.
Ultimately, it's
Come
up
on,
to the
compiler,
compiler to decide what
please
to
enlighten me. So I think that one was getting closer. I wonder if he was creating new objects or was he still reusing the same objects? And the real question is he like, again, it just always comes down to garbage collection, memory and allocation and all that. So if long as you're reusing everything, maybe it's, you could argue it's not as big of a problem as it is. I mean, I can buy that argument.
Manipulating data structures, that sort of thing. And I did something similar with the spatial hash group.
I do feel like you shouldn't port things one for one, like line of code by line of code. You should try to use like the general constructs that are good in one language versus another, right? Like, so if you just did like a straight, transport to Rust, you'd want to use Rusty type principles. And if you, just like we were talking about earlier, like if you're using bind docs or box dine trait references to make it work out in Rust, you're going to be doing things that are just inherently slower than not doing it that way. And so, should you always write things idiomatic translations, not transliteration. So a lot of times we do, like for these things, a lot of times we would do something like a transliteration where you're actually just line by line transforming that line of code into a different language, whereas you should do like meaning for meaning translations. Greg Leptos Greg understands where I'm coming from. He knows.
Version. And very
he's in
roughly
here.
In line with
these typed arrays, you get a lot of benefits that you just don't get in regular JavaScript. And so I think this is a really important thing that he's calling out right here. Typed arrays in JavaScript allow you to have like a big contiguous block of memory. And so if you're doing operations, especially if you're doing operations that can be easily JITted, you could get some pretty amazing things coming out of this. I think that's where you're going to see a lot of the benefits in the JavaScript world. I wonder if I could make a JavaScript program perform really well. Just a thought. Broken math, called it.
It's definitely not that slow, crappy language that it was back in the 2000s, and the JIT compiler is just going to keep getting better and better over time. So expect the difference between C++ and JS to keep narrowing in the future as the VA team comes up with ever more clever ways of generating machine code. With C++...
Was that turtle doing drugs? Is that what I'm seeing right now? Are we having some sort of turtley drug problem going on? I don't know about this. This doesn't feel right. Kids, don't be doing JIT, okay? I've heard a lot of kids have been doing JIT these days on the street. And, have you seen what happens to your brain when you're on JIT? It's not good, okay? Not good. Though I do hear it does help your max, honestly. Like, if you're hitting the gym a lot, maybe you do want to jit a little bit. You know, not like jit a lot. You don't want to get like some, jit rage. You just want to just jit a little bit, Do it for the bros. Come on. It is kind of funny that we just watched a video. Hey, look, it's me. Hey, look, it's me. It is kind of funny. Look, they're giving me my own videos. It is kind of funny that we watched 2 videos in a row that are effectively the exact same idea, but almost like inversions of each other. Where, like, he's just like, look, you can get faster, but look at this. This code is kind of like the way I like it. You know what I mean? Kind of like that, Or the other one's like, you get faster now. I think no matter what, JavaScript will always be slower compared to any native option. Like, it just can't beat them. But the benefit of JavaScript is that it's pretty easy to write. Like, if you're just doing stuff, it's really easy. You can get by really, really quick. I've been doing JavaScript. I've been jitting. I've been hitting the jits, for a while now. And I must say, it's pretty easy. But it's also not that easy sometimes. Like, if you're using TypeScript and you're defining a types of some more complicated operations, I'm gonna say that if I were to define this in Rust, I would spend significantly less time. Like, so much. Dude, like, so much less time. I think that's the thing, is that I think JavaScript written as an application is easier and faster to write than Rust. But JavaScript libraries that involve TypeScript and just doing all that stupid typing that you have to do, I think is just massively, massively harder than Rust. Like, by a significant portion. Because the type system is nutty, right? Like, the type system is, you have to write so much more code to make it correct. And then, it's just a lot harder. I'll be able to show you guys the code here in probably about 3 months. I gotta wait. I have to wait, okay? But I will show you. I will show you. All right, have I ever tried the ECS Paratime? Yeah, I tried that. I tried to program my own ECS a while back. It was fun. It was good times. I actually have to go work out. I gotta go be a Giga Chat. I just got done juicing up on some jits. Service error. What is this, Twitter? Wow, I'm actually a little surprised about Rockscar getting this many votes. I love Rox, though. Don't get me wrong. I say I love Rox. Me and Rox have just been working so long together for so long. It's easy for me to say I love Rox. He did Celebrity Jeopardy with me, and it was like so amazing. Rox has been a really great friend for a long time. I just try to lift people up. Which parts of me would you like to lift up? I can't curl 10 pounds, Lithiums. Stay jitted. Bye.
Let's go make a database. Oh, what's happening? Oh, God. Hello. Hello. 782 people. Good to see you.
executed. OpenAI's program called Sydney, apparently. Seems to have gone a little crazy. Also, a human just beat a high-level computer at Go, which was previously considered impossible. So it would appear that our robot overlords are looking a little sketchy. I think I'll do another AI-focused podcast pretty soon. Seems like there's a lot to talk about. But today we are talking about the origins of the COVID pandemic. And for that conversation I have Matt Ridley and Alina Chan. Matt is a writer. His books have been translated into 31 languages and won many awards. They include The Red Queen, Genome, The Rational Optimist, and The Evolution of Everything. And his new book with Alina Chan is Viral, The Search for the Origin of COVID-19. Matt also sat in the House of Lords between 2013 and 2021 and served on the Science and Technology Select Committee there and the Artificial Intelligence Select Committee. He was also the founding chairman of the International Center for Life in Newcastle, and he gave the Mind and Matter column to the Wall Street Journal in 2010. He was a columnist there from 2013 to 2018. He was a fellow of the Royal Society of Literature and of the Academy of Medical Sciences, and a foreign honorary member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Alina Chan is a scientific advisor and viral vector engineer at the Broad Institute at MIT and Harvard. She's a recent Broad Ignite Fellow and Human Frontier Science Program Fellow with a background in medical genetics, synthetic biology, and genetic engineering. During the pandemic, Dr. Chan investigated the problems relevant to finding the origin of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and in 2022 she joined the Pathogens Project Task Force, which was organized by the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. And the purpose of this project is to generate new thinking on high-risk pathogen research and to help prevent future lab-based outbreaks. As I said, the topic today is the origins of COVID, more precisely the SARS-CoV-2 virus. So we discuss the evidence of a lab leak from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We talk about media and academic censorship of this topic, the history of collaboration between Western scientists and Chinese labs, the problems with so-called gain-of-function research, the evidence for the zoonotic origins of SARS-CoV-2, such as it is, the initial complacency and denialism of the Chinese, the biosafety levels at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the molecular evidence of a lab leak, the practical constraints on synthesizing viruses, the lack of international cooperation, conspiracy theories promulgated by the CCP, the EcoHealth Alliance, different kinds of gain-of-function research, virus hunting, risk and reward in the search for knowledge, Anthony Fauci, and other topics. Anyway, I found it a fascinating and also fairly confounding conversation. This is one of those topics where you just can't believe you're in the situation that we're in, given bad incentives and basic human stupidity. Anyway, Matt and Alina were great guides for the topic. I hope you find this useful. And I bring you Matt Ridley and Alina Chan. I am here with Matt Ridley and Alina Chan. Matt, Alina, thanks for joining me.
Great to be with you.
Same.
So we're going to talk about your book that when did it first come out? It's now out in paperback. When did you first publish this? It actually give the title is Viral, The Search for the Origin of COVID-19. When was the book first published?
It came out in the fall of 2021 and paperback, which was updated in the spring of 2022. Is that right, Alina, or have I got the name?
Yeah, the paperback came out in June last year.
Okay. So obviously we will incorporate any up-to-the-minute findings or thoughts or misgivings or retractions or epiphanies that you might have. And this is a topic that has always been interesting and consequential. I think, let me just put my prior cards on the table. I always felt that speculation about the origins of COVID was more or less irrelevant and perhaps counterproductive at the very beginning. And once we knew we had a pandemic on our hands and we knew we had sequenced the genome of the virus, it seemed to me that the first order of business for a considerable period of time was to simply design vaccines against that virus, which we did very quickly, and to try to secure as much cooperation as we could in all of our collective efforts to not have the pandemic be as bad as it might be. But obviously the pushback against speculation about this topic that emerged fairly quickly always seemed crazy and disingenuous. It was never racist to worry that this had leaked out of a lab. And it's obviously quite consequential to get to something like a ground truth consensus about the origins of this pandemic ultimately, because we need to figure out how not to do this sort of thing again if we are in any way culpable for the emergence of this virus. So that's where I've always been. It's not that I have not been interested. It's just it's only something like this moment where I feel like, all right, this is a very important project to drill down on this. Obviously, you both were much more interested earlier because you've written a book on this topic, but I'm wondering if my initial disinclination to drill down on the origin story seems questionable to you. It seemed politically inflammatory initially, and it also seemed like when the first job is to design vaccines, it didn't seem quite relevant to know the origin. Is there something that I was missing there?
Look, Sam, I actually started on the same foot as you, so I was more interested in how the virus was causing disease in people before I read that it was not mutating much, and that's when the alarm went off that this might have come from a lab to me. So I was actually more interested in finding a way to treat the disease rather than to find out where it came from. But to the question of which is more important, I think that both have to be investigated in parallel, because if you wait too long, it will become impossible to find the origin of the outbreak.
Right, yeah. That I honestly had not thought about that part of it, that you sort of lose your connection to the facts if you're not really looking as much as you can look, as early as you can look. Before we jump in, and this really is a fascinating topic which sheds a lot of light on a fair amount of societal dysfunction. I mean, we're going to talk about the origins of COVID, but in the background and perhaps explicitly, we're also talking about the political corruption of science and a fundamental lack of transparency on the part of public health officials and attendant failures of cooperation. Before we jump in, perhaps both of you can summarize your relevant backgrounds here. Let's start with you, Matt. You and I obviously are quite familiar with one another, though we have not yet met candidly. I've read several of your books, and I will have introduced you both properly at the beginning here in the intro, but give me your potted bio, Matt.
Will do. Yeah, I'm a long-time fan of Sam Harris. That's one thing you can say about me. But my bio is that I'm an evolutionary biologist by training. I did a DPhil at Oxford in the behaviour of birds a very long time ago. I then became a journalist. I then became a book writer, an author, non-fiction author, various other things I did. Ended up in the UK Parliament for 9 years, in the House of Lords, not in the House of Commons. And the common theme of my career is a fascination with science and with evolutionary biology in particular. So actually coming to this topic, I was especially interested in the story of the bats right from the start, or at least whatever other species it was going to turn out to be. But it very quickly became clear that all these SARS-like viruses are basically found in one genus of bats, the horseshoe bats. And it was writing about that that got me into this topic. I very quickly learned that I could rule out a lab leak as plausible on the basis of arguments that were being put in what seemed to be authoritative scientific papers. I then later came to question that and thought that those papers were premature, and that's how I got more and more intrigued. And it was Alina's work really that tipped me over the edge.
Alina?
So I've been working in labs for about 14 years. I have a background in biochemistry, medical genetics, genetic engineering, and now gene therapy. So I am a scientist at the Broad Institute of MIT and Harvard. And I'd say that the common theme in my research in my scientific life is thinking about how to re-engineer human cells for therapeutic purposes, and now thinking about how viruses interact with their host, with human cells.
Wonderful. Well, so you're just the people I want to talk to on this topic, and there's a chance of having a written book on it. So how did you come to collaborate on the book together, and perhaps just give us its basic thesis? What are you alleging happened or may have happened, and maybe before we're going to track through this, the various arguments for and against the thesis, but you might just say how your thinking may have evolved in the meantime. Have you become more convinced or less convinced of any particular claim?
Yeah, shall I kick off on that? Because I was commissioned by the Wall Street Journal to write an article called "The Bats Behind the Pandemic" in, I think it was April or May of 2020. And I had by then become intrigued by this story that this virus seems to have come from bats, and that they had already found a very similar relative, but I didn't know where or when. And the more I dug into the topic, the more I began to question the received wisdom at the time, which I had been conveying to other people, that you could rule out a lab origin. And then I came across a paper by Alina and two of her colleagues, which said that this virus had experienced no burst of rapid evolutionary change on first entering the human species in 2019, which is surprising because the original SARS had shown that, and most viruses do that. They have to evolve pretty fast to suit the new host. And she also tipped me off that the Chinese had now ruled out that it began in the market. George Gao, the head of the Centers for Disease Control in Beijing, had announced that he thought the market was a super spreader event, not a origin event. And that's when I started getting intrigued. And Alina was the first scientist I talked to who said, look, it's an open question. We don't know if it came out of a lab. We don't know if it came out of a market. I got more and more interested in it. I followed her work and other work more and more closely, dug as deeply as I could. And eventually I said to her, could we collaborate on a book? Because although I know quite a lot about genomics, I've written several books on the topic, I'm basically a writer, not a scientist, and I would need to collaborate with somebody who understood the science. We both, I think, thought, and Alina can confirm this, at the start, that it could go either way. That we would probably find out, while we were writing the book, what the answer was. We were wrong about that, by the way. We still don't know 3 years later. But we would probably find out that it was either something to do with that seafood market or something to do with that laboratory in Wuhan. And so we devoted roughly equal quantities of text in the book to each argument. But I think by the end, we were both leaning towards the lab. And then a couple of other things happened. Just as we were about to publish, a document dropped, which we can describe later, which I think tipped us both into the view that the lab was now more likely than the market.
What has been your experience touching this topic, trying to publish on it and publishing, in fact, at a certain point? And has there been a fraught adventure in publishing? And I know you've testified before the UK Parliament. Just what manner of courting controversy has this been, and how has that political environment around this evolved over the last few years?
Yeah, well, we've met all sorts of barriers. This was described as a conspiracy theory that it could have come out of the lab very early on. And it was as a result banned from discussion altogether on places like Facebook. Luckily on Twitter, it wasn't. You could still speculate and share information on Twitter. So in the social media space, it wasn't easy. That changed a bit in 2021. The world got a bit more open-minded. In terms of the media, we found certain newspapers and broadcast outlets were very interested in talking about this topic and thought it was an interesting one. Others wouldn't go near it. CNN and the BBC just wouldn't talk about our book at all, for example.
And is that still the case?
Yes, basically, as far as I know, it is. I think you have been on CNN, Alina, once, but only a long time ago. So, and I've not been. Well, there was one very, very obscure BBC program had us on before they realised how unfashionable we were.
I don't think I've been on CNN. I think they cancelled last minute also. And I think we've seen that a lot. A lot of these more popular news media would reach out saying they want to interview us on the book. And then a few days right before, they would say, oh, we can't touch this topic. Our scientific editor is against it, that kind of thing. So there has been, I think, some self-censorship on the part of news reporters on this topic.
Yeah, and also it's worth mentioning that we've had a lot of encouragement from scientists privately.
Mm-hmm.
An awful lot of people are saying to us, keep going, you're on the right track. But in public, very few of them are prepared to put their heads above the parapet. And when I pressed, for example, the Royal Society in London and also the Academy of Medical Sciences to hold a debate on the origin of a pandemic that's killing north of 10 million people, I was told the topic is too controversial. And we've found something similar in the US, that the question of sort of opening it up to a proper conversation is just not acceptable within conventional science. And this is odd because the public generally thinks it came from a lab. If you look at opinion polling and based on anecdotal conversations I have with people, an awful lot of people think, yeah, of course it came out of that lab. Whereas the scientific establishment likes to say that the vast majority of scientists think it didn't come out of a lab. Now, if that's true, if they think that, and they know the public are, as it were, wrong on this topic, then they ought to be all the more willing to come out and debate it and knock down the theory that it came out of a lab. And for me, it's very odd that we haven't been able to have a very open, wide-ranging conversation in much of the media about this over the last 2 or 3 years.
Well, one of the things we've seen as well over the last 2 years is that a lot of emails have been obtained through the Freedom of Information Act, showing that virologists who publicly said, of course, it came from an animal in that market, privately in their emails, they were worrying whether this virus had been engineered in the Wuhan lab.
Okay, well, I want us to explore the nature of the controversy because it is surprising to me that it is this controversial to speculate about the origins of the virus and to worry that it could have leaked out of a lab. I think just to frame that surprise more fully, it's, first of all, there's been a rich history of security breaches at labs and leaks of dangerous pathogens, even from labs with higher security than the Wuhan Institute of Virology has. So we know we're bad at this, containing dangerous viruses. And this is just, a continuous source of concern. And so we should want to talk about evidence of yet another leak. Also, the Chinese have not been especially cooperative, and their political regime is not so widely respected at the moment. Maybe let's just touch the general question now. Why would people in the Western press and the scientific community in particular be so coddling of Chinese political sensitivities on this topic? I mean, I get why the Chinese don't want to admit or don't want to understand that they, through negligence, have birthed a global pandemic, if in fact they have. And we could argue it's negligence either way, whether it's a wet market or a lab leak. But why would the Western press and the Western scientific community be so eager to protect their self-concept on this point?
Alina, do you want to go first on that? I'll
Sure.
chip in.
So I'll say first that when I first started wondering about where this pandemic had come from, I had no idea about this whole history of collaboration between not just the US, but many other countries across Asia and Europe, with labs in China to do quite risky virus work that might have led to this pandemic. So here, it's not just whether Western scientists are afraid of, provoking China. It's really a question of, are they also complicit in the origin of COVID-19? And over the last few years, we've seen again and again a lot of support within the US for exactly that type of dangerous virus research that's commonly known now as gain-of-function research. So if the pandemic did start from a lab in Wuhan, it is not just a Chinese government issue. It is actually an issue that affects multiple countries, many countries who have all supported and endorsed and engaged in this work. And the US is a big funder of it. So they would have almost equal responsibility, I think, in my eyes.
Okay, so it's not just China and its political sensitivities. If in fact this is the result of laboratory negligence, there's a lot of blame to spread around, and we'll get there. So to start,
sorry, just to chip in there, Sam, if I may, just to amplify one of the points. It is a case that Western virology feels worried that its entire research program, indeed the whole of biotechnology, might lose its funding, might lose its social license if a major accident is revealed to happen as a result of work in a laboratory. And, I share that concern in a sense. I'm pro-biotech, I'm pro-vaccine, I'm pro-genetic engineering, crops and in medicine as well. And it would be a terrible pity if, as a result of this, the world said, right, we don't want to have anything to do with biotechnology ever again. No. It's a disaster. But I think truth is more important than consequence. And actually, science would be better off saying, no, let's find out. And if this did go wrong, let's learn lessons and make sure we don't do it again.
Yeah, well, I think one could well wonder whether we want to have anything to do with gain-of-function research, which we'll talk about. And this is something that I've touched on this podcast once before. My friend Rob Reed did a special episode on this research. So that part is especially worth worrying about, in my view, but we'll get there. So let's take it from the top here. What is the best argument for the natural origins of this virus? I mean, if memory serves, at the beginning, and perhaps this is still the case, there was evidence that it started spreading from the wet market, whatever its initial origins might have been. You just referred to it as possibly a super spreader event. So there was a pattern of spread with the wet market as its epicenter, and I forget what it was. It was something like 27 first cases that were detected there. Try to give the case for the zoonotic origins of this pandemic.
Well, maybe I can chip in on that one, and Alina can join in. In the case of SARS, in 2003, there was a very clear link to markets, food handlers. So when this one cropped up, and it's a very, very similar virus, it's very closely related to SARS, and it was first noticed in and around a food market, it seemed to be very much the same story. And that remains a possibility. There were mammals on sale in that market, not nearly as many as you would find in southern China. This is an area of China where you don't have the same habit of buying live animals in markets to the same degree. But there were mammals on sale in that market. And people did seem to get infected in that market. And the geographical proximity of the outbreak to a major food market does look a bit like SARS in 2003. The problem was they never found an infected animal, whereas they easily found them in the case of SARS. And although they found evidence of the virus in the market, it was on things like doorknobs, countertops, and in the sewage. It was the human version of the virus being spread around by people. So, yeah, it remains a possibility that this was very much like SARS. It started in that market, and that somebody was selling bamboo rats, which had been kept in a cave where bats had been defecating on them, or something like that. And yes, we would expect something like that to happen every now and then, because we know that these viruses are circulating on the wild bats. People are coming into contact with them in the wild.
And is it true that there was no possible progenitor virus found in any animal in the market?
Yes, that's true.
Right.
So I think that there are many lessons to be learned from how this pandemic was traced in terms of how the local investigators in Wuhan tried to find the source of the virus. So what had happened was there were hospitals in Wuhan, in the middle of Wuhan, and they were seeing cases of unexplained pneumonia. So they didn't know what was infecting people. And then doctors started realizing that they were seeing some cases from this market, from the seafood market that sold some number of live animals. So they called in investigators, and then those investigators thought maybe it's SARS-1 happening again. And at that time, they were not, so sure about human-to-human transmission yet. So what they did was they looked at the animals in the market or supply chain. They went straight to the market, and they wrote all this down in their notes, in their publications in early 2020. They said, we are just going to look at the market, we're going to look at the hospitals near the market, and we're going to look in the neighborhood of the market. So they completely focused their search on people with either links to the market, or if they had no links to the market, they had to live near the market.
Mm-hmm.
So what this did was it led to this looking under the bright light, but not looking around in the dark kind of analogy, where they ended up confining their search prematurely to one hypothesis, such that if there had been earlier cases not linked to the market or living far away from the market, they would have been missed completely. So in this sense, this led to this great unknown that persists to today. Are there earlier cases in the market? Are there cases in November, for example, that we don't know about? And if the Chinese government knows, they have not told us. They have not shared that information with us.
Just to restate that so people don't miss it. So what you're describing is a kind of selection bias. If you look for cases associated with the market, if you find anything, you're only going to find cases associated with the market. And then if you populate a map with those red dots, well, then you're going to have created a map that looks like the market was the epicenter of everything you found. But it could, in fact, be an artifact of just how you went looking for data. And obviously, it doesn't differentiate the market as origin thesis from the market as amplifier thesis. Is there more there, Elaine?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And just to reiterate, at the time, people were not allowed to acknowledge that the virus was spreading from human to human.
Mm-hmm.
There are anecdotes, reports from Wuhan, where doctors, for example, were not allowed to wear masks because they were told that this virus is not spreading human to human. So to wear a mask would acknowledge that they could catch it from their patients. So in that sense, investigators were not allowed to look for people who just caught it from other people. They were looking for people who had exposure to animals, had eaten at a restaurant where there was a live animal, for example.
Well, that's an amazing change, because when you describe it that way, it seems like a political maneuver to want to put the bravest face possible on the top of this pandemic. But obviously the Chinese have changed their behavior rather markedly since. They've gone so far as to, I believe, weld people into their apartments, and their zero COVID policy, to the eyes of the rest of the world, has looked, for now several years, fairly berserk. So what are you actually saying about the political, social, cultural attitude of the Chinese in the first months of the pandemic?
I think we're saying that it flipped. It went from extraordinary complacency and false reassurance, the period up till roughly the middle of January 2020, when they were insisting there was no human-to-human transmission, telling the World Health Organization to spread that message, and also saying they had it under control and that they hadn't had any deaths for 10 days or something. So there really was a period in January 2020 when probably local officials were desperate not to get into trouble with more powerful central bureaucrats, and were giving out false reassurance about what's happening. Don't worry, we closed the market, there's no human transmission. The cases that are in hospitals will either recover or die, and then it'll peter out. And then by the end of January, they suddenly realize, because of the flood of people coming into the hospitals, that that's wrong, that people are giving it to each other on a massive scale, that it's spreading like mad, and that it's killing people. And so they then reacted with very, very draconian lockdowns, as you say, that sort of worked to start with the relatively less infectious version of COVID that was then spreading. Wouldn't have worked with Omicron, for example, 2 years later. But it worked Wuhan did manage to stamp it out, but with extraordinarily draconian measures, as you say, welding doors shut and things like that. And then that persisted for a couple of years until towards the end of last year, that even that became untenable. They could not stop these milder, more infectious versions of the virus spreading very rapidly, and they simply took the lid off. So there's been two changes in China, both of which have probably gone too far in the wrong direction.
Yeah, this is the first time I've thought about this, but it just suggests to me that, given the alacrity with which they started locking down in earnest, it suggests to me that those first months of denialism had to have been based on a sincere belief that there was no human-to-human transmission, or at least it wasn't going to get out of hand, because the moment that seemed to be the case, then they went fairly crazy in the other direction.
Well, I have to jump in here
Yeah.
because actually in the first week of January 2020, the sequence of the virus was being auctioned off to people who make diagnostics and to people who make vaccines. And we know that by, I think, January 4th, the vaccine production for this virus had jumped into high gear by one of these companies in China. So I think the people there were kind of operating on two truths at the same time. On the one hand, they had to accept what they were being told, that the virus was not spreading human to human. But on the other hand, they also have to manufacture wartime level amounts of vaccine for the virus. So I don't think there was a unified consensus, of course, across this entire huge country. But there were separate groups of people acting on different, almost acting as if they had to accept both truths. The truth that it wasn't spreading human to human, but also they had to prepare for a pandemic.
Yeah, well, the timeline of Chinese vaccine development, I know, is peculiar, given what they claim to have known or not known, and I think it relates to the origin thesis. Maybe we should jump there now. What are the various anomalies that suggest a non-natural, that is, non-zoonotic, non-wet market origin for the virus? And I know these anomalies exist at various levels. There are molecular anomalies with respect to the virus itself, and then there are things like the timeline of Chinese response and vaccine development. And then it's probably the best place to talk about the various grant proposals that implicate Western involvement, EcoHealth Alliance, etc. But I don't know who wants to take this first, but walk me through the evidence for non-natural origin.
Well, I think I could talk about this for hours. So there's quite a bit of evidence pointing to its a lab origin, although there's no key direct or definitive evidence for either natural or lab origin. So I'll try to be brief. So I think that's the main key points for a lab origin is one, the location. So Wuhan is a place where even the top SARS virus researchers didn't believe that a outbreak would occur. So when the Wuhan Institute of Virology scientists who have spent the last decade collecting these viruses first heard of this outbreak in her city, she said, could it have come from my lab? Because we never believed that, a SARS-like virus would break out in Wuhan city. They in fact used their own city as the negative control. So a place where they would expect zero people to be exposed to this type of bad coronavirus. And yet, this was the location of arguably the largest collection and manipulation center of SARS-like viruses from that region, resembling this pandemic virus. So we've got the location.
Let me just make sure I understand what you're saying there. So you're saying that Wuhan is not a place where you would expect a natural ambient level of SARS viruses because the horseshoe bats don't live locally? Is that what you're saying?
No, so the horseshoe bats do live there, but to find that type of SARS-like virus, these scientists had to make trips every year far down south. So they had to travel thousands of kilometers down south to South China, to Yunnan. They even went across borders to Southeast Asia down south. So they were collecting across 8 different countries. South China and 7 Southeast Asian countries in that belt where they predicted there was the highest prevalence of these types of viruses. So that type of bat, the horseshoe bats, do live broadly across China. But to find those viruses, you have to go very far down south. And so even if you look at the EcoHealth Alliance, so this is a New York-based US nonprofit that channels money from the US government to that Wuhan lab and other places, they recently published a map of the risk of being exposed to these viruses, and Wuhan is nowhere near the hot zone.
Right. Okay, so I derailed you. Please continue.
Oh, no worries. So on the other hand, this lab, they had an extremely unique research program. So it's very hard to find this type of research program in any other lab. So you have labs that go out then collect tens of thousands of samples from bats, from animals in the wildlife trade, and even from sick people. So this lab was doing that. But they also took it one step further. Once they had all these very interesting novel viruses, they would then dissect them in the lab. They would break them down, recombine them seamlessly, so leaving no scar or trace of having engineered them, and try to see how these viruses could one day infect people. So they were trying to predict pandemics and try to come up with therapeutics and vaccines for potential pandemics in the future. But to do that, they had to bring some of these viruses closer to that type of pandemic potential. And we've seen from some of the released progress reports sent to the NIH that in some cases they accidentally really enhanced some of these viruses in the lab in animal models of human disease. So they had this very unique program where quite risky research was being done, and it was only found out later, after the pandemic started, that much of this research, including involving live viruses, had been done at quite low biosafety, at a biosafety that could not have protected them from being infected by viruses like the pandemic virus.
Yeah, well, let's linger on that point. So what is the biosafety level of the lab, and how does that relate to biosafety levels elsewhere?
So Matt, do you want me to take this?
Yes, keep going. You're doing a very good job.
Yeah, so when the outbreak was first detected, lots of people were just thinking about the top biosafety lab in Wuhan, so that their BSL-4, the maximum biosafety level. But the truth was, all of their research on these bad coronaviruses, including the SARS-like viruses, had been done at lower levels, at BSL-2 and BSL-3. So they worked with live viruses even at BSL-2. And at this level, you cannot be protected from an infectious airborne SARS-like virus. And there's no requirement, even if people are sick, even if they fall sick, they don't have to report it, they don't have to quarantine. So there would have been no record of someone being infected in the lab by such a virus.
Wow, well that's pretty damning in its own right. You know, Jon Stewart famously made the joke that you've got a novel bat coronavirus outbreak, and what do you have in town? You've got the Wuhan Institute of Virology working on precisely these sorts of viruses. And now we find at a level of security that couldn't possibly protect against a leak. On some level, what more do you need to know? I know there is more to know. We'll talk about the molecular evidence. But that alone, isn't that damning?
Can I just add to that point? This wasn't just one of the Chinese virology labs. This was pretty well the leading virology lab, possibly according to others, and certainly the leading one for SARS-like coronavirus. This was the lab that had tracked down where the SARS virus came from that caused the 2003 epidemic. And they were very proud of that fact. They'd found a cave in Yunnan with horseshoe bats in which very close relatives of the SARS virus were circulating. So, this is not just any lab. This is the main SARS-like coronavirus research lab in the world. And the particular striking feature is that when this pandemic broke out, they announced that they already had in their possession, in that lab, a very close relative of this new virus. They called it RATG13. We later found that they changed the name for a long time to connect that name to an outbreak of pneumonia that killed 3 people and sickened 3 others in a mine shaft in Yunnan in 2012. And they had made 7 expeditions to that mine shaft, and they'd come back not just with that one close relative of SARS-CoV-2, but we later found out, not till the middle of 2020, but we eventually found out that they'd brought back 8 other very closely related viruses. And so up till the middle of 2020, the 9 closest relatives of this pandemic virus had been collected more than 1,000 miles from Wuhan by Wuhan scientists and brought to Wuhan. And that, was a pretty striking fact. What then transpired was that the pandemic virus had a unique feature in it. And I think Alina's probably better placed to explain what this feature is. It's called a furin cleavage site. It's a short text of DNA, or RNA rather, which enables the virus to use a human enzyme called furin, and it greatly enhances its infectivity. It's the reason we're having a pandemic. And when they published the virus, they didn't draw attention to this fact, even though it was the first, and to this day, the only SARS-like coronavirus that had this feature in it. And I think Alina should be the one to give a rather good metaphor for why this was surprising that they didn't draw attention.
Well, let's jump there next, but Alina, perhaps you can start by explaining, if an explanation is possible, why they would have been working with these viruses at a level 2 condition as opposed to the level 4 condition that was available to them in the same lab.
Yeah, so I think this lab had been searching and hunting and collecting these viruses for so many years that they really let their guards down. So up until the pandemic started, there was no evidence that a bad virus, a bad SARS-like virus, could jump into a person and immediately cause an outbreak. Normally, it takes a while for the virus to become capable of causing massive outbreaks in people. It needs to adapt, find the right combination of mutations to make it capable of first infecting a person, creating enough copies of itself to spread from person to person, and potentially through the air. So in this case, scientists have been, going to all these bad caves, sometimes without masks, without any protective gear, and they've been doing it for so many years and nothing bad happened. So why would they need to upgrade to a higher biosafety level? Because once you go from BSL2 to BSL3, it's a lot. It's a lot more of cost, time, training. You have all these special requirements. It becomes very challenging to do the experiment and very costly. So if you are the scientists and you don't really fear these viruses anymore, is there really a need to expend all that extra money and cost personnel for this extra safety?
But aren't we now talking about manipulations to the virus that, by definition, make it more likely to infect humans? We're going to talk about a urine cleavage site and then the other molecular evidence now, but isn't the allegation that they were performing gain-of-function research of some sort, which should, by definition, have made them more concerned about getting infected themselves when working with these viruses?
So even in the case of the first SARS outbreak, the early variants of that virus weren't very good at causing outbreaks in people. It was only at a later stage, once it had collected the correct set of mutations that made it well adapted for people, that it was capable of causing outbreaks. So for these scientists, they had collected some close relatives of the SARS-1 virus, and they were working with these also at low biosafety levels. But I suspect that they didn't feel threatened. They didn't feel like, even if I spill this, it's going to cause an outbreak. So they probably had this perception that it would require quite a few steps, quite a period of time, repeated spillovers, repeated infections, before it would reach a pandemic level. They were also working with diverse SARS-like viruses. They were going out and intentionally looking for SARS-like viruses that were different from the SARS-1 virus. And it was with these viruses that they were doing experiments to see how they might eventually also cause outbreaks in people. So these different SARS-like viruses were seen as low-risk viruses. So they weren't seen as close relatives of the first SARS virus, likely to spill over into people at any time, but they were seen as things that you could manipulate in the lab and not be so worried that you would cause a pandemic.
Okay, so let's talk about the virus itself. And you described manipulations that were seamless and undetectable. What is detectable? When you look at a virus of this kind, what are the signs that it may have been manipulated? And what signs exist in the SARS-CoV-2 virus as we come to know it?
It's incredibly difficult to distinguish a lab-engineered virus from a natural virus, because any lab-engineered virus has to be derived from a virus that was found in nature. Scientists don't have a magical ability to just conjure novel viruses, the entire blueprint by themselves. They have to base it on something they found in nature. And the challenge is that nowadays the technology to build these viruses, to entirely synthesize their genome, is so advanced that you can do it leaving no trace. And for example, when this virus, when the pandemic virus, its sequence was posted, it took very little time for several groups of scientists around the world to just synthetically create it from scratch with no trace of them having engineered it. In fact, they had to deliberately put in traces of them engineering it. They deliberately put in a few mutations so that they could tell when someone in the lab had been infected by the virus in the lab or had caught the natural pandemic virus in the drain of the coffee shop.
Just to be clear, Lena, so you just started saying that scientists cannot manufacture viruses out of whole cloth. They have to piece things together from naturally occurring viruses. But then you just said that scientists, once we had the genome sequenced, they built their versions of SARS-CoV-2 from scratch using nothing but these base pairs. Can you square those two claims?
Yes, so once you know what the code is usually from nature, you can synthetically create a virus. But what I mean by you can't conjure a virus out of thin air is you can't just make something that has never been seen before. It's based on nothing. So you have to use sequences that you found in nature to make this artificial virus in the lab.
Yeah, and just to give you an example, Sam, that might be helpful. What we're mainly talking about here is manipulations to one of the genes, the spike gene. So there's about, 15 genes roughly in these SARS-like coronaviruses. They're strung out like beads on a string, although they do overlap, so it's a bit confusing in some ways. There's one gene that codes for the spike, the thing that sticks out of the surface of the virus and that binds onto human cells. And nearly all the genetic manipulation experiments have involved the spike gene. And so what they've done is they've said, we've just collected this virus in the wild, we've read its sequence, it's got a different spike gene from the one that we're used to. We're going to synthesize a piece of RNA, or you'll start with DNA, but then you'll change it into RNA, that is that spike gene from this wild virus. We're going to synthesize that from scratch, but based on the exact sequence that we've seen in nature. We're going to then swap that into a virus that we've already got growing in the lab, taking out that virus's spike gene and putting in this new one. You've now got a manipulated virus that has a brand new, well, it has a different spike gene than it would normally have, but it's got the same other genes as it would normally have. So it's very much a sort of jigsaw puzzle of genes here that is mainly going on. But there's another level, which is to insert or delete sequences within the spike gene. And that's where the furin cleavage site comes in.
So is the only sign of synthetic manipulation that you can't find analogous sequences in the wild? I'm just speculating here. I don't know if this is true, but let's just say that there is no example, and Alina, tell me if this is in fact the case. There is no example of a fern cleavage site in a horseshoe bat found in the wild. Therefore, there's no appropriate story of how this could have been zoonotic once you see this piece of molecular evidence. I mean, either it's there and you haven't found it, or it's just not there, and by definition it had to have been the result of human manipulation.
Well, I think there's a fundamental challenge here, which is that we don't know what viruses and what sequences the Wuhan lab had found. So if you don't know what the references are, how do you know what might have been engineered in that lab? And maybe an analogy I can make is with AI. So nowadays AI is so sophisticated that it can write its own stories from completely create new stories by itself. So in that sense, it's hard to tell whether a particular story was written by an AI or by a person. But in science, in terms of writing virus genomes, we are not at that level yet. We're still at a level where you have to copy and paste pieces that you've found from pre-existing stories, let's say pre-existing virus sequences. So without having access to that database of sequences, how do you know if something was derived from that or whether it just comes from you?
And we don't have access simply because of the lack of cooperation at this point with the Chinese, correct?
Yes, and the database in question, which Alina refers to, is as far as we know, a pretty well complete database of all the viruses they had collected over 15 years or so, and their sequences, their locations, their other features of them. And that database was online until the 12th of September 2019, it then went offline. It came back briefly online in early 2020, but only internally, not available to the outside world, which it had been before, although not all of it. There was a password-protected section. There was a paper published by the EcoHealth Alliance in collaboration with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which came out in 2020, but was written before the pandemic began, which listed a very large number of viruses they had worked on up until the end of 2015, the beginning of 2016. And so we think we have a fairly complete idea of which viruses they had worked on up until that point. But if you look at the published sequences of viruses that they found in 2016, 17, 18, and 19, there's very, very little information available at all. And we know it's in that database. That database is not being made available. We've asked for it repeatedly in every way we can think of, and said, wouldn't it be the perfect way to exonerate you is to show us exactly what you had in the lab and show that you did not have any virus that could have been used as a backbone or a template for making SARS-CoV-2. And the answer comes back, well, if we shared it, people might hack it. Which is frankly a meaningless thing to say, because if you share something, it doesn't matter who hacks it. Hacking is for secret stuff. So we just don't understand why they don't share that database.
And when you say we, you're talking about Western governments have requested this of the Chinese, or journalists, or the scientific establishment?
So it's actually been quite astonishing. So the World Health Organization sent a team of scientists in early 2021 to Wuhan to investigate the origin of COVID-19. And that team included the president of EcoHealth Alliance, which collaborates with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And when they went there, they were given this nice tour of the top biosafety level lab at Wuhan. They went shown the lower biosafety lab. And the EcoHealth president said he didn't ask for the database because he knows that there's nothing useful in there. So he asserted, without sharing the data, that we don't need to see this database.
Can I just interrupt there, just to answer your question about we? Because, yes, I do mean literally Alina and I trying to put questions to Xi Jinping herself or Jenny Q, who's a journalist who has access to her, and not getting anywhere in terms of responses. But I also mean a sort of community of people who are interested in this subject, some of whom are extremely knowledgeable, some of whom are, as it were, amateurs who've come to this from outside. They're just good at handling data or looking into databases and things like that. And they've also been trying to pose these questions on social media and directly, and as you say, through governments and through journalists and so on. And it's really been an uphill struggle. If mainstream journalists or mainstream politicians were to sort of take this up and do a little bit of research and get to the point where they could ask these tough questions, it's not impossible that we could make a little progress here. But, when it's just a bunch of sleuths with no particular institutional background putting the pressure on, it's very easy to ignore the question.
It's easy to see how conversation has proved impossible. Wasn't it the case at one point that the CCP was alleging that the virus had been spread to Wuhan by the Americans, or it was an act of bioterrorism that came from outside of China? Didn't things break down that much?
There was a athletics tournament in Wuhan in October 2019, the World Military Games, in which lots of countries sent military athletes. And the suggestion was made fairly obliquely by the Chinese authorities that this might have been how the virus got there, and that it might indeed have been a bioweapon from Fort Detrick. They even mentioned the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, which is another coronavirus research center that collaborates with Wuhan. And, this is only one of many really rather flimsy theories that have been put out there by the Chinese military. The most notorious one, of course, is the one that they got the World Health Organization to briefly endorse at a rather farcical press conference 2 years ago this week, which was that it had reached China on frozen food, frozen seafood in particular, for which there is no evidence. When you think about it, it makes absolutely no sense, because A, it's not a very good vehicle for transporting viruses, and B, it would infect whoever else is getting frozen food from those sources elsewhere in the world. It wouldn't turn up in just one city. So, there have been some fairly desperate alibis put out there by the Chinese authorities to try and deflect questions about the lab in Wuhan, and also about the market in Wuhan. We shouldn't forget that the Chinese regime doesn't want it to be blamed on the habit of selling live animals in markets in China either.
Yeah, as I said at the top, there's negligence. There's a story of negligence either way, whether it's a wet market or a lab. And in some ways, they're equally damning, although of different cultural practices. Alina, is there more to say about the molecular evidence or lack thereof before we move on to the political story and the story of bad incentives and questionable research?
Yeah, so first thing I want to say about the WHO investigation was that it was extremely useful for the Chinese government to use that and say, look, the World Health Organization says this virus might come in on frozen food, so it didn't start in China, it's not China's fault. It's also a story that they're not just telling the outside world, but they're telling people inside of China. And we know from a lot of emails and actually from early publications in 2020 that people inside of China were the first to say maybe this is from that lab in Wuhan that's collecting these bad viruses and doing risky research with them. And so this whole issue of the virus database being taken offline, being made inaccessible, it just makes no sense. Because these virus hunters have spent more than a decade collecting all these viruses, putting together the database, which they launched in 2019, right before the pandemic. They said this database is for other scientists around China and elsewhere to use to understand novel emerging pathogens, to trace their origin and understand their journey from the origin of where those close relatives are, all the way into where the outbreak begins. But here we go with an actual pandemic starting in their city. The database is taken offline, or not at least not shared with collaborators. So there's no one outside the WID was able to access this database after September 2019. So why did they create this resource and then refuse to share it with people? So it just raises so many questions, and this had begun even before the muddying of the waters with the WHO investigation. They don't call it an investigation, so the WHO actually calls it something like a collaborative journey of exploration.
Oh my God.
Sorry, can I just add one thing on the molecular evidence which you mentioned, Sam, before we move on to other things? There's a very important feature of the furin cleavage site that it's worth bearing in mind, and that is that this isn't just some random feature that's been discovered in this virus and not in other SARS-like viruses. It's also a feature that has been put deliberately into viruses by virologists in the last 10 years on about 12 occasions as a way to change the properties of the spike gene in these viruses. That's been done with various coronaviruses, and one of the places that's done that experiment in collaboration with other groups is the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Relatively recently, they manipulated a MERS-like virus called HKU4, I think I've got that right, Alina, but correct me if I'm wrong, by inserting a furin cleavage site deliberately into it. So it's not as if we're picking this out of the sky and saying, look, here's an odd feature that they didn't mention. Here's an odd feature that they didn't mention, which they have in the past deliberately put into this kind of virus as an experiment. So it's not unreasonable to think that they might have done this on this occasion, particularly as a document dropped at the end in September 2020 2021. Sorry.
2021.
Yeah, 2021.
Losing track of the pandemic years.
Exactly. A document dropped called the Defuse Proposal, which was a collaboration between the EcoHealth Alliance and the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which said specifically, if we find novel SARS-like coronaviruses, we may try to put furin cleavage sites in. So, Lena, I want you to just tell your unicorn analogy, because it's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, so when I saw this diffuse proposal, I think I was extremely shocked because scientists, virologists especially, had been privately worrying through their emails that were released later that this pandemic feature had been engineered into the virus. So behind the scenes, they were all saying, "Oh my God, I hope the rumors untrue. I hope this wasn't engineered into the virus because that is what would have caused it to become a pandemic virus." And in late 2021, there's a leak of this research proposal that comes from early 2018, so just about 2 years before the pandemic started, that showed that these Wuhan scientists, together with US collaborators, had this plan to put these pandemic features into SARS-like viruses in the lab. So I will put a caveat here that a lot of this type of research had been done in pseudoviruses, so not using the actual pathogen virus, but in an artificial setting. But here in this proposal, they said we are going to find low-risk SARS-like viruses, so presumably viruses not like the first SARS virus, but possibly something like this pandemic virus. And we're going to put this feature that we know could cause an enhancement of infectiousness, of deadliness, into these viruses to study them in the lab. And so my analogy for this is, it's as if this scientist had written 2 years before the pandemic, we're going to find horses and we're going to put horns on them. And 2 years later, a unicorn shows up in their city. Mm-hmm. So this unicorn is rampaging around. It's sighted at the local seafood market. The scientists discover this unicorn, and when they write their first paper about it, they don't talk about the horn at all. They go into all sorts of other minor details. They talk about the hoofs, the hair color, the shape of the head, but they don't talk about the horn. And so this raises a lot of alarm bells for me and for other scientists, because here we have this completely plausible pipeline of research that might have created the pandemic virus. And we have these scientists not being forthcoming about their plans to create these unicorns and not telling us about the horn when they first discover the virus.
And it's just worth adding, Sam, that until I saw the Defuse proposal, I was leaning towards the view that this might well have been a lab leak of a natural virus that they had simply mishandled in the lab. That they'd got this virus from a bat, that they'd been working on it, it infected somebody, and there you go. Once I saw the Defuse proposal, I thought, no, it's more likely now that they took a natural virus, deliberately manipulated it with a furin cleavage site, which made it more infectious, and that's when the pandemic started. So we're not just talking about a natural virus that leaked, we're talking also about the possibility of a manipulated virus that leaked.
It just seems like an incredible coincidence that the lab, that this virus, this extremely unique pandemic virus with a furin cleavage site, shows up in the one city in the entire world where there's a lab with that exact plan to find novel SARS-like viruses and put these novel furin cleavage sites into them. So why now and why there?
Yeah, it's fairly astounding, and it's doubly astounding that people feel that there should be some taboo around investigating this topic. But when you say that we have the emails expressing the private fears of Chinese scientists, how early does this go back in the timeline? What sort of information do we have from the Chinese side that has leaked out? And you can give us some sense of how they were thinking about this from before the moment where it was an acknowledged pandemic.
So actually, because most of these emails were obtained through the Freedom of Information Act, they were from Western virologists. Some of them had strong connections with scientists in China. And so one Australian virologist, for example, in February 2020, he said he does so much work with Chinese scientists, and what they're telling him is that people there believe it came from the lab and that they're being lied to. So a lot of this information is second. So in a separate incident, for example, there's a virologist based in the US who had contacts at a prestigious Beijing Pathogens Institute, and they intimated that they were aware that someone had gotten infected with the pandemic virus in this prestigious virology lab in Beijing, but there was no word said about it. It wasn't in the news or anything. It was only found out when their emails were forwarded.
The email chains that are of interest are basically between and among US-based scientists, with some admixture from the UK, Australia, and elsewhere. But they particularly show Western virologists, some of whom had worked very closely with the scientists in Wuhan, raising the alarm at the start of February 2020 when they'd just seen the genome of the virus for the first time, published by the Chinese team, raising the alarm that this looks like an engineered virus. And that led to a vital meeting on the 1st of February 2020 involving Anthony Fauci, Marty's colleagues, Jeremy Farrar from the UK, and about a dozen virologists in total, who discussed and then emailed each other about their discussions about what they thought might have happened. And that's a very interesting period, and it's a very interesting set of information because it, as Alina says, it's revealed private views that were very different from the ones they were expressing in public, both at the time and later.
Okay, so let's talk about potential Western culpability here and the obvious bad incentive to cover up a shocking instance of negligence that got millions of people killed, if in fact that's what has happened here. What is the EcoHealth Alliance, and to what degree are any big names like Anthony Fauci involved in it, or any other organizations that have a connection to the Wuhan Institute of Virology? Which is what do we know about U.S. funding of research there? What's the pattern here?
Right. I'll take that first. The EcoHealth Alliance began life as a relatively small and modest wildlife charity called the Wildlife Trust, which had grown out, funnily enough, of the books of Gerald Durrell, the naturalist. But about 12 years ago, it appointed a man named Peter Daszak, who was an expert on infectious diseases in wildlife. And he saw an opportunity that in the wake of SARS and MERS in particular, well, this was before MERS, but in the wake of SARS, there was suddenly a great interest in searching for viruses in wildlife. And there was a lot of funding heading that way through USAID, through the National Institutes of Health, and some through the Pentagon. And he became a really very successful grantrepreneur, I think is the right expression, somebody who knows how to write grant proposals and get money. And his modus operandi, this is Peter Daszak, by the way, his modus operandi was to draw down sums from the American taxpayer in various ways, channel them perfectly openly to groups in other countries to collaborate on virus hunting expeditions and laboratory experiments on those viruses. And his biggest partner, or one of his biggest partners, was the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So something like $17 million a year is going through the EcoHealth Alliance. Quite a lot of that ends up at the Wuhan Institute of Virology over the years. And some of this overlaps with a period when gain-of-function research is halted, or at least funding of it is halted in the US. And so similar sorts of experiments continue in places like Wuhan, but partly funded by US taxpayer money through the National Institutes of Health and through USAID. So there is a question here over whether, not necessarily deliberately, but by accident, America ends up funding work in China that it would not fund in the US.
And are you suggesting that would have been by accident, or that would have been a way of working around U.S. law? Would it have been legal to fund something in China that was illegal to perform in the U.S.?
Well, it all depends on what you mean by gain-of-function research. And if you are working on viruses that are thought only to be capable of infecting bats, then it probably doesn't qualify for gain-of-function under the NIH's rather strict definition of what that is. So there's an argument there that they may well have known they were funding gain-of-function research, but not thinking it was formally defined as such, and therefore it was legitimate. I don't myself think it's a case of deliberately trying to get around a US ban, but I do think it's a case of China seeing an opportunity to do some of the research that is now not being done in America and to catch up with some of the technologies. Alina may disagree with some of what I've just said.
Well, let's, Alina, before you jump in, let's describe what we mean by gain-of-function research, and because there's something fairly inscrutable about the existence of this research. I think when you stand far enough outside the field, I mean, this seems like an especially Faustian form of science. Really, it's if you're going to court disaster, this has got to be at the top of the list of methods by which you would court it. What do we mean by gain-of-function research? And perhaps, Matt, you can describe why this is a semantically fraught exercise. I remember, and perhaps many listeners will recall, a bizarre exchange between Rand Paul and Anthony Fauci that happened in front of Congress over this topic, where, depending on your political biases and the echo chamber in which you get your news, you either thought that Rand Paul had embarrassed himself as a total ignoramus, or you thought Anthony Fauci was dissembling in the most shocking way and refusing to answer very basic questions. Why is this difficult to define? And there's a remaining question. Why is this research so tempting to do?
So maybe I can expand on this. So regarding the Rand Paul and Anthony Fauci exchange, they were both right and wrong at the same time because they were using different definitions of gain-of-function research. So according to the NIH, it has a very strict definition of gain-of-function research of concern. So this means that it is only considered gain-of-function research of concern if you're working with a pathogen that is both highly transmissible and highly deadly in people. So how could you possibly know that until you had created such a pathogen? So in the case of, let's say, Wuhan virology research, they were taking these novel pathogens from bats, from animals, from some sick people, but they had no idea of knowing whether these were pandemic pathogens. So their work could be argued to not fall under that class of research, not be considered gain-of-function research. So when Rand Paul asked Anthony Fauci, did you fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan virology lab? He could accurately say, he could defensively say, no, I didn't, because he doesn't consider that type of research to meet the definition that's being used in this halt on funding, by the way. So it wasn't a ban of the research, it was a halt on US government funding of that type of research.
It's worth just adding what's meant by gain of function, because I think not everybody realizes this, but the function we're talking about is ability to infect a human being, say, and gain would be an increase in the ability to infect a human. So that's sort of where this debate's kicked off in 2013, 14, well, no, a bit earlier than that, 2011, 12, was experiments that were designed to see how easy it was to change an influenza virus that infected birds into one that could be transmitted between mammals. Now, that's obviously taking a virus that is potentially dangerous, making it more dangerous to human beings because you're now saying it's good at infecting mammals. So that is the function that's being gained, is the ability to infect, eventually, human beings.
But that seems like a very straightforward definition of the sort that Rand Paul was arguing for. And on Alina's account just now, it seems like the more rabbinical, fine print, and one could argue evasive definition used by Fauci and the NIH requires some prior knowledge of lethality or dangerousness. Do I have that right?
Yes, I think you do.
It had to be both deadly and infectious. So if you were working with a novel bad virus, how could you possibly know that it was both deadly and infectious to people? So it's kind of a chicken versus egg kind of conundrum where you can't prevent work with novel pathogens that could lead to a pandemic based on this definition.
But just to to play Rand Paul for a second here, we know from EcoHealth Alliance documents that some of the experiments done in Wuhan, in which they swapped the spike gene between two viruses, caused the viruses to become more infectious by about 10,000 times in human cells in the lab. They also caused
humanized mice.
They also caused them to be more lethal to humanized mice by about 2 times, I think. Is that right, Alina? So, they definitely caused a gain of infectivity and lethality in a virus. There's no, I don't think you need to debate that. Whether that met the definition of gain-of-function experiment is, as you say, Sam, somewhat rabbinical.
Okay, well, why do this?
Even the most...
Sorry, Elena, but say whatever you want to say, but perhaps you can then explain, why is there this apparent, ever-present temptation to do this research, which is so obviously dangerous? And let me just flesh out the ignorance at the base of my question. If we now live in a world where we can very, very quickly sequence any pathogen, right? I mean, and we now live in a world where we can very quickly design vaccines against that sequence. Why is it that we would need to be manipulating pathogens in the lab to see the mechanisms by which their infectiousness or lethality can grow or be diminished in human cells? But what is the temptation to do this work in advance of having nature throw up a novel virus which we can quickly sequence and quickly design vaccines against?
So in the decade leading up to the pandemic, there had been this growing body of scientists who believed that you could predict future pandemics, or at least prepare for them, by finding novel viruses in the wild and understanding how they might eventually take steps to becoming a human pathogen. So it was this sequence of steps that they were extremely interested in studying. And this is why they were going out there collecting as different viruses as possible. So not just viruses that look like previous human outbreak viruses, but completely never seen before viruses from the wild. They would take this in the lab and try and see how would this virus one day cause an outbreak in people. So here, it is almost inevitable that some gain-of-function research would be done. And I suspect in their perspective, they never believed that they would create an actual human pandemic pathogen. So, because how could you operate under that kind of stress if you were the scientist doing this experiment? How could you operate under this pressure of knowing that if you have a single error, you could cause 1 million deaths, right? So I think a lot of them had this mindset that the work they were doing was not that risky. So despite having gains of function on these novel viruses, they didn't believe that they were creating a novel pandemic pathogen.
And Sam, just to defend them for a second, the one thing you said that we shouldn't be doing instead, which is just when a pandemic starts, quickly develop a vaccine. Actually, that's something that was not quick until very recently. Vaccine development had not speeded up hardly at all in the last few decades. Still took several years to get a good vaccine developed. The messenger RNA technology has changed that. We now can do vaccines quicker, but they still aren't particularly effective against respiratory viruses, as we've seen. They can reduce your chances of dying a lot, but they can't so much reduce your chances of passing on the virus. So it's not unreasonable to say we are a sitting duck for the next pandemic virus if we knew which ones might cause it, and we developed vaccines for them and kept them in the bank, ready for when they happened, we might be better off. It's not completely bonkers as an idea, but it isn't a terribly good idea to be doing experiments that actually make that outcome more likely.
But I do want to point out that the speed at which these vaccines were developed, the vaccine technology that enabled that, it did not benefit from any of this virus hunting research.
That's
so
true.
all of that
Yes.
body of work to predict pandemics, whatever, it did not help us in responding to this pandemic.
Yeah, it's a little bit. So someone once compared this, I believe, in Rob Reed's podcast here on this podcast. Someone once compared this to creating, wanted posters for, dangerous criminals, right? We are going into the wild. We're finding viruses that stand a chance of killing us, and we're naming them in advance and advertising their existence to ourselves, and perhaps designing bespoke, vaccines against them. But once you add the gain of function piece and the manipulation of both infectivity and lethality, what we're really doing is actually creating the dangerous criminals ourselves, and they don't quite yet exist. We're creating the human transmissible lethal versions, or moving further down the path with respect to both variables, and then putting people, by definition, in close proximity to these viruses on a daily basis in labs where we know even the most secure of which have a highly imperfect record of keeping their dangerous pathogens to themselves. I mean, we just have a long history of lab leaks on several scary viruses. Is there any defense? And then you add this final piece that now we know we can design vaccines very quickly, and so that even if all of this dangerous work provided some kind of time advantage, it's arguably on the order of, it gives us, 72-hour head start at this point? Is there any defense of gain-of-function research of this sort now in today's world, in your view?
Certainly not in the wake of the pandemic. And I go back to Azilomar in 1975, I think it was, when first genetic engineering techniques were becoming available, and scientists gathered in California and said, let's put some rules around this. And one of the rules, they said, let's not work on highly pathogenic organisms. Somewhere in between then and now, that rule must have been dropped. But
I would put a rule of 0.1 before that, which is let's not create the highly pathogenic organisms in order to work on them.
Right, exactly. And I consider myself somebody who knows quite a lot about genomics. As I said, written books about it. I follow it. I know it, but I haven't particularly followed virology in the last 10 years. I was gobsmacked to find out that these experiments were going. I genuinely, it took me aback to realise that they'd gone this far. The technical virtuosity of what they're doing was pretty spectacular. Particularly the ability to insert sections of genetic code seamlessly into viruses, swap spike genes in and out, and things like that is, spectacular achievements in terms of techniques. But to be playing with potentially dangerous viruses, making them more dangerous in a world where, as you say, lab leaks happen all the time. I mean, the SARS virus, we know, it leaked about 7 times in 2003-4 after the epidemic was over in labs. Once in Taiwan, once in Singapore, and several times in Beijing. And in most of those cases, we don't know how it happened. There wasn't a broken test tube or a punctured glove. So the fact that this research was going on the scale that it was going on completely changes the Bayesian prior of people who say, look, previous pandemics didn't happen because of lab leaks, so why should this one? Well, previous pandemics didn't happen in the era when these kinds of experiments were going on.
Alina, do you feel the same way about gain-of-function research at this point?
Yes, I think that the risks are too high, and they far outweigh the benefits, especially for this very niche type of virology research. So there's no argument that the vast majority of virology is essential and life-saving, but there's this tiny sliver of research where you're enhancing novel pathogens or known pathogens to a point where they could cause a novel outbreak that I think that it has unacceptable risk, because it's not just the researcher then. You know, if you are in the lab and you're working with this virus and you spill it on yourself, and you die, that is you. But if then you walk on the street and cause 1 million people to die, I mean, why are those people shouldering the risk when they weren't even called in to make the decision in the first place to do the experiment? And so I think a lot of this comes from hubris. It comes from the belief that it's not going to be me, the scientist working the virus, that's causing an outbreak. It's going to be some scientist in China that's causing an outbreak. And so I think that there's a belief that the biosafety infrastructure and policies in the West, let's say, are sufficient and safe enough to allow people to do these risky research. But no, it's not okay for our neighbors in China to do it. And I think it's important for people, scientists around the world, to acknowledge that, you know, there's human error. No matter where you are, no matter how high of biosafety you're looking at, even if the coronavirus research had not been done at BSL-2, if it had been done at top biosafety, you can't protect against just random human error. Or let's say a researcher is, unwell, or mentally unwell, and decides to take it out of the lab and cause an outbreak. There are just so many things that we should do to stop that from ever being a possibility.
So, can you put yourself in the position, so you said earlier, Matt, that there's a pervasive fear that if we pull back the veil on what happened here, the whole field will come under some Luddite intolerance for this whole class of research, and that would be much to the detriment of humanity. Can you don the hat of somebody who would defend past practices along these lines of gain-of-function research on dangerous pathogens going forward? I mean, who would disagree with what we've been saying for the last 10 minutes or so? How would they disagree with it?
Well, they would mostly use an argument about the importance of knowledge. The more we find out about the world, the better. And on the whole, I agree. And there's no such thing as dangerous research. There's only dangerous applications of research and so on. That we're better off finding out that you can split the atom than not. And the right side got that technology before the wrong side, or something like that. So, this is a very, very difficult area generally. But I'm a bit of a libertarian. I tend to the view that rules and regulations are often too onerous and intrusive and are getting in the way of useful innovation and are sometimes making safety less good, not better, because of the perverse incentives they create, etc. But I'm nothing like as libertarian as some of these virologists. They're making the argument, it's none of your business to tell me what experiments I can do. This should be for us scientists to decide. And that feels to me dangerously hubristic. Going way too far. As I say, I'm a bit of a libertarian, but I'm all for some regulations about gain-of-function research in viruses. Alina's made the point before that if we're going to do some of this work, do it in Greenland. Do it a long way from population centres. Doing it in the middle of a city of 11 million people.
Well, maybe not Greenland, but like an isolated island that's not owned or populated by anybody.
Sorry, I didn't want to give Greenland as a prize.
So perhaps we can close on this question. Is there any more to say about the incentives that are working against our honestly exploring the origins of the pandemic at this point? And here I'm thinking about what is and isn't being said by scientists and scientific publications and government bodies and people like Anthony Fauci and Francis Collins and the WHO and anyone who could be implicated in a system of bad incentives here to not look under the rug, to not share private communications that predate our knowledge that we were going to tip into a pandemic. I mean, just why is this not a free investigation at this point that's marshaling the talents and cooperative capacities of everyone qualified?
We're currently in a deadlock between proponents and opponents of this type of risky pathogen research. So on the one hand, you've got these virus hunters and people who do borderline gain-of-function research of concern, and they've invested so much, and this is such an international movement that it's not just China, but the US is a huge supporter of this type of research funding and also in terms of doing the science. And so for them to suddenly be cast as the people who might have started this pandemic, they can't stomach that. So all this time they've been saying that they are the heroes, they're the ones saving lives, but now they might have been the ones to accidentally make the most costly scientific mistake in history. And so there is a strong incentive on their part to say, no way, this is just natural, this is from this market that people are doing uncivilized things. These are language words that have been used by virologists to describe the market renders. So for them, the stakes could not be higher. They cannot be seen as even being possible like culprits of this pandemic.
And I would add that on the other side of the equation, there's nobody with a vested interest in it being a lab. And by that I mean, literally a sort of financial vested interest. There's no, I can say this from personal experience, neither Alina nor I are being offered large checks to come out in favour of a lab leak. Yes, we signed a contract to write a book, but A, we gave half the proceeds to charity, and B, those proceeds weren't spectacular. I mean, they were just enough to pay us to do the book. And we'd have written, and we made very clear to the publishers, we weren't writing a book that said this is a lab leak. We were writing a book that says this might be a lab leak, or it might be a market. We don't know which, but we think it's important to find out. But, apart from that, there's no one going around saying, I could make a lot of money out of this being a lab leak. It just doesn't work that way. So I can't think of any institution, company or charity or body or something that is going to benefit if it turns out to be a lab leak. So the vested interests are ranged against on the other side of the equation.
Well, I want to point out also that the Equal Health Alliance, for example, has received more NIH funding to do more virus hunting in Southeast Asia. So now they've kind of cut China out of the picture, but they're still doing the same type of research.
Once again, I want to just revisit my fundamental confusion on this point. I understand that prior to the emergence of SARS-CoV-2 and our implementation of the mRNA technology to produce vaccines, we couldn't quickly produce vaccines in a way that we now can. But presumably we're fast now and only getting faster. So my question is, how is any of that virus hunting and gain-of-function manipulation defensible given the time course here, given that we know we can sequence things very, very quickly, and we know we can design against a vaccine against that sequence very, very quickly? What purpose is served by dredging up either existent or as yet non-existent viruses and characterizing the mayhem they cause in human cells in advance?
Well, presumably, the Eco Health Alliance thinks that next week in Thailand, in a bat cave, it's going to find a virus in a bat that is, in the words of one of their papers, poised for human emergence. And they're going to be able to say to the world, look, we've found the next pandemic, and we've found it before it starts, and we're going to get a head start on it.
But a head start is how much time now? It really seems like you can almost hold your breath for the full duration of the head start afforded to you.
I think that they have a very rosy picture of what's going to happen when the future outbreak happens, is that they think that they will have a stockpile of vaccines that can act against any coronavirus, for example, and that people will just willingly take these vaccines. So I think that, they're thinking of maybe a few weeks head start because they would have such a large stockpile of vaccines, but you could not possibly vaccinate all of the people who are exposed to a future pandemic. So I think some of this actually has some military undertones in terms of biodefense, that they have enough vaccines for soldiers.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that the diffuse proposal itself, which wasn't funded by the Pentagon, by the way, but it included some really wacky ideas, like they were going to develop aerosol sprays that they could spray into bat caves in war zones so that soldiers were not exposed to viruses because bats had been vaccinated by these aerosol sprays. I mean, that's a technology that might work in 100-year time, but it's not going to work in the short term. And it's a pretty sort of strange premise that you've got a war going on in a zone where there's a new disease, for example. So these people have to come up with ingenious ideas to justify getting money from some of their funders. That's, I'm afraid, a big part of what goes on.
One thing I think we should say explicitly, I think it's been fairly clear throughout that in discussing the possibility of a lab leak origin to COVID, we're not alleging. I think very few people are even thinking about the possibility that this virus was deliberately leaked into the human population, or that it was so-called weaponized. That this is an agent of bioterrorism that was in the conscious mind of any person working on this virus.
Yeah, I think Lena and I both know that the People's Liberation Army did have interest in what was going on in these labs, but I suspect mainly from a defensive viewpoint, just as most bioterrorism research in the US is defensive. It's about how to respond when a terrorist unleashes a bioweapon, not about how to unleash a bioweapon yourself. Now, that may be me being too gullible, but I've seen no evidence that this is likely to have come out of an offensive bioweapon research program.
Yeah, there's no way to control a bioweapon once you've released it if it's highly transmissible and causes a pandemic. So even if you could lock down your entire country for like 10 years, let's say, eventually you'd have to open your borders. I mean, eventually people will come into the country. So you can't control how a virus mutates, and you can't protect your borders forever. So in my opinion, releasing a bioweapon is kind of self-harming.
Yeah. Also, if you're going to come up with a bioweapon for the purpose of killing soldiers, you would create something far more lethal than SARS-CoV-2.
Yes, that's true.
Well, is there anything more to say at this point? I mean, I guess many people would want to know how confident you are that this is far more likely to be a lab release at this point than a naturally derived virus. From everything we've said here, it feels like more than a coin toss to me. I mean, there's just too much that is peculiar about this. But, if there was a casino we could go to and place a bet on this, it would be tempting to do that, because it does seem like the odds are better than not that this came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of describing it. I think it's more than likely that it did. But I would hesitate. I don't think it's helpful to put a number on it. I'm not educated for sure or whatever. But I'm certainly strongly leaning that way. I don't know what Alina would say. She maybe say something similar.
Well, one of my pet peeves is that you've got all these journalists constantly going out to scientists and politicians asking them to guess. Asking them to say, what's your betting number? And I wish they would just change that question and say, how do you plan to find evidence? How do you plan to investigate? Because right now we have no direct evidence, so we should be focusing on finding evidence instead of placing our bets. And I believe that the process of investigating will not only inform us to future risk, but help to deter future instances of negligence, let's say. Exactly. And also help to find some sort of closure for people impacted by this pandemic. So I have no understanding of the experts who are saying it's not important to find the origin of COVID-19, or it's not going to help us understand the risk. I think it's completely integrated into preventing future pandemics.
And do you have a sense at this moment of what the attitudes are in the scientific establishment? I mean, if we were going to talk to the editors at Nature or Science or The Lancet or any other esteemed scientific journal, how would they view the conversation we've just had?
I think, from what we're seeing, they would say, this is just conspiracy theorizing. You are going on a wild goose chase here. The evidence doesn't support you. There's no direct evidence, etc., etc. And I find that they usually base that on some really rather superficial understanding of what went on. It's much easier to think that the lab leak is implausible if you don't know very much about the work that was being done in that lab. And these are busy people with lots of other things to think about, and they haven't really had the chance to read up in detail as to what was going on in that lab. But on the whole, there is a fairly implacable view in the scientific establishment that it's unlikely and it's probably a conspiracy theory to think that it might have come out of the lab.
Well, I think it's important to find out how much the scientific community is aware of the diffuse proposal and the low biosafety levels in the Wuhan lab. Because I think there's a competition in terms of the type of information relating to origins that are being shared broadly in the media. So a lot of people are hearing things about the 2 science papers recently, last year, that came out about, that claim that they found proof of an infected animal at the market. But there's much less coverage of things like the diffuse proposal and the low biosafety. So I think that needs to be checked first. And the second thing is that I think that a lot of the scientific community is conflicted in terms of the origins. Because this type of research, the gain of function type of research, the risky pathogen research, was endorsed by leaders in not just funding agencies, not just the research institutes, but even the publishers, even the journal editors. They endorse this type of work. They publish lots of glowing things about this type of work. So for them to suddenly have to grapple with the fact that this type of work might have caused the deaths of 1 million Americans and some estimated 20 million excess deaths, it's a lot for them to make that U-turn.
And do you think people are worried about criminal liability here, or just reputational damage?
I think more than criminal liability, it's a fear of violence. I mean, there have been death threats and violent threats against virologists, and I think that's extremely regrettable.
Is there anything to say about any of the more famous people who have been besmirched in many quarters on this topic? And people like Anthony Fauci or Francis Collins, or is there any other famous people? I mean, I know that some under various threats for reasons that are, as you said, quite regrettable. But what do we know about, for instance, Fauci's connection to any of this research?
Can I jump in there? Because I'd like to say that at worst, Anthony Fauci is guilty of premature certainty and perhaps a bit of neglect in terms of watching where the funding is going to within his agency. Those are not gigantic problems. And it does feel to me important to keep the focus on the fact that this work that we're worried about was done in China, that the outbreak happened in China, that the people withholding information from us, vital information, are in China. And there's a bit of a tendency here to go after proxies in the US because, that's where you can get answers, that's where you can put people on the spot. And to some extent that lets off the hook the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Now, I don't have quite the same lenient view of the EcoHealth Alliance, which didn't even tell us that it had put in the diffuse proposal until it leaked. And, so I think I have a rather more critical view of that. But I think some of the witch hunting of Fauci is in danger of taking our focus off the main event, which is something that happened in Wuhan. We know something happened, we don't know what it was. And it's easily possible that it could have been something in a lab as a result of over-ambitious, over-complacent, poorly designed experiments.
Well, Matt, Alina, thank you so much for educating me on this topic. I can't say that it improves my mood for the rest of the day, but it was wonderful to speak to both of you, and I highly recommend people follow any further efforts you make on this front and read your book, which again is viral and available in paperback.
Thank you very much for having us on the show, Sam.
I'm really grateful that you're covering this topic on your show, and I wish that there was a platform for scientists to talk directly to each other on the origins of COVID-19.
Yeah, well, that's a request that I'm sure someone could figure out how to implement. I don't think it's going to be on Twitter, where you have the king of the kingdom tweeting things like, my pronouns are prosecute Fauci, but it should be somewhere where scientists can do this online, nowhere else. Well, to be continued. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο αυτό το οποίο βιώνουμε σήμερα. Τώρα μιλάμε για μια ανύπαρκτη τραγωδία. Η σκέψη μας σήμερα είναι πρώτο και πάνω απ' όλα με τους συγγενείς των θυμάτων. Η υποχρέωσή μας είναι να περιθάλψουμε τις τραγωδίες και από εκεί και πέρα να ταυτοποιήσουμε τις ορούς. Από εκεί και πέρα ένα πράγμα μπορώ να εγγυηθώ. Θα μάθουμε τα αίτια αυτής της τραγωδίας και θα κάνουμε ό,τι περνάει από το χέρι μας για να μην ξανασυμβεί ποτέ κάτι.
been slain. An ally has been slain.
That's crazy. That's crazy that I don't catch him. The Doran Shield nerfs don't feel that bad. They definitely hurt. For them, not so much for Tryndamere. I would be ganked first. Full clear Rammus. Korean solo queue. Of course. Yeah, dude, let's gank Alawi. Woo! I guess a reset's in order here. Really? Damn. Oh, I have no ID, that's why. Your guess is as good as mine as to why Jin is there for so long in top. Damn, sorry. It went to Alawi, not Cassidy, thank God. Yeah, I actually don't know what's going on here. The Jin is being very bizarre. Huh. Jesus. Oh yeah, I don't know why I'm not. The fuck? That was a very bizarre Cassidon play for sure. Okay, we'll get the Gale Force next. Wow. What? Is he like 100 years old? Well, I guess I just threw. I don't know. That's wild. I don't even understand how Belveth lives. She gets Maokai ulted from max range. Made no fucking sense. Alright, let's get Phantom Dancer. And then armor penetration. Phew. No? Okay, we're not gonna listen to me? Okay. I love it. I had to fight with him. Jin keeps switching targets to the shittiest targets imaginable. He's like, oh yeah, I'm already solo losing this game. I could win anyways because I got a lucky teammate. Well, guess what? I'm still garbage at the video game. I don't know how Vagar just won that 1v1. That's insane. I thought for sure he was dead. Oh, this is one of those superhero games. Jesus. Kind of a superhero game. Divinity, that's where this fucking song comes from. I kept hearing it and thinking, I don't know where this is from. Dude, this Jin is popping off. Look at him now, he's so bad. Imagine if Cassidy didn't suck and he hit level 16 on time in this game. Superhero carry this one. Need more of these. Kind of on Cassidy though. He kind of unlocked it for us. Kind of my point though. Kind of my point from earlier when I was bitching about, where you're probably like, wow, it needs bitching a lot. What a pussy. And I'm sitting here telling you it's exactly what should happen versus Cassidy in general, is that he should not be beating these fucking laners that bad. I don't care about your silver game. I just won this game, man. Jesus. Oh, hey, Charlie. Thanks for subbing, dude. Get in the chat. How you doing, man? Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
Might not even be the game for you, that's okay. That's what I think. You know, we can enjoy winning, but I think that's very different to having fun only when you win. They're very different things.
Yep, I agree.
So I think that's something to keep an eye on. Last thing I do want to quickly talk about here, Nathan, is I can tell, I've noticed in my reviews, gotten to the point where I can tell if someone actually reviews the game. Like, within 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes of the game. Just pick, like, the way they, like, what things do they say yes to in the game? What, like, how are they, like, how intentional are they about, like, their decisions in the game? Like, how are they contributing to winning the game? I can tell very quickly if they have a curious mindset and they're actually trying to review the game. You can tell very quickly. It's not just raw level of play, it's the quality of the mistakes. Like, I reviewed a Victor this week, and he was just saying yes to every play, and just going to things that were just...
Every river fight, every dragon, just like, my team's around, I go to fight.
Like, just really limited thought. Like, even if you weren't using your LoL states, your intuition alone should tell you these are not good situations. And then my hunch, I said, you don't review your games, do you? He's like, no. And it's like, it's like, this is a yes man. They just say yes to every single play. And that lack of curiosity and that lack of really trying to problem solve in the review, that is what's going to make you have a miserable climb and a miserable experience with the game. Like, I genuinely would not play League right now if I wasn't able to get in the review and figure out how I'm contributing and, like, contributing games and winning or losing games. Like, would you?
That's a great example, going back to the squat guy. That's the hard thing to do that people don't want to do, but it gets results, right? So he's just lacking that discipline, and it's going to caught up to him.
It'll catch up to it, and you'll get stuck, and you won't go anywhere. But don't you feel like uncomfortable, Nathan, when you walk away from a game and you don't know why you lost or won?
I haven't done that in years.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is like it's not even you can't even
I couldn't
compute.
do that, no.
Like how could you? This is your hobby. This is something that you want to get better at. Like at minimum, even if you don't know how to kind of problem solve.
Yeah, I'll lose my mind. I'll be frustrated.
You would have a crack though. You would have a crack at trying to do something.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's just so. I just want to really push that out there. I'm have a crack. Be curious, even if you have no clue what the best play was. If you have a decent amount of champ mastery, you can problem solve at a basic level, probably 75% of the decisions you make in a game.
Because you have such good champ mastery means you know the reference points very well.
That's right. You kind of know roughly what your champion does or doesn't want to do, and you can look at the replay, but you look at that play 3 or 4 times. Oh yeah, probably not the right idea, and you might not get the best learning from it. You get a vague idea. Like, oh, okay, yeah, I probably shouldn't have kind of walked up there, or whatever it might be.
And you would also have experience of like, I've made that mistake before.
Yeah, that's right. And through sheer pattern recognition, you would be able to pick up on some things.
Like, it's like, oh, okay, I don't really like fighting with Victor again, as an example. Like, I've done these fights before.
This doesn't feel that good. Why does this not feel that good? Okay, yeah, if I run up here and I allow myself to get flanked by a Jax, it's not going to end well, right? And then you're like, oh, okay, there's a trend happening here. I'm constantly getting flanked by split pushers. Maybe I need to be more cautious of those. And then, okay, plant that seed in there and we can revisit that later on. You might be in another situation 3 games later like that. And you just keep planting things in there, keep planting things in there. And those seeds turn into like saplings, into, you know, little miniature trees, then big trees. And then over time, you've got a forest.
You've got a jungle.
That's right. But it starts with planting that seed there first. If you don't plant that seed of curiosity first, and then every time you're reviewing with curiosity, you're like watering it. That's actually what's happening. You have an idea, and that idea is either crushed and it's useless, and it's like that seed won't get any watering, or it's actually a pretty relevant idea. You're seeing it happen a lot in your games, and you're revisiting it, watering it, until you really get a beautiful tree which represents you totally understand this concept. This is something you've seen many times. You don't need to, and then it's like self-sustainable or whatever, you know? That's kind of like the way I view League in certain these problems. And then at the end of the day, you have a forest of all these situations and all these concepts that you've seen.
And if you, let's say if you go too far to one edge of the forest, of like you're focusing on that area of the forest, and then you're like, oh, actually,
you've abandoned the other area.
I need to go back to the other area again of my forest.
That's actually a really good point.
Like those little shrines in the forest of like, this is the general mistake that I'm making. And because again, the constant thing for League of Legends, we're all making the mistakes that we thought we fixed, we have to redo it again. Keep bouncing back.
Yeah, and you bounce
polish
back.
it up, and you polish it up, and you polish it up.
That's right. It's always polishing. So yes, TLDR guys, consistent League of Legends, and that's what we're aiming for. Consistency is key.
Consistency is key. Get into the details.
That's right.
Mailbag time.
Yep.
Away we go. Nathan Mailbag. Jingle song. Alrighty then. Our first question of Nathan's mailbag comes from Phoenix. Hello, Nathan and Curtis. Love the BBC podcast. Listening to the podcast makes me want to play League again. I want to sign in and queue straight into ranked. You guys talk about the core of League and how it works, but whenever I log in and queue up, I realize at the end of the day, it's still League of Legends. The players are the same, and there still feels like this weight that gets applied. People are toxic, people rage, people leave. Thanks again. Love the podcast. Any ideas?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. We're not going to sit here and lie. There are toxic people. There are people who are going to leave your games. There are going to be people who are going to troll. They exist. They're out there, and you're going to have them in your games at one stage or another. The thing is there are many ways that we can just not engage with them, though, right? Like, I mean, this is a good segue into the topic of the new chat functions, right? There's actually a deafen function where you type / deafen. It actually tells everyone else in the game that you're muted, and you can't even use chat. It's an excellent function. If you
still ping?
You can still ping, but you can't type at all. And so what I love about it, it actually tells everyone. It's like a giant fuck you, actually, to everyone in the game. Like, if you don't want to engage and you're sick of these people, it's actually a really great way of pissing off these trolls without actually saying anything. Just deafen. They know that you're not engaging. It's just a really great mechanism that they've added recently. So if you feel like you're maybe struggling to deal with these sorts of players and you feel like they're ruining your league experience, I would strongly recommend giving Deafen a go. Hopefully, maybe that works. And I'm not saying that, you're definitely going to lose games because of these people. But you're also going to win games because of these people, because they're going to be on the other team. And so if you can kind of bring it back to champ mastery, expressing yourself on the Rift, trying your best to win the game, despite all odds, over time, as you start to get a little bit higher, people over time start to take the game a little bit more seriously. Because when you're an iron and bronze, there's a lot of very, very casual players that are playing on a Sunday night, stoned out of their mind. They don't really care about the game, right? So the higher you get, you're performing well, you're performing consistently, you're doing your job consistently. Before you know it, you keep trying, you're reviewing, you're trying, you might get to gold. You get to gold, okay, I'm versing some better players now. I can, again, keep doing the deafen. Before you know it, you're like, oh, wow, I'm actually getting better at the game. And then that is when you start to really have fun. You start to see the result of your reviews, what you've been trying to learn, executing upon that stuff. And regardless of who's around you, you're going to have a great, we believe you can have an absolutely great time, because we have a great time, and that's what we believe in. So that's my take on it.
My answer to this question is, so it seems like what Phoenix is doing is listens to the podcast. We get our listeners really excited about, the process, awesome. And then they get slapped in the face of the reality. Bam, still League of Legends. Like, okay, we got to figure out, champion pool. Like, I want to switch champions. Like, it was crazy. Like, he talks about the word wake. I think it's like, maybe not just the toxicity of the game,
it's
but just,
a lot
just the whole thing. There's a lot going on.
It is intense.
And I think what Phoenix should do is go listen to our solo queue contract episode. Type in Broken by Concept solo queue contract, and for those that haven't listened to that one, people maybe new listeners. The problem that we'll sort of solve in there, and how we created that episode in the solo queue contract, was League becomes really fun once you understand the realities of the game, the harsh realities. And what we did there was we broke down, how we deal and respond with certain teammates, why they're doing this, and understanding why they're doing that. Because then actually, you sort of feel confident. It's like, oh, okay, like, that could be, Bob James, who had a rough day at work and just doesn't want to participate in this game. That's fine. But over the long run, your journey, those people are going to be on both sides of the team, and it's just not something you focus on. So, I think it's really good to just, there is we're not delusional to the harsh realities of the game. Like, we talk about it in terms of like a more positive way, but again, we still get frustrated in our games, and there is a weight of League of Legends, and the game can, be
it can beat you down. It can be really brutal. You can have those rough blocks. They do exist.
Yeah, rough blocks, rough weeks, rough patches. Maybe your champion, your main champion is, not doing too hot, or the build you're confused with, or something like that.
But I also think you're spot on. Something that really helped me with the whole toxicity thing is that, remember, League is a very frustrating game when you don't know what's happening and why it's happening, right? Like, that's the biggest cause of tilt, right? The biggest cause of tilt, I believe, is that they don't know what to do. Like, if you're a mid laner or you're a jungler and you've got a losing top and losing bot, a lot of junglers are going to be like panicking and probably really anxious and tilted and frustrated because they don't know how to win the game. But someone who's, really developed their understanding of the game and is learnt, and they may think, okay, well, what's my role? Okay, I've got actually a reasonably fed mid. I can peel my mid and play team fights around my mid laner, right? And so, I could understand why a lower level player or someone who hasn't seen these situations might get frustrated or tilted or angry, because they just might not know what to do. And then you're stuck in this game for another 20 minutes, and you're behind, you're going to be weak, and you don't know how to win the game. You don't know how to proceed. So I think for a lot of these lower level players especially, it makes sense why they're frustrated. Even higher level players, they don't know how to win the game, they get frustrated. So there are many reasons why one can be tilted or angry or frustrated in a game, but you can go down that route and try to empathize with them if that's what you want to do. Or you could go the full disengage. Don't even think about them. Just use the deafen function and just focus on yourself. These are all things that you can have a think about. But I think you're spot on, Nathan. Tying it back to solo queue contract expectations, and we don't want you to come in and pretend that League is a perfect game. It's not a perfect game, right? There's no such thing as a perfect game, right? There are going to be problems, but you got to expect them, anticipate them. Like, this is what's likely going to happen. So when it does happen, it doesn't slap you in the face. It's like, oh yeah, I wrote that in the solo queue contract. I know that I'm going to get these idiots on my team. Just move on. You're only affected by something however much you want to be affected by it. You know, like, we choose in a way how much we want to be affected by these things. We can allocate our emotions however we want, really. Like, if you, it's like that really funny, I mean, I'm not condoning this, but the whole, like, there was like that Tyler, the Creator quote about cyberbullying. It's like, he's like, how does cyberbullying exist? You can just, like, not look at the screen. You know, it's a terrible thing to laugh at, and it's a very real thing, but like, it's just that interesting perspective. Like, you're not forced to look at the screen, you know, in that case, but in League, you kind of, you know, you can deafen and we don't have to see the crap from these people. So, you know, sorry if that was, I apologize if there are victims of cyberbullying here. We're not here to make fun of that, but you get the point what I'm trying to make there.
It comes down to expectations, right? Like, you know, the funny thing, I think that what Phoenix like listens to our podcasts, we must do a job of like painting League of Legends of some like unicorn, sunshine and rainbows. Like, yeah, process fun. Like, it's a really good focus on yourself. And then his expectation is that's what it is, because that's the picture that maybe he thinks we paint.
Yeah.
And I've never really thought about the picture that we paint. Like, I think we do a pretty good job talking about the realities.
I think we've spoken about it in previous episodes. So if you think about the average viewer, Nathan, maybe they haven't seen all these episodes where we have spoken about the solo queue contract and dealing with trolls
like
and
our
all
first
that stuff.
100 episodes.
Yeah, we've covered this many, many, many times in many other episodes. So we don't really feel the need to bring it up over and over again, because if you want to hear our take on how to deal with negativity and toxicity, it's like, just, you could look at the solo queue contract, but also the ranked beginner guides, right? Each season we kind of talk about that sort of stuff. The season 13
ranked guy, 12, 11, we've done 3.
Yeah, like, we kind of cover all that stuff, right? How do I deal with trolls, right? Or whatever it might be. We kind of talk about the same things, managing expectations. So yeah, if you're a random viewer that kind of maybe pops in every 2 or 3, 4 episodes, you probably could easily see that we are, or believe we're painting this idealistic view of the game. So I can actually understand why a viewer would think that. It actually does make sense.
All right, moving on here. Next one here is from GamerGeek. The title of this email is A Conundrum. Hello, Nathan and Curtis. I wanted to write in just to get some help with my current situation. Here is my background and journey so far for context. I started playing in Season 2 because my brothers were really into League during its earliest days, coming from Dota and World of Warcraft. For the first few seasons, I was only ever Bronze 5, as I played maybe 20-30 games a season. This persisted until Season 6, where I played about 80 games and was hovering close to Silver. Season 7 was stuck in Silver 4. Season 9, I was stuck there as I still had many optimization issues and not taking rank seriously. Duoing all the time, playing whatever I wanted with no role or champ identity. Jhin was my favorite champion by far at this point, and in Season 10 I really wanted to take the game seriously. I had more time than usual as I was in college and moved out of my parents' house for the first time. I watched lots of educational content, including your videos of course, and was able to get gold on my second account that I ended up becoming my main since it was higher ranked. This success was primarily tied to me playing Jhin mid, as not many people knew the matchup and I loved the champion. I would still wobble back and forth between mid and AD carry with Jhin, but I fell in love with mid lane and loved the playstyle, but was set on staying with Jhin because he was the only champ I had hundreds of games with. Throughout Season 11, I picked up Pantheon as I felt though I needed a real mid laner and really like him as well. Last season, I reached Platinum 4 for the first time with Pantheon and Jhin mid both, with around 100 games at a 57% win rate. I thought I had solved my problem for this season by sticking with Pantheon and letting go of Jhin and staying in mid lane, but this season I have ADC as my secondary role, and the games I get assigned ADC, I'm still dominating in my Platinum MMR games. So I'm stuck in this conundrum between playing the role I love more, which is mid lane, or playing the champ I love more, Jhin, in a role I absolutely despise, AD carry. Do you have any advice for deciding between role or a champ? Could I take Jhin to the mid lane consistently? Is that a good idea for long-term improvement plus platinum? Thanks for help and absolutely love your podcast.
Wow.
That is a conundrum.
It is a conundrum, yeah. Well, look.
Do you want to talk a bit about Curtis? Because you have an experience of working with a lot of players that in the mid lane academy that play very non-traditional mid laners.
Yeah.
Specifically, let's aim at him specifically for platinum and above.
Yeah,
he's starting to get in serious ranks now.
Look, okay, this is. I don't have an amazing answer for this. I'm going to have a crack. It might be all over the place, and I'll try my best. The reason I struggle to answer this question, Nathan, is because I kind of have differing narratives that overlap and contradict each other. On one hand, I dislike off-meta picks because it all, like, the vibe I get when I'm coaching off-meta picks is that they're trying to get an edge over people by picking kind of cheesy picks. Like, it doesn't feel genuine a lot of the time that, like, this is what they truly love and this is what they're obsessed about. And typically,
you think the intention is not what they come across
that's
as.
right. Like, I feel like it's right. The intention, you know, it'd be all good and well if the intention was, yes, this is what I truly, truly love. I don't really care about whether it's actually genuinely effective or not, and I'm just going to play it no matter what. Because in my experience, players like that, who play these off-meta picks, they give up. They give up and they pay it for a season or two and they give up. They change. And it's always, I told you so. Every time. I don't say I told you so, but it's always, basically in my mind, I told you so. Like, what a waste of time. Because the second reason embedded within that is when you're playing a niche champion mid, what happens is that you actually, in a weird way, inflated because you can actually get to a higher rank because people don't know what to do against your champion. So
that's
for
what he mentioned. That's what he said. He thinks he has
yeah,
success with him.
that's exactly what happens. So, like, League is a game of anticipation. So someone has never versed Jhin mid before. They're actually now on the reactive
They
side.
don't know the damage.
They don't know the damage when you're strong.
Familiar with the trade patterns.
They don't know the trading patterns. They don't know what you're trying to do. So they're instantaneously reactive. So every matchup you come into, not like literally probably 99% of the players you verse, you're going to have an instantaneous edge because you know what you're trying to do. They don't know what you're trying to do. Now, again, let's compare again. If that person was not playing Jhin, he was playing Victor, everyone else would now know, oh, okay, I know what Victor wants to do. I know what his abilities do. I know when he's strong. I know when he's weak. So you've already got an instantaneous edge over everyone that you play verse because you play this off-meta pick. And what that does is it actually does slightly inflate you to the point where you could get to, say, P2 and be a gold, like be a potential even gold 1 player, depending on how effective that cheesy pick is. I did a review with a Zeri mid player recently, and I think he was Plat 2, and I said straight up, you're not a Plat 2 player. Like, from a raw level of play, your fundamentals, your understanding of the game, it's not even close to Plat 2. It's like, if anything, goal 1, P4, right? And I just tell him the reality. Like, you're only P2 because you play a cheesy mid pick that no one knows what it does. And, okay, if you want to accept that reality and you're okay with that idea, I mean, it's not the end of the world, really, but it's just, that is a reality, and that really confuses people because then, you know, like when that champ maybe gets nerfed, they can have these massive swings in rank, and it's harder for them to learn the game properly because, again, the other thing that ties into is that these off-meta champions, these niche mid picks, they typically are very unique and they develop a very, very unique specific skill set. They don't teach the game or the role holistically, and the skill set you develop with that champion very rarely flows on to many other champions, right? Whereas if you play a champion that is designed to be in mid lane, you could probably play 10 or 12 or 15 other champions and slot into them very easily because the skill sets overlap. So if I'm teaching you Zeri mid, I don't really know what else I could teach you, what skills we develop here that is going to flow into something else a lot of the time. And then, so there's that. But then where this gets contradictory is that I say, well, you got to enjoy the champ you play. If you love the champion, you should play the champ you love. So if it is a genuine love for the champion and you're going to go through thick and thin, then yeah, it's okay. But then the question becomes, shouldn't you just play that champion in the role that it's designed to be in, and you would have a better time, and you wouldn't feel weird about it? You just have a better time. I've actually, I don't think I've heard of a player who's had this problem where they love a champ but hate the role. In which case is where it gets complicated, because then it's all conflicted. You like the role, but you don't like, you like the champ, you don't like the role. Then it really boils down to what do you enjoy more. Given he has a hatred, he said that word, that he despises AD carry, that's just so confusing because AD carry is Jhin. Like Jhin is an AD carry. Like
you want to get farmed up.
You want to get farmed up and carry
fast.
mid game. Like you know what I mean? That's what
Very contradictory.
Very contradictory. It's like the sentence itself is a contradiction. Like the lane is dictated by the champions that go in the lane.
They have a better time in those lanes.
That's
They're able
right.
to be more effective and play more to their champ identity. That's why they're played in that lane.
That's right. So it's very weird to me.
Yeah.
I don't have a solution. So I genuinely don't have a solution. As long as you are having fun and you're enjoying the champ you play, that's all that matters. If you're simply not having fun playing bot lane, then don't do it. Don't play secondary AD carry. Play something else. Even if you're having success on it, just don't do it, because what's the point, right? You're not having fun. That's the whole reason we play League, because we're having enjoyment and satisfaction and contentment. So yeah, I'm very conflicted about all this stuff, Nathan. What about you?
Yeah, I've got the same thoughts again. It's like, okay, you want to bring it Jhin mid, but that can be very swingy. And I mean, the interesting thing is that in terms of his mid pool as well, he says he plays Pantheon as well, so I feel like he's not. Does he have a deep understanding of the mid lane role?
Well, that's the thing. I feel like if you're going to play this niche weird mid pick, you kind of have to be a one trick. Like, it's weird to me. It's like, if you enjoy Pantheon, that means you will enjoy other champions. You might as well, expand your pool and be a normal mid laner and have that Jhin as a niche pick. But then the thing is, what will happen as he gets better and better, he'll be like, oh shit, Jhin mid actually sucks.
Has clear weaknesses.
Has clear weaknesses. What the hell am I even doing here? And you'll just drop it eventually anyway. That's what will probably happen.
My advice would be, if you like the mid role, you want to explore the mid role, take this season to explore it. And again, you might be really scared to play mages, but give it a crack and see if you. That actually, I think we'll figure out whether he actually likes a role mid or not.
And there are other champs that you can play that, like, the question I always ask is, what do you like about Jhin physically? Like, what about it? Specifically about the kid, what do you like about it? Is it it doesn't really have great wave clear. Burst, maybe the long range, maybe. There are other champions that have range. So literally try and ask yourself, what is it about the kit that I enjoy? And then try all the other champs that have similarities inside that with that kit, right? And then you might find, I actually don't really like Jhin as much as I thought. There are many other champions that are made more viable, that I have more fun with, and then you can kind of expand your pool that way. So look, last thing I will say here, I think it is okay to have a niche champ in your pool. I want to retract my previous statement saying you have to be one trick. I don't believe that. You can have a niche champ in your pool. But typically, if you have a niche champ in your pool, to make it work, you've got to be really good at it. You can't just be average at a niche champ. It's niche for a reason. It's niche because it's typically not that good. If something was good, it would already be played, right? That's the thing you've got to understand. That's why the meta exists. So for you to make Jhin work, you would have to be better, significantly better on Jhin than everyone else is on their champion to make it work, right? So that means you can't just play the champion casually. You would need to play the champ a lot, right? So you would have to be picking that champion a lot in your pool to make it work at high elo brackets. So if you're not willing to play that champ a lot, then no, just leave it, piss it off and play something else. Or even, like, what would even be better is have your secondary role as AD carry, play Jhin and AD carry, suck it up, and then play normal mid champs. That would probably be the best idea.
I think that's ideal as well. I like that.
Yeah.
Right, that's it for that one. Last question is from John. Title of this email is playing every AD carry in the game. Hi, Curse and Nathan. I'm an ADC mate who peaked in Master this past 3 seasons. I recently stumbled upon your podcast. Prior to listening to Broken My Concept, I played literally every single ADC in the game. As I prided myself in being able to pick the best AD carry for every given class and love to have fast speed. For instance, if my team has multiple engage champions, I go Samira or Tristana. If any team has low range and my team is solid front to back, I go Caitlyn or Jinx. I've been trying to figure out why I can't get to Grandmaster, and needless to say, after listening to the Broken My Concept podcast, I realized I need to focus on 3 champs. Typically, I get to Master by August, latest, and try to push for GM, but can't get past 150 LP. But this season, I'm right now done for, and then I'm going to try and only focus on Lucian, Zeri, and Ezreal. After learning from the podcast, I'm curious on you guys' thoughts on how was it possible that I managed to get Master in the past 3 seasons with a champion pool this size that I previously had? I personally folded my game.
It's actually very simple. AD carry is a role in which you can play many champions. You actually don't need a champion of 3 as AD carry specifically. I don't think you should play every AD carry, but you can actually have a pretty wide pool of, like, maybe 5. You can have a pool of 5 for sure. Now, playing every AD carry, what is the advantage? You're always able to play the meta. You're always able to get, and in his case, like, get the counter pick or whatever it might be.
Can we just quickly go back why that's the case? You can have a bigger pool as AD carry.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So, is it just because they just auto A-click in? Like, it's just auto attack,
they're all auto attack based. All of their identities are extremely similar. The way they function in lane are all relatively similar.
I'll say there's big difference. Like, the way you play Caitlyn, I think there's a difference.
Yeah, Caitlyn and
those type of champs.
Yeah, whatever.
It could be,
but for the most part, they all auto attack based. They all rely on spacing and tethering, all at a very similar range.
And also farm here to make sure you don't die in lane. The fundamentals are really similar.
It's not like one of them you're roaming, one of them you're not. Like, if we compare it in other roles, right? With jungle, Karthus and Xin Zhao are in the same role. They are completely, one's perma ganking, one's perma farming. It literally changes your entire style. The style is different. Mid, you have Galio, and then you have, like,
It's even AP 80 champs. All 80 carry champs are basically 80.
Yeah, think about
right?
you have Zed and then Xerath.
And the builds are pretty similar.
Yeah, in AD carry, all the builds are relatively similar. Again, they're all auto attack based. In mid, you can have mages, casters, utility, non-utility. Like, the list goes on forever. Same as jungle. So the underlying style never really changes. You're doing damage in some capacity, you're auto attacking in some capacity, and you need items in some capacity.
The only time in 12 years of League of Legends that AD carry has changed in identities when that whole mage.
There was the mage meta. There was
that was
Vlad.
for pro play. So solo
For
queue
pro
was
play.
still the same.
That's right.
So the role has been pretty much untouched for decades.
So yes, you can play a lot of AD carries. And the reason you've had success is because if you have decent hands, and you know how to click, and you have decent tethering, you understand how the lane works to a pretty solid level. As long as you're actually got a baseline level of mastery, like you can just baseline do your job. In his case, he's actually picking the best champion for a draft. That alone will get you to the master for sure. But it will be hard to push, right? AD carried Master to Challenger. We can't really comment on specifics.
Yeah.
We can't really answer that question. But from our knowledge versing AD carries, you can tell instantaneously when we play with AD carries why they're better.
Yeah.
And it's usually just like their positioning is very good. They don't get caught randomly. Their wave management is just super consistent.
Tethering, small wins have a very good understanding of when they've got him and should slowly deny him. Good AD carries, I think, are really good at just having
Small
farm,
wins.
but also denying lots of farm as well.
Denying lots of farm as well. And just being super, just really focusing on not dying. They're very, very good at not dying, taking high percentage plays.
Not compensating for the team.
No compensating.
And team fighting in the mid
Team fighting is
goddamn really good. They're
really good team
output in
fighters.
damage.
Yep, really good positioning. So yeah, that is very, there are many AD carries that do that. That's very feasible. But yes, I do think though, rather than playing 12 AD carries, 15 AD carries, playing 5 or 6.
Hone in and start
Hone
taking
in.
things to the next level now.
Yeah, what's the next
There's
level?
always
look
a next
like?
level.
There's
You can
always a next level. That's
you can
right.
always play better.
Rather than hitting 1 in every 3 Lucian Qs, hitting every Q. Things of that nature.
And the same with champs like Ezreal.
Ezreal,
Qs.
yes.
What are the best Ezreal players known in the world? They don't miss Q and get into the details of the Q.
So yeah, that's something to understand. So it's going to be an interesting journey for you for sure. But it's like, so yes, champion mastery matters, but not to the same degree as other roles.
Which is what the last episode goes over.
Yeah.
Now thinking about it now, I think that it applies to
every role
except
apart from AD carry.
AD carry to less of an extent.
Less of an extent, yeah.
All right, that's it for our podcast today, everyone. Hope this was an educational podcast, as always, which we like to do at the Broken by Concept Solo Queue Motivational and Educational Podcast. Good work, guys. See you next week.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret. Unstoppable.
Since the breakout of war in Europe, things have escalated significantly. Declaration of the annexation of 4 regions in eastern and southern Ukraine signals the onset of a new and highly dangerous phase, one that American officials and analysts fear could escalate to the use of nuclear weapons for the first time in 77 years. Today we're going to explore the worst case scenario. How would the United States respond to a Russian nuclear escalation in Europe? The hard truth is that since 1949, there has only been one response the United States has planned for. It's Major Attack Option 1. But how exactly would an American thermonuclear attack on the Russian Federation play out? What exactly is America's Russian nuclear war plan? How many nuclear weapons would be launched on direct order from the president? How many Russian casualties could we expect after American bombs reach their destinations? How would Russia respond? What risk would America's civilian population face? What would the European continent look like going forward? And most importantly, could the United States defeat Russia in a global thermonuclear exchange? When people imagine a nuclear war, the first thing that comes to mind is large cities like Los Angeles and Moscow being incinerated in a blaze of nuclear hellfire. While this would definitely be a likely outcome, the reality is that around 70% of the 1,800 nuclear warheads currently deployed by the United States aren't aimed at large cities, but instead at enemy countries' nuclear forces. To better understand this, we first need to take a look at America's current strategic nuclear war plan, also known as the Single Integrated Operational Plan, or SIOP. First drawn up in 1950, the SIOP focused primarily on the Soviet Union. While today most of the weapons in the war plan still target Russia, other countries such as China, North Korea, India, and Pakistan are included as well. In this video, we'll take a look at a nuclear exchange with the only nuclear power comparable to the United States, the Russian Federation. This portion of America's nuclear war plan is called Major Attack Option 1. Major Attack Option 1 is the most demanding attack option available to the president. Should the Commander-in-Chief order Major Attack Option 1, the resulting attack would consist of over 1,000 warheads. Major Attack Option 1 is divided into 2 attack options. The Counterforce Attack Plan targets Russia's nuclear forces, while the Counter-Value Attack Plan targets Russian civilian population centers and economic infrastructure, assets that Russia inherently values. First, let's take a look at America's counterforce attack option, as it's the most demanding and most likely attack option to be selected by the president. The counterforce portion of Major Attack Option 1 targets Russia's nuclear forces, including ICBM silos, road mobile ICBMs, submarine bases, primary airfields, nuclear storage facilities, design and production complexes, and critical military command and control facilities. The first and most important target in Major Attack Option 1 is Russia's silo-based ICBMs. Russia has 126 operational ICBM silos distributed throughout 4 missile fields. The 28th Guards Missile Division at Kazilsk with 20 ICBM silos, the 60th Guards Missile Division at Tatashevo housing 60 ICBM silos, the 13th Missile Division at Dombrovatsky with 24 ICBM silos, and the 62nd Missile Division at Yuzhe with 22 silos. Russia's land-based ICBM force consists of 4 missiles. 46 SS-18 Satans armed with 1 or 2 800-kiloton MIRV warheads per missile. 2 SS-19 Mod 4s armed with 1 550-kiloton hypersonic glide vehicle warhead per missile. 60 SS-27 Mod 1s armed with 1 800-kiloton warhead per missile. And 18 SS-27 Mod 2s armed with up to 4 550-kiloton MIRV warheads per missile. When launched, these missiles travel at speeds of over 16,000 miles per hour, have ranges of up to 10,000 miles, and typically reach their target or targets in around 30 minutes. Altogether, these 126 missiles carry 211 warheads, representing 15% of the strategic nuclear weapons currently deployed by Russia. When added up, Russia's land-based ICBM force can deliver a total explosive yield of 150,000 kilotons, or 19,000 times the destructive power of the bomb dropped on Nagasaki in 1945. As with all things, there are advantages and disadvantages when attacking Russia's silo-based ICBMs. The primary advantage is that their locations are commonly known, and therefore they can be easily targeted. The primary disadvantage of attacking Russian ICBM silos is their fast launch time. Like the US ICBM force, they can be quickly launched. As a result, they need to be the first target hit in a first strike. Secondly, Russia's ICBM silos are a high threat due to their long-range targeting ability and high weapon payload. It's believed that Russia's silo-based ICBMs are exclusively reserved for targets in the US. Furthermore, destroying Russia's entire ICBM force in a preemptive strike can be problematic. When attacking Russia's silo-based ICBMs with nuclear weapons, one of the most critical metrics a US war planner must determine is silo survivability. Silo survivability is calculated with a probability of kill, or kill probability. A Russian silo's kill probability depends on 3 factors: the hardness of the silo, the size or yield of the warhead delivered to the target, and the total number of warheads used to attack each silo. A silo's hardness determines its ability to withstand the effects of a thermonuclear explosion, and thus protect the underground missile. Taking a silo's hardness and other factors such as launch malfunctions and warhead detonation failures into account, US war planners would assign 2 high-yield warheads per silo to achieve an average kill probability of 99.5%. The United States would want to hit these silos hard and fast, so they would use sea-based ballistic missile submarines to get the job done. Ballistic missile submarines are optimal due to the higher yield warheads that they carry, their closer locations at sea, and shorter flight times, which would give Russia virtually zero warning before bombs are already hitting their targets. The attack would use a total of 252 nuclear warheads, delivered from 63 Trident II missiles, with 2 475 kiloton W-88 warheads targeting each silo. The attack would expend 25% of the US's sea-based ICBM force. Delivery time would be around 15 minutes from launch, and silos would be hit with ground burst detonations. Remember the term ground burst. This will be important later. Up next, we have Russia's nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine bases and naval facilities. The Russian Navy operates 10 nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines of 2 classes, 5 Delta IV and 5 Boreori-class submarines. Each submarine can carry up to 16 submarine-launched ballistic missiles, with each missile armed with up to 4 100-kiloton warheads. The total number of warheads carried by Russia's nuclear submarine force is around 600 warheads. Today, the principal Russian naval targets for U.S. strategic nuclear weapons are likely to be the ballistic missile submarine basing areas of the Northern Fleet and Pacific Fleet. 7 nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines are deployed at 2 Northern Fleet bases, and 3 nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines are deployed at 1 Pacific Fleet base. Since not all of Russia's nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines are fully operational, with either 1 or 2 at various stages of maintenance, war planners must assume that many, most, or possibly all of the submarines docked at naval bases are at some stage of alert, and thus are potential stationary firing platforms. Therefore, targeting nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine bases would be a top priority. War planners must also consider the possibility that Russian nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines might disperse to other naval bases. As a result, other targets would include naval shipyards, ship repair yards, weapon communication centers, fleet headquarters, and refueling facilities. To achieve this, Russia's Northern Fleet would be targeted with a total of 92 330-kiloton W-87 warheads, delivered by Minuteman III ICBMs. Narapicha Naval Base would be hit with 8 warheads, while Yegelnaya Naval Base would require 10. Russia's Pacific Fleet would be sufficiently destroyed using 45 Minuteman III ICBMs. Rabaki Naval Base alone would be hit with 12 330-kiloton warheads. A total of 137 Minuteman III ICBMs will reach their naval targets within 30 minutes after launch, with a near 100% predicted kill rate, using ground bursts. Up next, we have Russia's Strategic Bomber Force. The Russian Air Force currently operates a fleet of 50 strategic bombers. Russia's strategic bombers are organized into 7 bomber regiments and 2 heavy bomber divisions at 4 bases. The 52nd Heavy Bomber Regiment at Shakova Air Force Base, the 22nd Heavy Bomber Division at Angles Air Force Base, the 200th Guards Heavy Bomber Aviation Regiment at Bela Air Force Base, and the 326th Heavy Bomber Division at Ukrainian Air Force Base. There are over 500 nuclear weapons currently deployed at strategic bomber bases within the Russian Federation. Russia's bomber fleet consists of 39 Tu-95 MS Bear H bombers and 11 Tu-160 Blackjack bombers. The Tu-160 Blackjack can carry up to 12 250-kiloton AS-15 Kent air-launched nuclear cruise missiles. Each missile contains 30 times the destructive power of the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. The Tu-95S Bear H is a long-range heavy bomber with the ability to travel up to 8,000 miles without refueling. The Tu-95MS Bear H contains up to 16 250-kiloton AS-23 subsonic air-launched cruise missiles. The main threat to the United States posed by Russian bombers lies in the AS-15 Kent and AS-23 air-launched nuclear cruise missiles that they carry, as it's generally understood that today the chance of Russian bombers penetrating U.S. airspace to drop gravity bombs is near zero. These air-launched nuclear cruise missiles have a range of over 2,400 miles and can be launched just outside of U.S. airspace. When launched, the AS-23 carries this 250-kiloton nuclear warhead, reaching its target in under 2 minutes at speeds of over 16,000 miles per hour. The primary objectives for attacking Russia's strategic bomber force would be to destroy strategic bombers and other aircraft on the ground, crater airfield runways, damage other long-range aviation assets such as fuel storage and aircraft repair and production facilities. An effective attack on Russia's strategic bomber force would focus on the following strategic aviation targets: the main air bases at Shakova, Angles, Bela, and Ukrainia, the training base at Roslyn Heavy Bomber Flight Test Center, both Kazan and Kazan Heavy Bomber Production Facilities, forward air bases bases, and additional air bases that could be used for the dispersing of strategic bombers, refueling tankers, or establishing air bases for potential Russian fighter escorts. A total of 73 300 kiloton W-78 warheads delivered by Minuteman III ICBMs would be allocated to destroy Russia's strategic bomber force. And as a result, grounded planes would be destroyed, runways would be cratered, making it impossible for heavy bombers to take off, and leaving surviving aircraft trapped. Up next, we have Russia's nuclear weapon storage facilities. While Russia has around 2,000 nuclear weapons currently deployed, it has an additional 4,000 nuclear weapons stockpiled at 13 national-level nuclear weapon storage sites. Therefore, destroying Russia's nuclear weapon storage sites would be a top priority. Due to their large size and hardened bunkers that are spaced out to ensure that one warhead can't take out an entire complex. Attacking each national-level nuclear weapon storage site will require a strike of 8 W-78 300 kiloton warheads, amounting to a total of 104 Minuteman III ICBMs. These 104 Minuteman III ICBM warheads would reach their nuclear weapon storage targets within 30 minutes after launch, with a near 100% predicted kill rate, using 300 kiloton ground bursts. Up next, we have Russia's nuclear weapon design and production complex. The core of Russia's and formerly Soviet nuclear weapon design and production complex is composed of 10 closed cities and 1 open city. These cities research, develop, test, and produce nuclear weapons that were provided to Soviet armed forces and that were deployed widely against Western militaries. What transpired at these locations throughout the Cold War was a central security concern for the United States and Western Europe for over 40 years. As these secret cities were discovered through U.S. intelligence in the 1950s, they became some of the highest priority targets for U.S. nuclear forces. No doubt, many or all remain on the target list today. The goal of an attack on Russia's nuclear weapon design and production complex would be to eliminate any future nuclear weapon design and production capability by destroying key facilities that contribute to the research, development, and production of Russia's nuclear weapons. U.S. war planners would target nuclear design laboratories, plutonium and tritium production reactors, chemical separation plants, uranium enrichment plants, and warhead assembly facilities. As a result, the attack would consist of 29 warheads, 9 W-87 300 kiloton warheads, and 20 W-78 300 kiloton warheads. The number of targets per city will depend on the number of production facility targets at each location. A total of 29 Minuteman III ICBMs would reach their targets within 30 minutes after launch, detonating via airbursts at a height of 400 meters. Up next, we have Russia's command controller communications. In general, there are 3 primary targets associated with Russia's command controller communications: space telecommand and Earth satellite stations, and telecommunication centers. The first and most important targets for destroying Russia's military command and control and communications would be 2 space telecommand centers and 44 Earth satellite stations. These 46 satellite facilities perform critical functions that allow communications to flow between Russian leadership and deployed nuclear forces in a time of a crisis. Some of these critical functions include ballistic missile early warning detection, electronic intelligence communications, photo reconnaissance, remote sensing, radar calibration, navigation, meteorology, geodensity, and space activity. Since destroying Russia's satellite communication centers would be a high priority, an attack would be carried out by sea-based ballistic missile submarines, using 46 W-88 warheads delivered from 11 Trident II missiles. 15 minutes after launch, 475 kiloton airbursts would incinerate Russia's satellite and space communication centers, severely degrading Moscow's ability to coordinate a retaliatory nuclear strike. The second primary target are Russia's telecommunication centers. These radio frequency broadcast centers serve as the primary communication node between Russian military command and its nuclear forces, although 174 targets would be applicable for a strike. Since some of these installations are near high population centers such as Moscow, it's assumed that only 91 targets would be hit with nuclear weapons to limit civilian casualties. 65 targets would be hit with the remaining Minuteman III missiles, being struck with 65 300 kiloton ground burst detonations occurring 30 minutes after launch. The remaining 26 targets would be destroyed with 26 475 kiloton ground burst detonations from 5 Trident II submarine launched ballistic missiles. Up next, we have Russia's road mobile ICBMs. Russia's road mobile ICBM force is comprised of 180 intercontinental ballistic missiles, each mounted on a 7-axle chassis mobile launch vehicle. Russia's land-based road mobile ICBM force carries 3 missiles, 27 SS-25s, armed with one 800-kiloton warhead per missile, 18 SS-27 Mod 1s, also carrying an 800-kiloton warhead per missile, and 135 SS-27 Mod 2s, armed with 4 500-kiloton MIRV warheads per missile. Each missile is mounted on a 14x12 artillery truck, designed and developed by MAZ, Minsk Automobile Plant, in what is now the country of Belarus. This mobile launcher is capable of moving through roadless terrain and launching a missile from any point along its route. When launched, these 3-stage solid-fuel ICBMs have an operational range of 6,800 miles, travel at speeds of up to 16,000 miles per hour, and typically reach their targets in around 30 minutes. Accompanying the missile when it's deployed to the countryside are 2 other vehicles, a 4x4 mobile command post that carries the required support facilities, and a communications relay station that uses tropospheric communication antennas mounted on an extendable mast framework. Russia's road mobile ICBMs are located at 7 bases: Vyposovo, Chekovo, Yashkar-Ola, Nizhny Tagil, Novosibirsk, Barnaul, and Irkutsk. In general, there are 3 types of targets associated with Russia's road mobile ICBMs: hardened organizational and/or communication structures located at each base, 180 vehicle shelters and the 20 garrisons at each road mobile ICBM base, and any of the 60 groups of 3 ICBM launcher vehicles that may disperse during a nuclear conflict. As with all things, there are advantages and disadvantages when attacking Russia's road mobile ICBMs. The primary advantage is that Russia's road mobile launchers are far easier to destroy than their hardened silo-based counterparts. Disabling a road mobile launcher is simple. The vehicle only needs to be overturned. This is easily achieved with a thermal nuclear explosion, whether located in hardened shelters on one of their 7 bases, or even in the field. Several of Russia's road mobile launch vehicles can be threatened and destroyed over an area of approximately 26 square kilometers by a single airburst detonation. Therefore, in the case of a total surprise attack, large numbers of road mobile launch vehicles in an unhardened shelter can be easily destroyed using a small amount of warheads. Secondly, Russia's road mobile ICBMs have a slower response time than their silo-based counterparts. Typically, road mobile ICBMs remain in garrison until tensions merit dispersal to the countryside. Therefore, the survivability of Russia's road mobile ICBMs depends heavily on adequate intelligence and advance warning of a pending attack. Furthermore, their dispersal in a crisis complicates command and control, making the steps to prepare for a launch far more time-consuming. The primary disadvantage of attacking Russia's road mobile ICBMs is that targeting dispersed road mobile ICBMs can be difficult. While the primary defense of Russia's silo-based ICBMs is their hardness, the primary defense of road mobile ICBMs is their ability to leave their bases and disperse, in Russia's case, into the surrounding forest, with sufficient warning time and insufficient satellite visibility for the attacking country to track mobile launchers. The area that road mobile ICBMs could be in would be too large to be bombarded by America's nuclear arsenal, thus ensuring that Russia's road mobile ICBMs would survive an attack. Furthermore, not sufficiently destroying Russia's road mobile ICBMs in a first strike would put America's civilian population at high risk, given that the SS-25 and SS-27 ICBMs carry only one high-yield warhead of probably limited accuracy. A recently declassified CIA document concluded that Russian war planners treat these 45 ICBMs as countervalue weapons aimed at high population centers in the continental U.S. Taking this vulnerability analysis into account, U.S. war planners would target Russia's road mobile ICBM force using Trident II submarine-launched ballistic missiles, armed with 475 kiloton W-88 warheads. Aim points would be limited to the road mobile SS-27's operating bases and garrison targets. 2 475 kiloton ground bursts would be assigned to each of the 7 operating bases and 20 garrisons. In all, an attack would consist of 54 warheads, with a total yield of 26.7 megatons. Warheads would reach their targets within 15 minutes after launch, with a near 100% predicted kill rate, due to the fact that both locating and retargeting dispersed SS-27s in real time appears to be problematic. U.S. war planners would avoid targeting dispersed road mobile launchers. In all, an estimated 746 U.S. warheads would be used in the counterforce portion of Major Attack Option 1, although the U.S. PSYOP counterforce plan avoids military targets near civilian areas. The pure devastation from this attack would be massive. Earlier, I mentioned the importance of the term ground burst detonations. A ground burst detonation is a nuclear explosion in which a weapon is detonated on or slightly above the surface of the Earth. Under these conditions, the total area affected by the blast is less extensive than that for an airburst, but the resulting radioactive fallout is massive. As a result, an estimated 8 million Russians would be dead within 45 minutes after launch. Furthermore, due to the high levels of radioactive fallout, radiation sickness, starvation, and other environmental factors, U.S. war planners estimate that an additional 10 million casualties would occur over the next 2 weeks.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Now let's take a look at the second and most devastating portion of Major Attack Option 1, Counter-Value Targeting. In the counter-value portion of Major Attack Option 1, the primary goal is to kill civilians and damage economic infrastructure. As such, the counter-value targeting approach prioritizes large cities and industrial centers, targets that a country inherently values. Counter-value targeting is considered easy and cheap. Cities and factories are harder to attack, easy to identify, and are stationary. meaning the technical requirements of counter-value targeting are few, as are the number of nuclear weapons the United States needs to destroy its Russian targets. Though many experts believe that the United States or Russia would not engage in counter-value targeting in a hypothetical nuclear exchange for the following reasons. First, targeting cities just to kill civilians is extremely and plainly illegal. Ending millions of lives with the push of a button is typically frowned upon. Secondly, counterforce targeting would better achieve the goal of winning a nuclear war. While a large portion of Russia's nuclear forces would certainly survive a first strike, over time, concealed nuclear weapon delivery systems like bombers and even submarines would have to rebuild themselves. As a result, the U.S. would probably be able to take out a large portion of Russia's nuclear forces to secure a military defense eventually. Lastly, counter-value targeting on the part of the U.S. or Russia would be suicidal. In other words, if the U.S. decided to target Russian cities, it would be risking the lives of tens or hundreds of millions of its citizens and the destruction of its economy. As of 2010, the U.S. explicitly states in its nuclear policy that it won't engage in counter-value targeting. But if American cities were targeted in a global nuclear exchange, the U.S. would certainly respond in kind. Even though a counter-value attack would be unlikely, how would the U.S. carry out one? What cities and how many Russian civilians would be targeted? Which weapons in America's nuclear arsenal would be used? What would the European continent look like going forward? And most importantly, how many Russian civilian casualties could we expect from a counter-value thermonuclear attack on Russia?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I got a good one for you tonight. Starting fresh, a new month. Whatever happened last month? Bloodbath that we got last month, it's behind us now. We have to look ahead, maybe for a new bloodbath. But anyways, let's begin with some comments from the viewers. The viewer says, I think you're overestimating the Fed's powers. They can't stop a recession. It's too late. Actually, I think what they do is mostly a ritual that does very little. Now, my friend, I think you're gonna like this video tonight because this is exactly what we're gonna talk about. Now, can the Fed prevent a recession? The answer is, at this point, at this stage, really hard to see. It's almost close to impossible. Now, if you're talking about overestimating the Fed's power in taking inflation down, I disagree. I think they still have the power to do that. Their tools are really powerful. If they raise rates where it needs to become restrictive to this inflation, they will take it down. If they do the right thing, you bet they will take inflation down. It's not gonna be an easy battle, but they will win. The problem is at what cost? Here comes the conversation of it has to be a recession. So the recession is inevitable. It's unavoidable. The Fed can and will defeat inflation, but the cost will be a massive recession. Here's another comment from the viewer. Thank you for pointing out this. I think I made a mistake yesterday. I slipped and I said that 72% of credit card debt was accumulated last year. Now that would be historic. That would be a disaster. Because if that's true, that means $720 billion added to credit card debt last year alone. So I hope that viewers understood what I was trying to say, which is 72% of credit card holders added to the pool last year. And almost half of them say we did that because of inflation. We have to keep up with it. Now before we start, I want to talk about the breaking news that we got today. By now, you might have heard that the Senate already overturned the federal rule on ESG investment, which basically means that BlackRock, when they manage your retirement fund, your pension, or whatever, they have to be what? They have to consider ESG investment and avoid investing in oil and gas, etc. etc. Now we know Biden is going to veto all of this. My take is, when I give BlackRock retirement money, I want you to give me the best returns. I don't want you to be woke and do ESG and all that. Just give me the best returns so I can retire comfortably. Now the hottest sector of the market by far since 2020 has been energy. On this channel we said the election of Joe Biden will be the best thing that ever happened to oil companies. And this is exactly what happened. I know personally, a lot of viewers on this channel thank me and they say, hey, back in 2020 when you said buy ExxonMobil, when nobody wanted to buy Exxon, when the dividend was at 10%, well I did that and now I'm retiring. It's over, it's done. Better than BlackRock, baby. But what are the implications in the market based on this decision? The answer is not a lot, because it's going to be a veto. But can we see some volatility in some of the hottest green energy sectors of the market, such as solar, for example? Maybe they go down now. Maybe we see some of the names that folks were not buying, such as energy, Chevron, Exxon this year. Maybe they will start to catch a bit. That could be an impact for now. But the news all in all is a nothing burger for now, because Biden is going to veto. You know that. But it's going to become a hot topic in 24. So we have to keep an eye on it. And specifically BlackRock stuff. Are we going to see a backlash in certain major pension funds, retirement funds. We'll see. Lastly, before we move on to the In Focus segment, I think right now that the biggest threat to the stock market is not the Fed, not Russia, Ukraine, not China, not any of that. The biggest threat right now is the competition from the bond market. Look at the 1 year yield, for example. It's giving you 5%. That is risk-free. Now understand this. If you're in your late 50s, 60s, if you come to me and say, hey, what do I do right now? I would say right away park your money in the 1 year, the 2 year, get the 5%, risk-free, don't gamble in the stock market at all. And a lot of money managers will do the same. What are the implications of all of that? Think about the dividend cohort in the stock market right now. A lot of them are value stocks, but recently they've been getting hit really hard. Because why would I take the risk and buy, even if it is a solid company, by the way, but why would I take the risk and, buy a stock at this stage to get 3.5% dividend, which is really good, when I can get 5% plus risk-free? And I think this is why you're seeing a lot of pain, specifically in the value cohort, in the dividend cohort, and soon enough even for growth. Why would anybody take the risk when we have a better alternative? And we're going to start to see the impact of this being magnified in the next weeks and next months to come. So keep an eye on that. With that out of the way, let's move on to the main topic of tonight's program. Here it is. In Focus tonight. Panic. That's what's happening among central banks right now. The cabal. Central banks is panicking. Why? Because they're losing the battle against inflation. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. Not just in the Fed here in the US, also in Japan, and Europe, and Australia, and New Zealand, all over the place. It's not just because they were way behind the curve and now they're catching up. Now we have another bomb that just dropped on the top of their heads called the China reopening. Coming back from the zombie apocalypse. They want to buy oil, they want to buy copper, they want to buy gold, lumber, coffee, meats, grains. Lots of catching up to do. And this will push inflation high. Demand of commodities, their inflation. Today we got the news that China factory activities reached the highest level in 11 years. Now, look, you want to believe this news, disbelieve it, that's up to you. But the headline is going to move these markets. And immediately, the moment we got this headline, the Australian dollar shot up higher. The New Zealand Kiwi shot up higher. And in reaction to that, the US dollar moved down. Now, when we talk about AI and they're going to replace humanity and the AI is the new thing, bullshit. You want to know how intelligent AI is? They're actually stupid. Look no further than the algorithms for the stock market. That's AI. But the algos look at the dollar going down, what do? Immediately, they start buying stocks. We see U.S. stock futures shooting up higher. But this is not a good piece of data. This means that inflation will move higher, and the Fed here in the U.S. will have to raise rates even further and tighten the monetary policy even further, which means we should be seeing a higher dollar. But because of other currencies moving higher, the dollar went down. The algos, they're not intelligent enough to distinguish between all of that. In any case, whether you believe the data from China or not, it's not just China. We have many Asian countries right now, and we're seeing that manufacturing is making a comeback, which means more demand from Asian economies, more activities, higher commodities prices, and more inflation. Now, I am skeptical about the whole China reopening thing. Today, Robin Brooks floated this theory, and it is interesting. He says that the China reopening boom is a mirage because the manufacturing data, the headline reading, shows you one thing, but when you dig into details, you realize that we have a problem with delivery times. Delivery times are moving down big time. Maybe this is an indicator that the whole China reopening thing is just an overhype. Now, my skepticism about the China reopening is, number one, I believe that demand will come back from China, but it will come back from a government level. The government will demand more oil, more gas, more lumber, more copper, more resources. And that's inflation. But Wall Street, of course, the geniuses that they are, they also believe that there is a pent-up demand from the Chinese consumer. And now that you have the reopening, the Chinese consumer, that is, they will go splurging and buy Nike shoes and spend at Starbucks stores, buy Teslas, and watch Disney movies. I hope this is good for our stocks. I disagree. I think the Chinese consumer's behavior is different than the Western and specifically the U.S. consumer. They're not going to go splurging. Certain segments will. Maybe that's good for luxury retail, for example, but the majority of the Chinese consumer will not splurge. So this is the worst outcome because companies' revenues will not improve. What's going to improve is commodities prices, meaning higher inflation. So that's my take about the China reopening. But folks, when it rains, it pours. And today we got shocking news from Germany. Not shocking to me, but shocking to the geniuses, of course. The headline reads, German inflation unexpectedly accelerates in February. Unexpectedly? Anyways, look at this. This is insane. German inflation at almost 10%. First it went down, now it's rebounded. Maybe it's going to make a higher high. The ECB is way behind the curve. And I wonder why we have these false signals of the German DAX shooting up higher, almost back to the highs, which means the ECB has to be extra aggressive at this point to send the memo. Otherwise, this inflation will get out of hand. The German central bank president said that stubborn inflation will remain at a very high level. So this is going to be a problem for the German economy for a long time. What is the heart and the backbone of any economy? The answer is the consumer. If the German consumer is getting choked by higher utility bills, by higher housing bills, higher bills at the grocery store, how the hell are they supposed to stimulate corporate earnings? And it's not just in Germany. Look at what's going on in the UK. Grocery bills in the UK reaching a startling 17% inflation rate. French, Spanish consumer prices also surprising to the upside. Central banks across the globe losing the battle against inflation. It's getting out of their control now. Why and how did we get here? The answer is weakness, indecisiveness. And why are central banks too weak? The answer is they're beholden to their sponsors, the oligarchs, the banksters, and they want higher stock prices and higher real estate prices. So central banks are too afraid. God forbid the stock market might go down if we do the job to take inflation down. God forbid the real estate values of the oligarchs will go down if we do the job. And who cares about the mid-class, regular folks paying 17% inflation rate at the grocery store? And we know these are the cooked data, of course. In reality, the bills are much higher. And now that the battle is getting out of control, central banks will have to come back with more aggression. They have no other choice. The population is getting mad. Inflation is killing us. Inflation is a chokehold on the middle class. Inflation has destroyed the American dream. If you happen to be a millennial, a Gen Zer, good luck owning a home. You'll be in your 80s before you own a home. Now, Bank of America's warning that the Fed will hike rates to the point of pain. As experts say that there is no serious signs that the economy is under control. They're losing the battle again. They're behind the curve again. They have to come out with more aggression. More aggression means higher severity in the degree of recession because we're now in stagflation. We talked about this in last night's video in details. The economy continues to weaken. More rate hikes at this point in damage the economy more. But what other choice do they have at this point? When you got inflation sticky, the economy is deteriorating on the other hand, you got to concentrate on the inflation part and take that inflation down, which means more and more and more damage to this economy. Bank of America now says the Fed policy rate will go to 6%. Last year, when I said you have to go above the CPI, meaning 6% plus, people accused me of being an alarmist. People accused me of being a conspiracy theorist. Well, now you know what I was talking about last year. Even Bank of America now says that we have to go 6% plus. Because look what happened in the morning. We got the ISM manufacturing data for the month of February. The reading is slightly higher, up from 47.4 last month to 47.7. You can see that the direction is contracting. New orders contracting. Production contracting. Employment contracting. What's increasing? The answer is, how about prices? Shockingly high. The last reading was 44.5. Now we're back to positive territory. 51.3. Increasing. The moment we got this piece of data, the dollar shot up higher, equities went down big. Because this is stagflation, folks. Prices continue to move higher. The pace of economic activity contracting, slowing down. Then you have geniuses and propagandists such as Paul Krugman, who says there is no stagflation. Stagflation is just for alarmists. They're trying to scare you. And now they know that it's getting out of hand. The Fed, central banks, they know they're losing again. We got calls today from Boystick from Atlanta and Kashkari from Minneapolis describing inflation as concerning, calling for higher rates. The problem is, Kashkari is one of those people who used to be ultra dovish. He believed in the casino model of the economy. Just keep printing on steroids, pump the stock market higher. Who cares? And there are no consequences at all. Who cares if the monetary policy benefits the rich and crushes the poor and middle class? We don't care. Now all of a sudden he's becoming hawkish again. But he remains delusional, folks. Even Neil Kashkari, which is the only hope we got right now. Even Neil is still delusional. And he reflects the groupthink mentality of it. Listen to his delusion talking about a soft landing. He's still hoping for a soft landing. Anybody who knows the history about inflation and monetary policy knows there is no such thing as soft landing. The soft landing is a fantasy. Every inflation cycle ended up in a recession. He knows that. He's going to tell you that. But before he does that, he's going to sell you a fantasy. Take a look.
Some people said there may be a cliff. Multifamily is going to build a lot this year, and then really unclear what happens in 24. But the services economy continues to be very strong. We're not yet seeing much of a sign of our interest rate increases slowing down the services side of the economy. And that is concerning me. So ultimately, what do we want to do? We want to achieve what's called a soft landing. We raise interest rates, we tap the brake in the economy, we gently bring the economy back down to 2% inflation environment. Think about the economy that we had just before the pandemic hit. We had low inflation, we had low unemployment, we had healthy growth. It was a pretty good economy. That's what we want to get back to. The challenge, of course, is typically when the central bank raises interest rates to cool down inflation, most of the time it leads to a recession. And so we would like to avoid a recession, but we know we have to get inflation down. Getting inflation down is job one.
So he says, yeah, we're aiming for the soft landing, but job number one is getting inflation down. Well, if job number one is getting inflation down, the only way you're going to get inflation down is by producing a recession. You know that, but he still want to sell you a fantasy here. And if the fantasy is not the soft landing, it's the aftermath of the recession, according to Neil. Oh, the recovery is going to be quick, boom, we go down, then we go up again. Take a look.
Now, whether we can achieve the soft landing, the answer is I don't know. The track record is not good in being able to slow down the economy this much without going a little too far and heading into recession. But the dynamics are different. We have supply chains that are getting better. We do have families that have strong balance sheets. We do have states that have strong balance sheets. There are a lot of really healthy things going on in the U.S. economy right now that give me some optimism. But at the same time, we know we need to get inflation back down. So I don't know the answer to that. I will say, typically when the central bank has caused a recession by raising interest rates, the bounce back can be very fast.
Now that's delusional because every time we get a crash and then we get a quick recovery, it happened because the Fed used the plunger to rescue the economy. This time around, we're paying, pay attention now, we're paying for the rescue mission of 2009. All what we've done, folks, is just kick the can down the road. Now we have to pay the bill. Now we have to pay the price. And who's going to pay the price? The answer is, how about the Gen Zers? They got no future now. So when he says, oh, we're going to recover fast after the recession, that's yet another fantasy. You know that, Neil, because this time around, the Fed will not be able to re-stimulate the economy. This is going to be a major shock, perhaps a lost decade, because we have to pay for the bill from the past. And here's the delusion part. After all of the data that we've gotten so far this year, indicating that inflation is moving higher, not just in this country, in Europe, in Japan, in Australia, in New Zealand, all over the place. You'd think that Neil Kashkari got the memo and he's going to go with the 50 instead of 25 in the next meeting. Going to 25 was a mistake. We thought that Neil got it. In the next meeting, he's going to go with 50, maybe more. But again, here's the problem. They want to play these monkey games and, oh, maybe we shouldn't go to 50. Maybe we should still do 25 and then concentrate on the dot plots to send a psychological signal to the market that we're bluffing. Oh, maybe we're going to do more. Watch out, market. We're going to do more. Take a look.
Our models, understanding the inflation, were not working because of these dynamics are so unique. We realized we just had to get aggressive and catch up so we were not falling further behind. So we raised rates 475 basis point moves in a row, then downshifted to 50, then downshifted to 25. And so there's a lot of attention to the next meeting in March. Is it going to be 25 or is it going to be 50? I'm open-minded at this point about whether it's 25 or 50 basis points. To me, what's much more important than whether it's 25 or 50 is what we signal in what's called the dot plot. So every 3 months, every participant in the FOMC writes down on a piece of paper a projection of what we think optimal monetary policy looks like. And because markets are forward-looking, this signal about where we think rates are headed actually contains a lot of really important information.
Now, this is a stupid way of thinking because the market right now is in a cocaine addict mentality. Not just the market, but the economy, the consumer, same story. The moment they see any opening, any weakness that the Fed might pivot, might reduce rates, might pause, they're going to go bananas and inflation will come back. Actions speak louder than words. You want to shock inflation down? You got to start by shocking the consumer, the economy, and the market. And you do that by going back to 50 basis points, if not above. But this cute game of, oh, we're going to do 25 and then up the dot plots and that'll do the job, that's another mistake, Neil. Inflation is going to rebound even higher. The market will get the wrong signal signal. We're going to see another impulsive rally in the equities market. Bond yields going down. Everybody assuming that the Fed will wimp out, as Dr. Rubini said. This is the equivalent of Jerome Powell saying disinflation 15 times in the last FOMC. But again, maybe Neil doesn't even care about financial conditions. He doesn't care if the stock market goes higher in an impulsive fashion, meme stocks, garbage, SPACs, and a severe loosening of financial conditions. Take a look.
There is this in Wall Street, this institutional cultural exuberance that just at any moment they're looking for an excuse to get excited. And then all of a sudden they get all excited again with one little piece of good news. I don't pay too much attention to stock market gyrations. The stock market goes up, stock market goes down. I don't really care.
Now, remember when we talked about the underlying conditions of inflation? You got to defeat those before you take inflation down. We have a disinflation process in the economy, a legitimate one. One of those underlying conditions is financial conditions. Financial conditions have to tighten and stay tight for a long time before inflation is defeated. We're not even at tight territory, as I showed you in last night's video. Financial conditions right now are looser than 21. You think you're going to beat inflation when you have financial conditions looser than 21? And you wonder why the Fed is losing the battle against inflation? Because we have incompetent fools leading the Fed. Another important thing in defeating inflation, the Fed must be proactive, not reactive. We've been talking about this for a long time now. You got to get ahead of inflation. You got to grab the steering wheel from inflation and say, look, I'm in charge now. I will take you down. I'm going to raise rates above the rate of inflation and take inflation and guide it down. Not the other way around. I'm not going to be chasing inflation, but leave it to the Fed once again, continuing to be reactive, not proactive. Here's Neil once again.
We've got another inflation reading yet to come. We have another job report yet to come before the meeting. Ultimately, that will inform me. But I think the bottom line is, I think where the dots end up is going to be much more important than whether we raised by 25 or 50 at the next meeting.
So Neil wants to wait for the data to show him that inflation is moving higher again so he can play catch up once again. I say, oh, okay, maybe we shouldn't do 25. We'll just go with 50 now. And then inflation goes higher again. Oh, whoops, we got to go with 75. How about you just guide inflation down? How about you do what Volcker did? Raise above the inflation rate, take inflation down, and then you can cut rates again. You know that. He knows that. He knows that the risk of under-tightening is a lot worse than the risk of over-tightening. Take a listen.
So there is a risk, given those lags, of over-tightening because we are continuing to pay attention to the inflation. But I will just tell you, from my seat, the risk of underdoing it is a much graver risk for the U.S. economy than the risk of over-tightening. Because if, in the worst scenario, we didn't do our jobs, and inflation expectations became unanchored, and they became embedded in the fabric of our economy, then we would have to raise rates dramatically to break that psychology and bring them back down. That's what happened in the 1970s. And so I think my colleagues agree with me that the risk of under-tightening is the worse risk than the risk of over-tightening. If we over-tighten, we will ultimately see it, and we'll be able to respond to it and adjust to that. But the risk of under-tightening potentially has much longer duration concerns that would come with that.
And perhaps here's a sobering message from former Fed Governor Mishkin, who explains in details why the pause, the pivot, the wishy-washy action, the weakness by the Fed is very, very dangerous. Take a look.
Some people will say it's because the banks will raise interest rates for too long, go too far, as some people are arguing our central bank is doing right now. There are people calling for a pause, saying wait and look around and see the lag effect before you continue to raise rates at additional paces. What do you say back to that?
This is super dangerous thinking. So one of the things we look at in the paper is we look at a situation which had a lot of parallels to now, which was the Volcker disinflation. And many people, Volcker's a huge hero. Many people don't really remember what went on there. The Federal Reserve, in October 79, after Volcker became chair, raised interest rates to very high levels, and 17% actually was pretty high level. And then a recession started, and they backed off. The result was that inflation did not come down. Expected inflation did not come down. And in fact, there was no ability to control inflation. The Fed had lost its credibility and now weakened it. But to Volcker's credit, he then realized that this was a mistake, and then the Fed really took out the baseball bat, clobbered heads big time, raised federal funds rate to over 20%, and then finally it took several years of very high interest rates then to get inflation down. So it's super dangerous thinking that the Fed should pivot. That when central banks have done that, they haven't completed their job, they lose credibility, and particularly important is when you've actually gotten behind the curve, you have to reestablish credibility, and therefore you have to be tough. Now, it's true that you might go too far. Central banking, by the way, is not an easy business. It's there's a lot of art to it. There is science. Economists have contributed to that science of monetary policy, but a lot is art, and so you never quite get it perfect. But on the other hand, thinking that you need to back off because you're too worried about a recession is what produces much worse recessions than otherwise occur.
So he gave us the example of how Volcker raised rates, then inflation cooled down by a little bit, and then Volcker backed off. Of course, he backed off because there was a lot of pressure, saying, hey, you're doing too much. So he listened to the morons. That's his mistake. He listened to the morons, and he backed off. And what happened? Inflation came back with more aggression. And then Volcker said, okay, you fools had your time. You had your chance in taking this inflation down. Now shut up and listen to me. He raised rates aggressively, double digits above the inflation rate. He got the job done. And this is the art part of central banking. You see, the geniuses follow what the other economists and other geniuses say. Just follow the book. Sometimes the book doesn't work when it comes to economics. A lot of economics is art, and art comes from psychology. A huge part of defeating inflation is the psychological battle. When Volcker raised rates above the inflation rate and said, enough, I'm done here, I'm not going to play games anymore, message received. The Fed is no longer playing games. But with this weak Fed that we have, everybody knows they're playing games. They're not serious about taking inflation down. And this is why inflation refuses to go down, because it has a weak opponent. Again, the argument goes, but Maverick, what about the recession? Do you really want the Fed to go ahead and be aggressive and push this economy into a recession? Because we have a great economy right now. Why would you destroy that? My rebuttal is, this is not not a great economy. This is a shitty economy, number one. Number two, the recession is inevitable. It's gonna happen with or without the Fed. But if the Fed does it, it's gonna be a lot milder than if it happens organically. If it happens organically, it might be a depression, folks, at this point. Listen to former Governor Michigan again.
One of the things we did is we looked at the history, and then we actually did some economic modeling. And the history says, you look at 16 cases of where central banks actually tightened interest rates when, in fact, they had to get inflation down, and this is in many countries, not just the U.S. In every single case, you got a recession. And so, maybe this time is different, but that's usually dangerous thinking. So just on that basis alone, the likelihood of a recession is extremely high. And this is particularly true also from an economic theory viewpoint. When a central bank gets behind the curve, as the Fed certainly did, they made a bunch of mistakes, particularly in 2021, which, as you might know, I've been on CNBC since April of 2021 being very critical of the Fed on this. When you get behind the curve, in order to get inflation back under control, you have to raise rates a lot, and in fact, you inevitably have a recession.
Here it is. Bingo. Why don't we be honest with the American public and say, look, to defeat inflation, we're going to have a recession. It's inevitable. It's in the bag. It's going to happen. It is your job right now, the public, to start preparing for this recession. Pay your credit card debt, decrease whatever liabilities that you cannot afford if you lose your job, the stupid auto loan that you took that you're paying $1,000 a month for a shitty car. Maybe you don't need that. Why not do that instead of lying to the public repeatedly and sell us this fantasy of a soft landing and now the new one, no landing? What kind of stupidity is this? And folks, I hear from some of you every single day in the comments saying, hey Maverick, today I lost my job. It is heartbreaking. It happened to me before. It happened to a lot of people before. It feels like the world just collapsed on the top of your head. I feel for you. My heart goes out to you. But the same people also say, thank you so much for getting me ready to lose my job, for telling me the truth, that my job's not in the bank. I paid my credit card debt a few months ago. I got rid of my financial obligations that I can't really afford if I lose my job. And now I'm looking for another opportunity. This is what we should be doing right now, folks. Preparing the public for the inevitable, which is a recession. With that out of the way, let's move on to cover the stock market information for you. We begin with the closing indices today, and here we go. The Dow closing the day positive by 5.14 points.
Hey everyone, it's Alice, and this is the 13.5 full patch preview. So, LeBlanc, alright, so let's see what happens here. Sigil of Malice. Now refunds 100% mana and 30% remaining cooldown if either part kills a target. Now deals 10 to 146 based on level, bonus damage, and minions. RQ Mimic Sigil of Malice gains as an effect. The only thing I can think of is that there's a LeBlanc skin on the way. That is literally the only thing that I can think of, because it doesn't make any sense to give a champion better wave clear, who is an AP assassin. Like, what is making her different now from Ahri in a lot of ways, other than, I guess, maybe survivability, inherent survivability. It doesn't make any sense to give her the any treatment, or, you know, having the mana refund and the cooldown and everything like that. It doesn't make any sense. This just makes LeBlanc's laning phase so much stronger. It's really, 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 really gross. She's still only going to be pickable in certain situations. I don't think that she's ever really a blind pickable champion, although in competitive, yes, she is blind pickable with the way that pros draft. But it should be noted that in theory, she should not be blind pickable, and she should be blind pickable against, like, very low and see a lot of things that have, like, stick, you know, stick dependency and whatnot, like the NBC combination I picked with Tryndamere or, like, Olaf or something, right? Stick-based Blanca is very, very good. Anyways, Cannon. Thunder and Shuriken buffs. Damage increase 75 to 65 plus 75 to 85. So why is this champion getting 5 damage per rank and a 10% AP buff? Why is he getting 10 damage, like, out the gate from first recall? On his Q spammable ability. Why is his cooldown being more spammable early? Like, this doesn't even make sense. Lightning Rush, minion damage increase 50% to 65%. What is going on? What are, like, sometimes Riot just cooks, guys. Sometimes Riot just cooks, okay? This is definitely one of those times. W, Infernal Trains buff. Skill increase 25% flat to 25 to 35%. This doesn't matter. It's last max ability. Our World Ender base AD increase 20 to 40% to 20 to 32.5 and 45 2.5% total AD. Getting like half a longsword or something, right? In terms of value, I would imagine. In mid game, I would imagine that's like what he's getting. And then way later on, he's getting like. I mean, he's getting that. It's always going to depend on his itemization or something. Is this enough to make Aatrox come back into competitive? Absolutely not. So it doesn't really matter. And again, last max ability for W, so again, it doesn't matter. Tryndamere, PvE, HP per level increased by 4. So he ends up getting an auto attack in mid-game. 80 per level increased by 0.3. Very negligible as well. Again, like, these are both placebo buffs, in the sense that it should not do anything to cause an increase or a resurgence for either of these champions in competitive. If you suddenly start playing these champions because of these buffs, you're an idiot, and you should have just been playing them anyway because it would have meant that they were already viable. The amount of times these converting to something in the game that would have otherwise not been feasible is okay. Rumble top. So this is really disturbing. Rumble is disgusting in both mid and top lane. Ever since the durability patch, if you go and you read the patch history for Rumble, or you just look at Rumble's base numbers, you look at everything else, you look at current itemization, you look at current pro play drafting meta, you look at everything, Rumble is really disgusting, and yet he's completely unpicked. Electro Harpoon magic resistance reduction increased to 10% flat to 12 to 20%. What is going on? Increase 15% flat to 24 to 40% for danger zone. What on earth is going on? Like, how do they just decide to give him that much more damage? What is happening? Like, what? Like, what? What on earth? Like, this is like this. This is insanity. This is absolute insanity for all of his roles. For top, mid, jungle, and support. Rumble's really hard to play. It's not that he feels bad to play, he's just very hard. He's an awkward champion to learn because of his heat management. And I think that also makes him an unfun champion. But he's very, very, very strong right now. So it's disturbing to see these kind of changes. Fizz, PvE. Urchin Strike damage increase from 10 to 70 to 20 to 80, so just get 10 at rank 1. This is really good. I'm not aware of what the current meta trends are on Fizz. I know that years ago it used to be Emax, and then at some point it was Qmax, and then I think there was even a period with W to 3 points or something like that. So I'm not familiar with what it is to getting rank 1 is. And then just getting 10 flat in later stages, I mean, it definitely adds up. WC Stone Trident, Mono Refund 20 to 52 to 30 to 70. This is really big as well. Doom's getting some love, but again, it's just like the Atrox and the Tryndamere changes. While this is massive for solo queue, it has nothing to do with competitive. It does not be the reason in competitive. Jinx attack speed per level increased 1 to 1.6. W Zap buff slow increase 30 to 70 to 40 to 80. So you end up actually, the 10% reduction is actually pretty good. You end up removing, from the opponents, which is definitely very good. Mana cost reduced 50 to 70 to 40 to 60 to help with some of the mana problems. Again, inside the landing phase. The very interesting thing about this is like there's the people that do like in the current trend of like ADC supports or whatever, there's like the Akali Jinx with WMAX spam. This would probably end up helping that. Our Super Mega Death Rocket Monster Execution Cap increased 800 to 1200. Magic Smite, which definitely causes for some more excitement. I wholeheartedly believe that this is literally just because they're slowly trying to push things back into the meta, and I wholeheartedly do believe that it does have something to do with Arcane, because Arcane Season 2 is either end of this year or early next year, and so why not just start very moderate Jinx buff early, especially with Thresh having just some buff. Thresh is obviously one of the best companions. I am actually down the rabbit hole. It doesn't really do anything for her in solo queue, but I do think it does do stuff in competitive. Smira. Daredevil Impulse movement speed adjusted 1 to 4% to 2 to 3.5%, doesn't matter. Kiana Edge of Ixtal damage increased 50 to 170 to 50 to 190. That's very bizarre why she's just getting 20 flat damage. Audacity cooldown versus 12 8 to 11 to 7. Okay. Really nice buff for Kiana. Kiana is always a slippery slope champion. You have to be very careful with buffing. Could do something for her in competitive. I think that it's highly unlikely with the way that the current meta and everything is. I don't think that we're going to see a Kiana resurgence. However, for solo queue is very big. Gangplank nerfs. Trial by fire, damage reduced 55 to 310 to 50 to 250 based on the level. Powder keg nerf, cooldown reduced 18 to 18 flat. Charges are now shown between Gangplank's HP bar to all damage. Well, these are pretty good nerfs to Gangplank. It doesn't change the fact that it's still going to be an absolute monster, and so Twitch HPTV, Canada AP ratio per stack that the Venom reduced 35% to 30%. That's actually a pretty big nerf to AP support. Fear not, though, if you end up building support like the LCK players, this doesn't really do much. You end up building Recurve Bow, 20 control wards, and then so you won't have to actually worry about this nerf. Ramus PBE, 80 per level, 3.5 to 2.75. Q Powerball damage reduced 100 to 220 to 100 to 200. I guess Ramus is just terrorizing solo queue, and so that's what's going on there. So this is just a very minor adjustment. Caitlyn, base AD reduced 62 to 60, base armor 28 to 27. I've already talked about damage nerfs in the past. We'll talk about it if it officially goes through and the official path rundown, but it's whatever. Early and soul HP per level 195, armor per level reduced 4.8 to 4.3. Breath of Light bonus magic energy burst 40 to 35. So he is getting less tanky. It seems like everyone has actually settled, at least on Korea, with the Rod of Ages build. A lot of people always cite Nemesis going Leandries on Aurelion Sol. I've talked about Leandries and the practicality of the item countless times, and I've also just mentioned that it would not matter what Nemesis builds on Aurelion Sol because he's so good that the champion would win probably regardless. But we've already talked about Leandries versus Rod of Ages. Now I think that there's even more incentive to go Rod of Ages for the need of durability and whatnot. Luden and Leandri variations are going to be less tanky. And obviously, Aurelion Soul, I don't even know about his competitive viability. Xayah, base attack speed 0.658, 0.644, doesn't matter. Yorick Morning Mistral, doesn't matter. Champion adjustments, Azir is a separate video. Yuumi is already a separate video on the channel. Pantheon is also going to be a separate video. Ashe Change List, we already reacted to that. Zed does not matter. System buff, Cosmic Drive, AP increased by 25, but you lose the HP. That's a nice change. Oracle's Elixir, cooldown increased 1960 to 120, 260. This is for junglers. AP Archangel Staff reduced by 10. Why? Seraph's Embrace reduced by 10. HP is reduced by 50. Doesn't matter. Grasp of the Undying, PV, permanent base HP 5 melee, 3 range to 7 melee, 4 range. That's actually a really big buff for Grasp of the Undying. Max HP heal reduced 1.7. The heal doesn't actually matter as much as the permanent HP. Bot heal added 3 melee, 1.8 range, okay. Triumph missing health, max HP heal added, okay. Jungle adjustments, okay. I'll have to do a separate video on jungle, but that is pretty much it for the 13.5 patch preview. Unfortunately, the only thing that we have coming out of this is the Yuumi bomb, as well as perhaps the Pantheon change, and then nothing else actually really impacts competitive with the exception of LeBlanc. Maybe Kennen gets put on the radar, but I think that's pretty much it. And then we just have some itemization things that we really can pull out. So that is it.
Enemy.
Hello world, this ChatGPT scam wants to hack you. 3 US government agencies have been hacked in the last 2 weeks, and why Signal could be banned in the UK. That's all coming up in today's roundup of cybersecurity tech news. ChatGPT is the fastest growing consumer application in history, reaching 100 million monthly active users in just 2 months. But with the service often unavailable thanks to the insane levels of demand and the recent introduction of a paid option, bad actors are pouncing on the opportunity to make some money of their own. Facebook is being flooded with ads for fake ChatGPT services, and it was actually my girlfriend who stumbled across this particular one. When she told me she'd just seen a ChatGPT ad on Facebook, something just didn't seem right. Why would a service that's been receiving so much free publicity be running Facebook ads? The post promises access to pre-made ChatGPT accounts, which they literally paste usernames and passwords for. This goes beyond suspicious, even for a scam, and just seems strange. Free $50 OpenAI credit, they say, before their diabolical sales pitch that just doesn't make any sense. GPT Chat Tool is an emerging star in the technology village in general. Like I say, it doesn't make any sense. Ironically, these bad actors should have taken up their own advice and had ChatGPT write this ad for them. Maybe then they would have ended up with something at least slightly intelligible. The ad has an accompanying video which links to gptaichat.com. However, that domain has been flagged as malicious, so in their post, the bad actors point to a different domain instead. If you head over to their site, you'll find it's pretty much a carbon copy of the genuine OpenAI website. The main difference being that instead of a try ChatGPT button that you'd see on the genuine site, we have a download button. This gives us a setup.exe that's over 300 megabytes in size. However, if we run this through Hexdump, we can clearly see that the vast majority of this file is just the same bytes repeated over and over, artificially increasing the size of the executable to make it seem more legit. In reality, what promises to be a locally running version of ChatGPT is instead the nasty info-stealing Trojan, Lumar Stealer, which itself is only a couple hundred kilobytes in size. Primarily sold on hacking forums, Lumar Stealer will exfiltrate crypto wallets and credentials saved in your browser. This whole campaign has been documented by researchers at Cybele, who also found that Android apps impersonating ChatGPT had made their way into the Play Store. These apps secretly subscribe you to premium SMS services, siphoning off your money in the background. Luckily, those apps have since been deleted, though the Facebook campaign is ongoing. When I first stumbled across it, there were a load of comments ripping the scam apart, but when I came back to it a few hours later, they had all been deleted. So it seems that this campaign is still in full swing. It's been a bad couple of weeks for US government agencies. Firstly, there's been a rather disturbing FBI hack. Secondly, sensitive Department of Defense emails have been exposed. And thirdly, the US Marshal Service has suffered a ransomware attack. Let's run through them all. When it comes to the FBI hack, they've suffered what's being described as a cybersecurity incident on their network. Now, when something is labelled a cybersecurity incident, you know the story is going to be pretty vague on details, and this is no exception. However, we do know that the incident involved an FBI computer system used in investigations of images of child exploitation. So the fact that these systems were even able to be breached raises some pretty serious questions about whether the FBI cut corners on their security. But this question, along with how the hack was even perpetrated, and more importantly why, are going unanswered, well, at least for now, with the FBI just saying they're aware of the incident and are investigating it. But if we're going to speculate, it could be the case that a computer the FBI seized during an investigation was infected with malware, and that this somehow spread to the FBI systems, or maybe the FBI just hadn't properly secured their network, enabling a more sophisticated hack specifically targeting the FBI's Torpedo division. Less than a week after this FBI hack, there was an embarrassing disaster over at the Department of Defense, because one of their internal email servers was found to be exposed to the open internet without any kind of password protection. The server contained sensitive information dating back years, and to give you a flavour of just how bad this was, TechCrunch investigated and found highly sensitive data on federal employees seeking security clearance. And that'll just be the tip of the iceberg, because this blunder involved 3 terabytes of information. It's the kind of dump that would definitely become the data breach of the year if it was leaked by a bad actor. But luckily for the DoD, the server, which according to Shodan was publicly available for 2 weeks, was discovered by a white hat who tipped off the DoD, enabling them to correct the misconfigured email server, which was hosted on Microsoft's Azure for Government. And just a few days ago, we heard of yet another breach affecting a US government agency. This time, it was the turn of the Department of Justice, in particular, the US Marshal Service. When they're not responding to cyber attacks, these guys are responsible for hunting down fugitives and running the Federal Witness Protection Program, and they've just suffered a ransomware attack. The attack affected a standalone US Marshal Service system. Exactly what they mean by standalone isn't clear, and this, unfortunately, is yet another case of details being pretty thin, though we do know that the breach affected law enforcement sensitive information pertaining to the subjects of Marshal Service investigations, though we don't know which ransomware group is behind it. But I would imagine we can expect to learn more about this breach and exactly how bad it is in the next week or so, when the miscreants behind it publicly claim responsibility and threaten to publicly expose everything they have. The UK government is trying to undermine end-to-end encryption, and of course they're doing it under the guise of protecting the children. If the proposed array of laws pass, the president of Signal has said the organisation is absolutely 100% raw, which would mean Signal disappearing from UK app stores and then potentially having to IP geo-block the entire country. At the root of this is the Online Safety Bill, introduced by our former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, known locally as Bojo. The bill contains a controversial section which has become known as the Spy Clause. This would require messaging apps like Signal to scan every privately sent message for instances of child abuse material. To non-technically literate people, I'm sure this sounds reasonable, but not only would this effectively constitute mass surveillance, but it would also mean weakening end-to-end encryption, providing a backdoor into messaging apps that could potentially be abused by hackers. However, the UK government is adamant that the Online Safety Bill does not represent a ban on end-to-end encryption. Their argument presumably rests on the idea that if messages are scanned on a phone prior to being communicated, then maybe it could be argued that this doesn't technically subvert end-to-end encryption, though it definitely undermines the spirit of it. And this has been enough to set comment sections alight pretty much anywhere you find a discussion of this new bill. Aside from the issue of creating a backdoor that hackers could abuse, there's also the fun problem of government overreach. Can we be sure that the scope of material that messages will be scanned for won't slowly increase over time? And is it a good idea to provide future governments with the infrastructure that would be required to implement surveillance for arbitrary content? Let's not forget, scanning messages in this way has been tried before. In 2021, Apple announced that they would scan all photos uploaded to iCloud for instances of abuse. In fairness to Apple, they did at least try to do it in the most privacy-conscious way possible. However, it didn't matter. Privacy as a concept is incompatible with what is effectively mass surveillance, and the massive public backlash resulted in Apple killing the idea before it even saw the light of day. On page 229 of the almost 300-page-long bill, it states that if a company fails to comply, this will cost them £18 million or 10% of their global revenue, whatever's greater. In addition to Signal's denouncement of this new bill, I was surprised and heartened to see that even Meta-owned WhatsApp has also said that they won't lower security for any government. The UK government says it's not a choice between privacy or child safety. We can and we must have both. This is of course a dangerous lie that cloaks the inevitable compromises associated with diminishing in any way the security of messaging apps. And make no mistake, if this does pass through Parliament, it would embolden the governments of other nations to enact similar statutes. This video was made possible by Linode, who are giving you a $100 60-day credit just for signing up. Linode is essentially your Swiss Army knife for cloud computing. If it runs on Linux, it'll run on Linode. One great feature of Linode is their app marketplace, which makes it super easy to spin up servers with pre-configured software. Use Linode's Kali Linux app to quickly spin up a fresh instance of Kali. The installer makes it easy to configure the basics, like VNC passwords, whether you want a desktop environment, and so on. Linode can run almost anything by providing all the tools a developer really needs at competitive prices. Use the link in the description now to claim your free $100. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Have a good one.
Space isn't only about the light of billions of stars and galaxies, it's also about massive blind spots with previously unexplored objects hidden within. Only now are scientists beginning to discover these invisible giants, which are tens or even thousands of times larger than our galaxy. Well, some of them are so close that they literally pull the Milky Way towards them. What will happen, though, when we find ourselves on the other side of space blind spots? Scientists are making more and more intriguing discoveries in the so-called zone of avoidance. This blind spot of galactic size was discovered by accident. In 1786, the English astronomer William Herschel published his famous Catalogue of Nebulae and Clusters of Stars, and other scientists eventually noticed that the so-called spiral nebulae scattered over most of the sky, for some reason, don't occur in its very center. That is, in the star-rich core of the Milky Way and along its disk. The English astronomer Richard Proctor called this anomalous region a zone of few nebulae, but this term didn't catch on, giving way to a better sounding zone of avoidance. So the scientific world decided that one spiral nebula is some unknown nebula, either a very one or on something unknown. Yeah, the truth turned out to be more intriguing. In 1925, the legendary astronomer Edwin Hubble proved that that one of the most famous spiral nebulae, Andromeda, is actually a galaxy just like the Milky Way. So the zone of avoidance was actually the zone of galactic obscuration. There's simply so much interstellar gas and dust from the disk of the Milky Way in front of our telescope, it's impossible to see the galactic inhabitants of deep space through them. They carefully avoid our telescopes. And although this blind zone doesn't seem so big, it actually hides up to 20% of the observable universe from us. Moreover, by an unexpected coincidence, it's the part towards which the Milky Way itself is moving. It's like someone running a paint roller across your car's windshield. But if on Earth you can easily eliminate this blind zone at the star watch, astronomers couldn't do anything with the galactic zone of avoidance until they made an unexpected discovery. In the late 50s, Italian astrophysicist Paolo Maffei tried to make standard photographic plates more sensitive. He did it so well that he managed to photograph three massive galaxies in the zone of avoidance. They're part of the nearest cluster to us, about 10 million light years away, and they were even named after Maffei, which is extremely rare, right? But how could an astrophysicist break through this blind zone? Thanks to infrared waves. They can penetrate the gas and dust clouds of the Milky Way, although not very far. As time passed, astronomers began to use other types of invisible light to penetrate the Milky Way's gas and dust curtain, and it finally revealed a whole lost world of galaxies to us. If this amazing hidden galaxy hadn't fallen into our zone of avoidance, it would have competed in brightness and beauty with Andromeda itself. What a pity. This small spiral galaxy was first found using radio waves, and only later was it captured by ultra-sensitive infrared telescopes. In 20-plus million light years away, this exclusive stellar fireworks display can be enjoyed only by X-ray observatories like Chandra. In its turn, with the help of radio telescopes like Monarch's Observatory in Australia, we've been able to detect about 900 previously invisible galaxies in the zone of avoidance. Revolutionary methods of observation didn't allow scientists to accurately calculate the parameters of hidden galaxies and thus put together any coherent picture of the mysterious region of the universe beyond the main blind spot in the night sky. But in 2022, a team of scientists led by Argentinian astronomer Daniela Galliano was finally able to measure the depths of the zone of avoidance. Array of data from different observatories, the researchers managed to discover a gigantic extragalactic structure previously completely hidden. There have been no such huge discoveries for many decades. In fact, it's a gravitationally bound cluster of 9 to 58 galaxies at a distance of 2,700,000,000 light years from Earth. That is 10 times further than all the previous objects in the zone of avoidance. And according to astronomers, something among them is sucking the Milky Way right now. Have a chance to see this beast properly. Scientists had to practice their observation techniques on smaller blind spots. How did we manage to find thousands of planets where telescopes are literally blind? Back in the 18th century, Sir Isaac Newton confidently stated that other stars had planets around them, just like the sun. However, even the best telescopes of that time couldn't see them. After all, each star with its bright light creates a blind zone around itself in which celestial bodies the size of Earth or even Jupiter can hide from us. And even when NASA launched the Hubble Space Telescope into orbit in 1990, it turned out to be just as powerless in front of the stellar veil as all of its predecessors. The search for exoplanets already seemed like a hopeless task for scientists when suddenly, in 1992, two astronomers, Alexander Volchan and Dale Frail, announced the discovery of two worlds outside the solar system at once. But how did they do it? It's just that the scientists didn't look at the bright living star. Instead, they listened to a dead one. This pulsar, 2,300 light years away from Earth, was officially named Lich. In fact, it's a highly radioactive stellar corpse spewing powerful beams of radio waves with a frequency of about 6 milliseconds, and listening to them with
my safety, my day-to-day life, my whole career has been completely turned upside down and probably irreparably changed by this. Someone put my face onto porn and sold it. And if you don't understand just how convincing deepfakes are, have a look at some of these videos.
I am not Morgan Freeman. What you see is not real.
It was love at first sight.
It so was. We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time.
This is the level to which deepfake has gotten in the past few years, so things have changed, and so have the consequences. Obviously, when anything new comes out, the first thing it's used for is porn. There is a whole website, multiple websites dedicated to creating, on commission, videos of a sexual nature of anyone you want. And I actually found out when Atrioc apologized for accessing one of those websites.
It's still so embarrassing of me. But I was on fucking Pornhub, dude. I was on a fucking regular ass normal fucking website, and there was an ad. There's an ad on every fucking video for this fucking. So I know other people must be clicking it because it's on every fucking video for fucking deepfake thing. And then I click it, and I'm fucking in this fucking rabbit hole. And at 2 a.m. I don't know. I got morbidly curious, and I click something. And I it's just fucking. It's gross. It's gross, and I'm sorry. I really am. I really fucking am.
Pokimane was actually one of the people who was included in the streamers who were deepfaked. There were people coming into a chat saying, look at this photo or that photo of you that you posted, trying to justify sexualizing her as if she brought it on herself.
For anybody who's all up in my comments like, oh, look at this photo you posted. Look at this photo you posted. What about Maya? Literally makes the most wholesome content on Earth and still deals with the exact same issues as me. Also, people can post whatever they want, and that still means that you need their consent to do certain things, including sexualizing them and then profiting off of it. Are you?
The whole Twitch community, like everyone was in uproar. A lot of people were very upset. Kitty Cinderella actually released a very heartfelt and very emotional statement when she discovered she had been deepfake.
Fuck Atrioc for showing it to thousands of people. Fuck the people DMing me pictures of myself from that website. Fuck you all. This is what it looks like. This is what the pain looks like.
And when you see things like that, it's very hard not to sympathize. And the whole situation led me to be a bit curious and be like, wait, am I on these websites? So I went and Googled it, and unfortunately, I had also been deepfaked by this person. And you're about to learn how this is going to fuck with my life forever. My first experience of this, my first knowledge
Bunch
of
of terrorists, I
was
swear to
as
God.
a weapon to humiliate and degrade
We're in the same
women.
organization.
It was
Absolutely not.
Anita
I'm
Sarkeesian,
terrified.
and she
This is not
made
a copy
series called
pasta.
Feminist Frequency.
I'm dead
And-
serious. This fucking weird singed mane fucking yesterday had the same exact fucking that
way.
dude, Gaza. Same guy.
Oh, the same guy.
Yep.
That's
Fucking
hilarious.
I was worried at first. I really thought it was a terrorist.
Wait, so what's everyone's role?
We have everything except mid.
Okay. King Bob 1986. Okay. Goddamn it, King Bob.
To Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions.
Oh shit, they're invading. They're all over. I'm pretty sure they're all hiding in your bot side jungle right now. They might have left because they saw me.
I just want Fizz to come, but he's too much of a bot.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll lead. This dude goes for what? Oh, I'm gonna cringe. He doesn't look at his map. Take that for now. I'm gonna just follow mid too. Get my E first. Took way too much damage from Raptors. God damn it. They didn't fight well. I could have killed that fucking asshole. I'm a little tilted. I'll put that on J4. You're so. Alright, you both are good.
First blood.
Oh my god, you're dirty. Ugly little creature. I like that. Dead. Bot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even see you fighting down there.
Okay.
Lulu, do you have a word for dragon? Or just around this area?
I'm dead.
An ally has been
Damn,
slain.
50 HP. Oh, you had smite. You could
I know, I spammed it as I was fucking... Like I full... I shouldn't have been there anyway. When Fizz back. I thought I had enough time for when he killed him. I just don't care. I'm mentally tapped on this one now. I'm just gonna scale and farm.
That'd be the best option for now.
Rampage.
Yeah, Fizz is going crazy. Oh, he did that though. God damn. Holy shit. Yeah. Let the flash. Before he uses ult. They're making a play for Dragon. We can't really do anything here, I don't think. Okay, it's just Cloud. Help me show Lulu. Wait, they're still coming, right? I mean, if Fizz comes, he's a little fed. We can do something.
Okay. Like, I don't understand. Kill me.
Okay, there we go.
Like, you just don't look. I don't understand. Pinged it too.
Fizz looks a little confused right now. Holy shit. I want to bag. If they stay on this wave, I want to shove it. Okay, they backed. No, they didn't. Okay. Oh, she stays, right? That's what's getting solo XP right there. I just realized the other two people are muted. This one is still made. shit on. Oh shit. I think I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Fuck. He really flashed after me? Do I get to play it, please? No. Okay, whatever. Damn, that would have been the. We probably could have gotten that mark. He was just bobbling. What the fuck? How'd they kill it so fast?
I mean, everyone was on it. That's why I was just going for Kaisa. There's just no point. No one moves with anything anymore. I'm just gonna farm like I have been.
Your turret has been destroyed.
And say they're just waiting on Scuttle. Kill the Sona.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Yeah, where's J4? Are we lucky? To be careful, Lula. I think we can get this hour though.
Your team has
Yeah, we're
destroyed
good.
mushroom here. A vision of it. And of course here.
An ally has been slain.
This is really neat.
C4 is just gonna fucking sprint to it. Yep. So ridiculous, man. Zero.
Your turret has been destroyed.
And his has no fucking
Okay.
Yeah, I can't really get that time.
That just doesn't matter. We have no map presence anywhere, even with a 7-kill fizz. It's crazy.
It's crazy. He has 7 kills, but he doesn't get plot once.
I don't think that is what matters.
I fuck the dragon.
I can't really fight it.
No way they're
85.
just sitting in a bush, bro.
Yeah.
Is he gonna fucking kill someone? Nope. Holy shit.
Team's here.
God damn.
I guess we can try and stall for you to split something, Yon, but you're not really doing shit, so not helpful.
Okay, they kinda killing Kai'Sa. Oh shit. Yeah, that guy is fed. Holy shit. I'm not really too sure if we can defend this.
Walk, yeah, walk.
Got flash ignited. Is Yone doing anything? Okay. I feel like he should have a spear too by now. Oh god, why is he taking credit? Okay, Yone is healing. Oh, Fizz. Nice.
Can't even walk up to these raptors. I literally can't fucking walk anywhere. It's ridiculous. Can't get marks, can't play the game. And it's just taking Scuttle. fucking gets the ulti. Oh, this is wild.
Oh my god, there's so many shrooms. What the fuck? Holy shit. Great, now guys,
What a bot. I don't understand. You haven't had a mini map all game and you don't even have a screen. Who's scaling?
Yone scaling?
You don't have a mini map. What map were you looking at? You haven't had a map all game. Timos came into my jungle 3 times.
Yode has 1 assist.
The skies darken. Wow, how cool.
They descend.
Wow,
Holy
you got
shit.
fucking popped like a pimple.
Oh, yeah, guys, I don't know.
I tried to FF. We're not gonna, I'm just gonna keep farming. I don't understand what we're doing.
Just don't even think about it. These guys are too dark. Can't see his map. Can't see it. No way. Okay. Are you sure you want to follow him into your jungle?
Nah, we have nothing better to do.
Oh, that's just what you find.
That's fine.
This shit's gonna pop off?
Probably not.
Okay, the first carry. Here we got Sulu. Okay, Okay, Kaiser's ending the game.
I hope so.
God. Back it up. Back that ass up. Alright.
Enemy double kill.
You on there? Have you scaled yet? Are you scaled?
No, he's got one item.
Okay, man. It's a really cool skin. I'm sure he's having fun. We can defend the Baron. I don't think we can defend Elder. So we gotta make something happen before Elder responds.
Who are we pinging?
I don't know who's pinging.
It says. I just wondering what he's pinging. Was I supposed to sprint to Baron and just die again? I'll do it. I'll run it. I could give a rat's ass anymore.
It's okay, Yone is almost scaled. I can feel it. Okay. Come on, bitch.
I mean, what do you really expect him to do there?
Well, that was an experience.
That was something.
Maybe I should play mid.
Bye, continue being useless. Goodbye.
Wow. Did he end the game with 1 assist still?
Just leave. There's a hang up button. There's a uninstall button. There's a lot of things you can do to leave. You can just get lost though.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
I understand it's tough for you.
Your 4K damage. Very, very honorable performance. You did wonderful.
Let me help you out there, but
Riot is changing Azir and Ashe. In the first set of Azir changes, they kind of had me on the fence since the reasoning behind them actually seemed pretty fair. These ones seem kind of rough though, but obviously let me know what you think in the comments below and then we'll go over the Ashe ones. Here's what Freak said. FYI, Azir and Ashe have fewer changes now. No base stat changes for Ashe, W is minus 10 damage instead of cooldown, Q is minus 20 cost and plus 2 seconds duration on the buff instead of the other changes. Azir no longer has plus 3 base AD level 1, attack speed is now 0.658, W ratio is back to 0.55 and the W plus E cost buffs are gone. Ashe was just to simplify the change list and enough players like the old cast paradigm to make it an easy change. Azir is partially because 3 and 4 directly buffed him, so numbers had to go down and the overall goal is to nerf Azir out of the top spot in pro play. I'm more than happy to see us buff him back up if these changes give us room, but the first goal has to be met. Also, if you're wondering what Freak was talking about with 3 and 4, basically goal 3 and goal 4 on my screenshot buffed his W and his passive kind of pretty massively. Here's the actual list of changes, but apparently he's been changed again as of 4 hours ago, so we'll check that out in a second. Base AD reverted from 55 to 52, base attack speed reduced from 0.694 to 0.658, W AP ratio reverted from 60% to 55%, W base damage at level 13 reduced from 40 to 35, W and E mana costs have been reverted. But then on top of that, apparently 4 hours ago, according to SpiderAxe, these changes got made. Base attack speed reduced from 0.658 to 0.625, attack speed growth increased from 4 to 5%, and E damage AP ratio reduced from 55 to 40%. So they're really all over the place with what they want to do to Azir, but let's look at Ashe. Q mana cost reduced from 50 to 30, Q duration increased from 4 seconds to 6 seconds, W base damage reduced from 20 to 80 to 10 scaling to 70, and R cooldown increased from 80 scaling down to 60 seconds to 100 scaling down to 60 seconds. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and if you enjoy staying up to date with League content, be sure to subscribe and I'll see you in the next video.
If only.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned.
Hello everyone! This is Running on Empty Food Review. That was an action-packed introduction right there, as you could obviously see from the semi-awkward wandering in to then leaping into the chair. That scared me just as much as it probably scared you. But here I am, present in the town before, and presumably you are as well. If you're in attendance watching this, which is you, everyone out there checking out this review is feeling and doing alright. Let's get into things. Domino's has, and this is why I thought that this video required, I should say, a special introduction. Because Domino's is not one of those establishments that makes very frequent additions to their menu at all. This is the rarity, so obviously things need to be but it is rare. Domino's really made a major change to their menu with the addition of chocolate wings. Obviously, when you think of Domino's, I mean, this is what I think of. I think of potato, right? I don't think of pizza, I don't think of wings, I don't think of anything else. I think of tots. As they say, formerly, potato tots. But some people call them tater tots, but they mean the same thing. That's the big secret. And they said, we're gonna do these tots Domino's style. And what that means is that they're going to be loaded with all sorts of delicious substances, legal of course, and here's what you can get. You can get these various flavors of them. Today I'm going to be reviewing the cheddar bacon loaded tots from Domino's. So you have the potato tots. Sprinkled atop is bacon, mozzarella cheese, cheddar cheese, and a garlic parmesan sauce. It's available at the price of $7. And again, these are cheddar bacon loaded tots. So again, you have the potato as the base, and sprinkled atop are these various cheeses, toppings, and sauces. And it's supposed to be revolutionizing your little appetizers. You're supposed to get this, it's going to get you warmed up for the pizza, and then there you have it. Now, I'll say this. The reactions for these have been mixed. A lot of people don't like them. Some people are alright with them, but they are not well received generally. But I will say this. I've yet to try these, of course. I did get a pizza. Along with these, I got a pepperoni pizza just to eat. I had a bite of that, and the pizza was good. So quality-wise, so far so good with this Domino's. So we will see. Comes in this box right here. If you want to talk about something that's loaded, look at that. They've got all the good stuff there on the box. Fork or fingers, they say. As long as the food ends up in your mouth, we don't care how you get it there. So, they say you can't go wrong. So now you know that as long as you're with Domino's, you can use a fork or your fingers. It looks like you can see by the cuff, that guy actually might be wearing a suit. So it kind of looks like my cuff there, so that's good. What about a spoon? Doesn't really specify. Can you eat these with the spoon? I don't know. This box dreams of becoming another box. It's very good. That's what they all dream about, actually. I can smell immediately the bacon, and I can smell the potato as well. Here's what... almost slid off. Here's what they look like. It's weird, they almost... I could see the moisture, that's the interesting thing. But they look equally... dry and burnt as they do moist, which is just an interesting observation. That's what they look like. And you can see it's just the tater tots with some cheese sprinkled on, and then baked. It's oven baked, so it's crispy. And I could see, I think, some bacon on them. Well, what is the best way to eat these? What do you think? Would pork be most suitable? Here's the thing, though. Alright. So this one was on the edge, and I just peeled it off, but it looks like this is just... I think this is just a piece of potato. I don't think there's anything special about it. Right there, you can see. I don't think there's any cheese or toppings on this. I think it's just a tater tot. So, you see what they look like. I guess what I'll do is I'll just try this, and then I'll just pick at it however I do, be that just dive in with a fork, or if I'm feeling adventurous, my fingers, I'll probably go with a fork. Alright, I'll just try it out, see how it tastes, and see what we notice. So, I did mention, I think the price is $7 for it. So that said, let's try it out. The loaded top from Domino's, the cheddar bacon variety, going in. That was just a standard tot right there. They kind of fall apart when I try to go in with a fork, but I'll just eat what I can. And for this final bite, I'll just try to tear off a piece. Alright, and you can see a little bit of everything. Some of the cheese. That is a bacon bit front and center there. The top. Water of the bottled variety this time around. Well, here's the problem. An item, and I think we all understand this, for an item to be bad, it doesn't necessarily just have to be disgusting. You know, sometimes you can just get items that they can be bearable, right? They could be tolerable. But does that make them good? Just because you can stomach it, just because you can swallow it down and eat it without being grossed out or wincing or any of that, doesn't mean then that the item is delicious. There's a lot of characteristics that I try to take into account as I try out these various items, and this is definitely one of those. I was sitting here and I was eating this, and I was thinking to myself, personally, as I was trying this, I thought, this is mind you, my expectations weren't necessarily too high. I wasn't expecting the world from this. But as I was reading this, I just thought to myself, you've got to be kidding me. It was bizarre to me how an item with as many ingredients that this has is as bland and as dull as it is. And I was looking at this and I was saying to myself, this is actually what they were. I mean, you're paying $8 for this? And this is what you're paying? Here's the problem. Two things. Number one, I just notice it being this, it's this very abnormal state that it is in, where it's like, I just feel like it's in the oven, it's wrong. It's just weird because, while it has moisture to it, and I know it does because I'm looking at it, it's got this weird... Let me just open this up just to verify. It has this weird dryness, this dry quality to it as well. And as I said, like, I'm looking at this tater tot right now. And I mean, I don't know how well you could see it. I could see the moisture in there. I don't think it's... Yeah, you could kind of see it. It's more of like this oiliness on the inside than it is actual moisture, and it just has this weird dry taste to it. It's just strange, that's all, where it's just simultaneously dry yet moist at the same... It's just weird, that's all that I could say. It just has these dry qualities to it. And it's not very flavorful either, that's the thing. It's like... Alright, I can kind of taste the cheddar cheese that's on this. Because this has the cheddar cheese, and it has mozzarella cheese, and then it has a garlic parmesan sauce. I can taste the potato, and as I said, the potato is what really has that weird kind of dry/moist quality to it, but it's just rather bland and oily again. I can taste some of the cheddar cheese, and that is the only cheese that I can taste on it. I can't make out any of the mozzarella cheese, and the garlic parmesan sauce is completely missing in action. I can't smell it, I can't taste it, and I can't discern it either. And the bacon bits are few and far between. I mean, they are there no doubt. I can see them. I'm looking at them right now. But I don't really taste them all that much. They're just these tiny little pieces of bacon, and it just gets lost for the most part. And again, this dry, yet oily tater tot, and it's just, it amazes me that it's flavorless as it possibly is. As I said, this is something that I can stomach, this is something that I can eat. Now, that's no problem. I could eat bite after bite. I mean, if I really had to, I could easily eat the whole thing. It's not one of those things that just grosses me out or any of that. It's not something that's good now. I can't stomach this. Yeah, I mean, this is, it's matter. I could eat it if I had to. Would I get this again? No. Is this worth $7? No. Is it disappointing? Yes. Because it's got this idea and this concept, and personally it's a concept that I wouldn't say I'm particularly excited about. It's tater tots. I mean, it's not my favorite food in the world. But I mean, you're fine for what it's got. But these are just... I've had breakfast hash browns that are like glorified tater tots that are a million times better than that. That don't have any cheese, that don't have any sauce, that don't have any bacon on them. Let alone regular tater tots that... Just on the other hand, there's so much here, and there's so little that I'm noticing. So, some of the key ingredients are just totally... I don't even know if they're there. I.e. the mozzarella cheese and the sauce. The bacon is barely there. It gets lost in these bland tater tots. It's overpriced and extremely underwhelming. Is this an item that had potential? Yeah, I would say so. But is it terribly disappointing? Yes. And it's just going to leave you feeling unmotivated. You're not really going to want to take another bite. It's like, what am I even... I'm not getting anything out of this. There's really no enjoyment whatsoever from this item. It's bland. Yeah, you could eat it, but I don't think you'd necessarily enjoy it. Domino's, like I said, that pizza that I got, so far so good. I'm not going to be giving up on Domino's or anything. I like them. When I go to Domino's the next time, though, I'm not getting this. Doesn't matter if it's on the menu, and it doesn't matter how many times they promote it. It's just not something that I'm going to be getting again. If I get a side, if I'm feeling a little ravenous, I'll get some wings. Heck, I might even get some of their stuffed cheesy bread. That's pretty good. Pizza, of course. But this, they've got some good things on their menu, and this isn't one of them. I am not a fan, and I wouldn't recommend it. Save your time, save your money, and save your appetite. It's very disappointing and underwhelming. It's not disgusting, but it's everything but, pretty much. Out of 10, therefore, I'm going to be giving the cheddar bacon loaded tops from Domino's. I'm just going to have to give it a 3.5 out of 10. Even though it tastes, I mean, it's edible. That doesn't mean that it's good. It's far from it. That's all that I have for you. Thanks for watching, and until next time, I'm your host, the Report of the Week. Hopefully, whatever it is I try out next will be better than this. That's all for now.
An enemy has been slain.
In today's video, I set out to answer a simple question, and that is, does vodka actually make pasta taste better? However, in true Ethan fashion these days, what started as a very simple question spiraled into many more questions, a deep dive into the food science behind alcohol, and 3 different taste test experiments. The first 2 tests are a home-cooked peer review of some vodka testing that Kenji Lopez Alt did for Serious Eats a couple of years ago, so we'll get to see if my conclusions line up with his. Would not recommend it. And then in the 3rd experiment, I wanted to run a test of my own, expanding beyond vodka. So for this test, I busted out the gin, white wine, and mezcal, among some others, to answer the question, is vodka even the best tasting liquor to use for pasta a la vodka? Because at least one origin story makes it seem like this dish was merely a product of circumstance by some vodka salesman who was trying to make the spirit more popular. So naturally, my question is, what if he was just a salesman for a different type of alcohol? Would pasta a la gin, mezcal, or wine be as popular as the now renowned pasta a la vodka? And straight up, I had so much fun making this video, looking into the science, running through the experiments, and really testing my palate as best I can. And it has completely changed the way that I'm going to approach how I use alcohol in my cooking in the future. So with that being said, let's break it down. I think it makes most sense to first cover this base question, and that is, how does adding an alcoholic drink impact the flavor of a dish? And in short, there are just 3 use cases. First is introducing the flavor of ethanol, and I'm talking like the actual ethanol or alcohol molecule that is chemically the same in vodka, beer, or wine. Secondly, the ethanol can enhance existing flavor molecules in the sauce through cooking. I'll explain the science on that one in just a bit. And then thirdly, the alcoholic drink can introduce flavors from other ingredients in the drink itself. For example, imagine using wine instead of beer for poaching bratwurst. It's going to taste way different, not because of the actual ethanol or alcohol molecules, but because wine is primarily flavored with grapes and beer is primarily flavored with hops or malt. And in theory, assuming we're adding an unflavored vodka to our pasta sauce, it's going to impact the flavor in those first two use cases. Now, if you're like me, you probably have more questions than answers at this point, and there is a fair bit more to explain, but keep those three use cases in mind as we go through the video, because each of the use cases relates directly to each of the experiments. So with that being said, let's hop into experiment number 1. I recreated Kenji's test he outlined in this Serious Eats article, where he diluted the alcohol content of vodka in different sauce samples. For this, I made one mother batch of vodka sauce, which was done by melting 45 grams of unsalted butter to a pan, and then adding a diced medium onion, 3 cloves of minced garlic, and a hefty pinch of red pepper flakes before adding a sprinkle of salt and letting all of that saute down for about 15 minutes. Once the onions were softened, next goes in 130 grams of tomato paste, followed by 400 grams of whole peeled tomatoes, before simmering all of that down for another 10 minutes or so. Finally, turn the heat down to low and pour in 240 grams of heavy cream and stir that to incorporate. Now, to turn the sauce from chunky and dull pink looking to a sexier looking smooth and vibrant color, just add the entire pot to a high-speed blender along with 55 grams of Parmigiano Reggiano and blitz everything together. Lastly, add salt to taste, and this sauce tastes amazing as is, but let's add the vodka. For this, I made 5 different 100-gram samples of sauce with different concentrations of alcohol by volume. First, we have the 100-gram control with no vodka added. Next, we have 1% alcohol by volume, which was 2.5 grams of 40% vodka and 97.5 grams of the sauce. Then we have 2%, which was 5 grams of vodka and 95 grams of sauce, and then continuing on down to the 3 and 4% samples. And for each of these, I shook them all up and did not cook the sauce at all before testing. And remember, in this first test, we're really only focused on trying to see what the flavor of ethanol tastes like. And as noted in On Food and Cooking, as a volatile chemical, alcohol has its own distinctive aroma, which we experience in its purest form in unflavored grain alcohol or vodka. And in this test, I want to answer these 2 questions. 1, does vodka have to be cooked in the sauce to provide a lift in flavor? And secondly, if so, is there an ideal concentration in this raw form? And in Kenji's testing, he found that none of them were great. He said that 4% was downright inedible. At 2%, the sauce was bearable. And then at 1%, he did just barely prefer it to the alcohol-free sauce. So I'm really curious to see how I respond to these because, again, taste is fairly subjective. So I could be more or less sensitive to the amount of vodka added. So let's taste. Let's get into this. They don't actually smell too strongly of vodka, but let me blindfold, then I'll mix them all up and see what differences we can taste. All right, I'm just gonna go for like a back of the spoon test for each of these. Won't use too much just because this test, you probably don't want to add straight alcohol after you've cooked it, but yeah, maybe there's something to learn. Ooh. That was noticeably bitter. Would not recommend number 2. Much more mellow on that one. Okay, number 4 now tastes more bitter to me. Number 5, I think, was a little bit bitter as well. Let me go back to 1, because 1 was pretty mellow. I'm gonna guess 1 does not have any in it. Oh, dude, 2 is terrible, terrible. All right, 3 wasn't as, I mean, it's still not great. 4. Yeah, 4 is definitely a little bitter. So 1 is probably my favorite. I'm gonna assume it probably doesn't have vodka. 2 and 3 don't like. I think 2 is probably the strongest of them. Let's take a look at C and then we'll actually go and cook these. Okay, so number 1, no vodka. Happened to not move space when I mix it up. Number 4, yeah, not good at all. Number 3 was 1%, okay. Number 4 was 3%. Number 5 was 2%. Very clearly like 2, terrible. 1, really good because it didn't have vodka. These 3, didn't really like that much. Definitely bitter, definitely need to cook the sauce. You get a really bitter note that is just not pleasant at all. But let's actually cook these sauces and pair it with some pasta and see how it changes. Maybe the 4% will cook down and be just as enjoyable as the one without. Before we get to cooking the sauce samples, let's do a quick alcohol molecule debrief because again, this kind of seems like a silly test to do. Everyone knows that you are supposed to cook off all of the alcohol anyway, so any bad flavors from the vodka should cook off. But what if I told you that all of the ethanol molecules added to the sauce are actually not going to cook off, and in fact, you wouldn't want them to? If all of the alcohol molecules completely cooked off, that also means that there would be no alcohol molecules that could bind with the existing flavor compounds in the sauce, which is what we are testing for in the second experiment. Now, if that is the case, that all of the alcohol will not cook off during the cooking of the sauce, you might be wondering how exactly much is going to be left behind, and in short, it's tough to tell. The alcohol molecule is more volatile than water and actually has a boiling point of just 173 degrees Fahrenheit, well below the 212 degrees Fahrenheit of water. So even a sauce on a light simmer will start to evaporate the alcohol, but how much exactly is going to be left depends on a variety of factors. This includes the cooking temperature, the cooking time, the amount of sauce, the concentration of the ethanol in the first place, or the surface area of the pan. However, as noted in On Food and Cooking, experiments have shown that long simmer stews are going to retain about 5% of the alcohol initially added, so think your red wine braised short ribs. Briefly cooked dishes, on the other hand, could be anywhere from 10 to 50% left behind, and this is where our pasta alla vodka falls. And then lastly, in flambés, as much as 75% of the alcohol could be left behind, such as in your bananas Foster. Now, it is true that the concentration of ethanol is going to decrease as we cook the sauce, but some of the flavor of those ethanol molecules will still be present. And in this first test, I did not prefer that flavor at all. So for my taste, this first aspect of providing flavor through ethanol is a complete negative in my opinion. And you may also be wondering, specifically, what does ethanol taste like? The alcohol molecule actually does bear some resemblance to a sugar molecule and technically has a slightly sweet taste, but overall it's predominantly bitter, which was the flavor that came through strongly in each sample I tested. Also, have you ever wondered why a shot of liquor burns on its way down? Well, according to this video, this sensation is caused by making our TRPV1 receptor more sensitive. So it's going to activate at 93 degrees Fahrenheit when we take a shot instead of its normal 107 degrees. So our body temperature at 98.6 creates that hot sensation in the mouth and nose. And what's important to take away from this is that the bitterness and burning sensation caused by ethanol do increase as the concentration of ethanol increases. So, all things being equal, a beer, for example, at just 5% ABV is less bitter and makes no burning sensation, whereas a 40% ABV vodka is very bitter and tingles on the way down. But remember, in the pasta alla vodka testing, we're diluting this way down. So I'm taking a 40% ABV vodka, but only adding a couple of grams to the 100 gram sauce sample, so we have these 1 through 4% samples. So you may be wondering, why did I bring all of this stuff up? Well, unfortunately, while the science is fairly cool to learn, the main conclusion that I took from this test is we are not adding vodka to make the sauce taste like ethanol. Again, this might have been obvious and we probably could have skipped it, but I do like to challenge all of my assumptions, and this sets up a lot of the information that will be used in use case number 2 and 3. So let's hop into experiment number 2. For this test, we're looking to answer, do the ethanol molecules enhance the existing flavor molecules in the pasta sauce? And again, if it does, what is the ideal ratio of vodka to sauce? Continuing on from experiment number 1, I took each of the 100 gram vodka sauce samples and added them to a pan over 200 degrees Fahrenheit, along with 100 grams of cooked pasta, and mixed the two together until combined, and then let this simmer down for 6 minutes. Now, remember, during this time, the alcohol has a boiling point of just 173 degrees compared to the 212 degrees of water. So for each of these samples, a significant portion of that alcohol, it could be as little as 10% or up to 50%, is going to be evaporated. Now, for simplicity's sake, let's assume it's 30% of the original value. So our 1% ABV becomes 0.3%, the 2% becomes 0.6, and so on. And additionally, this cooking process is causing two important things to happen to the taste. First, as the ethanol concentration goes down, the dominant flavor of the bitterness will also go down. And then secondly, the ethanol molecule itself will start chemically attaching to both water-soluble and fat-soluble flavor molecules in the sauce, releasing fruity esters which can provide another depth of flavor. And after cooking each of these samples, I immediately cap them to avoid any additional alcohol evaporation into the air. And with this test, I'm really interested to see how much the alcohol flavor changes as it's been evaporated down. And secondly, does that release of the fruity esters actually increase the enjoyment of the dish, or is it just too settled to even make a difference? And when Kenji did this test, he found that all of them were pretty good, with the 2% ABV being his preferred amount. But will I agree? Let's find out. So all these are within about 5 degrees of each other. I'm gonna give them one final stir before I taste test, just to make sure that, maybe one doesn't taste better because it's colder or hotter, but they should be right around like 115 degrees Fahrenheit, which is warm and should give us a nice, full like breath. It's not gonna be scalding hot where like if something's too hot or too cold, you actually aren't able to taste all the notes as well. So hopefully this kind of 115-ish, 120 degrees Fahrenheit number is pretty good for this pasta. Also, the only other interesting note, like I definitely could smell the alcohol when I was cooking the 4% one. I didn't really notice it too much in the others though, but definitely interested to see how these play out. Let me blindfold and see if I can taste any differences. Tastes good. Love that spicy kick on the back end of pasta alla vodka from the red pepper flakes. 2, maybe a little bit more bitter than number 1. 3 was really good. I think, again, 2 on the bitter side, 1 and 3 very good. 4 reminds me a little bit more of number 2. I think 1 and 3, a little bit more mellow and fruity, which I personally like. Number 2 and 4 definitely have some like bitter notes in there that I'm not a fan of. Number 5 is really good. Let me run back through, but first impressions 1, 3, 5 are all really good. I think 2 and 4 I don't really like. And basically 2 and 4 I think there are some noticeably more kind of harsher notes in there that are likely due to higher alcohol, but I guess we'll see in a second. Yeah, I just don't really like 2. 1 is really good. All right, now that I've gone back through, I think 2 is definitely the worst, the harshest tasting. Number 1, really good. Number 3 I liked a lot. 1 and 3 are actually pretty much the same. 4, so-so, not bad. 5, also really good. The only one that I think is actually a step below is number 2. So I'm kind of interested to see what these are. So 5, 0 alcohol. And yeah, that was like, yeah, this one definitely tasted kind of pretty fruity and good. Didn't have like any of those harsh notes, so that makes sense. 4, the 3%. So again, I think that makes sense. The first time I went through, I was like 2 and 4. 3, 2%. I really, really like that one. Yeah, 2, 4%. 1, 1%. Yeah, so I think like it is pretty obvious, especially in like the 4 to 3%. Like it's just too much vodka. Like at least for my taste, it's bitter, it's harsh. I do not like it. These were really good. They weren't as harsh, and definitely some kind of fruity like notes, which I really, really like. That being said, I really do like number 5 with just no vodka at all. I wouldn't say that the 1% or 2% are like significant upgrades. I would say 2 and 4 are significant downgrades though. So these 2 tests were definitely pretty interesting, and I'm glad I did do them. I think we fairly aligned with what Kenji concluded in his articles, though I would say 1 and 2 are good. I really don't think you need to add vodka to this dish. I don't think it enhances it that much. And actually, this is why I wanted to move to test number 3, where we are gonna look at different kinds of spirits that could potentially provide more flavor outside of just the alcohol. Will they taste better? Well, let's look at the science and then do a taste test. So similar to Kenji, the 1 and 2% ABV sauces definitely did taste different, and in my opinion, a little bit better, but I'm curious in exactly what's going on here, so let's dive just a little bit deeper into the food science. In short, spices, herbs, aromatics, or vegetables provide flavor to dishes through flavor compounds, and generally, these can be either fat-soluble, which is part of the reason why cooking with fat make flavorful food, and secondly, they can be water-soluble. Now, the alcohol molecule, on the other hand, is kind of a unicorn of the two. If you take a look at the chemical structure of ethanol, it actually has one end that looks like fat and one that resembles water, so it becomes a highly versatile molecule, and by adding this third liquid of alcohol, we get 2 benefits. 1, any flavor compounds not completely dissolved by the fat or water in the sauce will now be dissolved and released by the alcohol. And then secondly, the alcohol can bind with these flavor aromas to form new compounds, such as those fruity esters, which yield a deeper and more complex flavor in a variety of products. For example, fruity esters can be responsible for part of the flavor in yeasted breads, caramelized sugar, or certain fruits and vegetables. So in terms of use case number 2, does the addition of ethanol enhance and create new flavor compounds in the sauce? And for this test, I did find that the 1 and 2% were my preferred versions. It completely cooked off that really bitter flavor at the low concentration and just had a slightly different taste to them. That being said, you have to keep in mind, I could have continued to cook the 3 and 4% down further if I was still tasting them bitter, so that's one way that you can troubleshoot using alcohol in a sauce. If it doesn't taste good, just keep cooking it. So with experiment number 2 done, this brings us to use case number 3, which is where I want to answer the question, is vodka even the best tasting liquor for pasta alla vodka? And adding vodka to this sauce really just works in those 2 use cases. But use case number 3 is really the whole reason why I wanted to make this video. And with this use case, we're really stepping away from the actual alcohol molecules, but instead we're using the flavor of the drink itself. And if you remember from earlier, as far as liquor goes, alcohol is very, very much in the neutral tasting zone, as it's basically pure ethanol diluted down to 40%, except there is a whole slew of alcoholic drinks that have a much wider range of flavors. For example, as noted in On Food and Cooking, alcohols can contribute distinctive flavors, often including acidity, sweetness, and savoriness, and the aromatic dimension provided by the alcohols and other volatile substances in the liquid. So my question is, wouldn't some alcohols with more interesting flavors make the sauce taste more interesting? For example, both gin and vodka's alcohol content is made from distilling a neutral grain. Except gin is distilled with juniper berries and other botanicals like coriander that lead to a piney, herbal, and more floral flavor. And to me, those flavor notes sound a lot more appealing to add to this tomato-based sauce rather than a neutral tasting vodka. And a good way to think about this is that adding gin to your pasta sauce is kind of like adding vanilla extract to your baked goods. This mixture is just vodka and vanilla beans, and those alcohol molecules are actually extracting and binding to the aromas from the vanilla beans in this jar, so in another 5 or so months, it's going to carry those flavors when I add a spoonful of this stuff to an ice cream base. Now, specifically for experiment number 3, these are the 5 alcohols that I chose to test. First, we have mezcal, which is made from agave and has a dominant flavor note of smoky and earthy. Secondly, we have the gin, which is that piney flavor. Third, I picked out some white wine, which this one is a bit more citrusy. Then I chose to use a wheat vodka, which again should be fairly neutral, but I was curious. And lastly, we have the same corn-based vodka that was used in the first 2 experiments. And I kept all of them the same at 2% ABV from the prior experiment, and as you'll notice in the graph, this does mean that we will have slightly different amounts of alcohol added. For this test, I made another large batch of the Serious Eats pasta alla vodka sauce. Again, I separated them out into 6 portions before adding each of the alcohols to make a 2% ABV solution before cooking. And because the wine, for example, has a lower concentration, it needed the most additional liquid to make a 100-gram sample size. Now this time around, the ethanol molecules are still being evaporated, which is going to lower the bitterness, and the ones that remain in the sauce are still going to combine with the other aromas, but additionally, there are now tons of new flavors from each one, like the pine notes from the gin or the acidity from the white wine. Now what we are testing for here is, do the additional flavor compounds from the alcohol drinks enhance the pasta? Let's have a look. Okay, this is the test that I have been most interested to try since I got the idea for this video. So we have our control with no alcohol, the white wine, corn vodka, wheat vodka, mezcal, gin, all with the same amount of alcohol percentage, but obviously slightly different amounts of the actual liquid. So what I'm gonna do is blindfold and actually take these off and just do a sniff test first. Then I'll go through and do the taste test, but I'm thinking it's probably gonna be fairly easy to at least tell the white wine and the mezcal. The vodkas, I'm not really sure. I'm not a huge vodka guy, so I don't really know. But mezcal is super smoky and super fragrant, and white wine should be fairly sweet, but let's blindfold and give them a test. Smells good. Not getting anything particular on that one. This one also kind of just smells like your typical vodka sauce. Also kind of just smells like typical vodka sauce. Maybe, it's tough to tell, tough to tell. All right, this is 1000% the mezcal. It's so obvious. Very, very, like, it's got that smoky and like, you know, tequila type smell to it. Not super obvious. Let's see when I actually go through and taste these. Number 1. Nice little spice on the back end of that one. That's the, I mean, it's the mezcal for sure. You get, again, it just has such a distinctive flavor that I think works pretty well with this. I might even go a little bit lighter on the mezcal just because you're not really after necessarily the alcohol percentage, I think in this case, but more after that kind of subtle smokiness. And I think it's a little overdone. So maybe like dial that back by half next time. But it's super, super interesting. That one, good. Maybe a little bit more muted than the other ones, which maybe without any alcohol. Well, I guess we'll see at the end. That might be one impression off that one. That one does not have alcohol. I don't know what it is about that one, but that one tastes a little bit more vibrant than the prior one that I tasted. No other like super strong flavors, but just kind of feels a little bit brighter and nicer to me than the prior one, which I think was 3. Very similar to number 4. Could not really tell you any difference between 4 and 5. But both very good, and I would again say kind of a little bit more vibrant than the third one. Let's go to number 6. Let me go back through. I think that one might be my favorite. I don't know why. Oh, you know what? Now that I went back to this, I'm almost positive this is the wine. I think I can really taste it now that I've kind of gone back through it. Number 2 is a mezcal. I don't think I need to taste that again. Let me compare 3 and 6 one more time though. Yeah, 3 is just, it's solid. I would say maybe not quite as like fruity, not quite as vibrant. Let me go back to one more 5 and then we'll go 6 again too. All right, I think 6 is my favorite. It might be the gin. I feel like it's a little bit more herbaceous in a way. Not 100% sure though. The mezcal, very obvious which one. Again, white wine, when I went back to it, I'm almost positive this has got to be the white wine. 3, solid. I think 4 and 5 might be the vodkas. 3 is the one without any. And then 6, I think, is the gin. But let's give it a C. Okay, so number 1, white wine. All right, we got that one. I didn't get it right away, but after I went through all of them and came back, was very obvious that this was the white wine. Mezcal, number 2. The 3 was wheat vodka. That is interesting. So then I'm kind of curious what these are now. 4 is the corn vodka. 5 is the control with no alcohol. And then 6 was the gin. And I gotta say, like, for my money, I think gin makes it better. Not because of like increased alcohol percentage, but just because it has new flavor notes that vodka is pretty clean and neutral tasting as far as alcohols go. Gin, really good. Like I would start making pasta alla gin now. I think that might be my final conclusion. But anyway, let's wrap up this video and go over some final conclusions on how to really think about how to use alcohol in your cooking, because like I said, it kind of depends on which way you want to go and how you want to use the alcohol in order to come up with a final product. But this was absolutely fascinating, and I'm gonna start making pasta alla gin. It's happening. So in conclusion, does vodka actually make pasta taste better? And it turns out that it does, but you also have to keep in mind that a sauce made with butter, tomatoes, and a bunch of heavy cream already tastes really good. But by understanding this new alcohol food science, we can use it to apply new complexity and layers of flavor to our dishes, whether it's pasta alla vodka or the next time you braise something. And I really think the third use case is the most important one to focus on for home cooks. In testing, I prefer the sauce with the gin the best. It's subtle, but adding those piney, herbal, and floral notes pair much better than the neutral tasting notes of vodka, where I could pick up a little bit of difference, but not much. When it came to the mezcal, on the other hand, I think 2% is a little bit too high, not because of the alcohol content, but just because the smoky flavor of mezcal is pretty dominant, so it kind of masks some of those other flavors. So if I was using this at home, I would probably dial it back and just add a little bit at a time to kind of find that right balance. The white wine, on the other hand, just added too much acidity and sweetness for me. And again, with this last use case, we're less concerned with the actual amount of ethanol molecules being added and just asking yourself, do I want the flavor notes of this particular drink to be in my dish? For example, a dish braised in beer is going to taste way different than a dish braised in wine. Anyway, I have zero idea how long this video ended up being, but hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. Just keep those 3 use cases in mind next time you're using an alcohol in any types of cooking. But that is going to wrap it up for me in this one. I will catch you all in the next one.